Good morning, beautiful humans, and welcome to day 4 of the Brian Walshe trial. I just made it into my little chair and just in the nick of time.
I was all prepped to do the intro. I was like, don't worry, babe. I got it. Take your time. I was making sure I knew what day of the week it was. It's Thursday, December 4th, 4th day of trial. See how it matches the day of the week.
Good looking out, kid.
But I did see that MS Wildside said no spoilers, which makes me think.
Oh, there's some shit popping.
Something happened. I already have it up, babe. So I already got it ready to go.
All right, fire it up.
Because I take my job seriously.
Let's go. Let's do it.
And I decided to start right at when the fan stops here because I want to see who all these people are. There was like some stuff going on.
Who are all these people?
So it's like, watch. I saw some.
You guys have been cheating on us, watching instead of being a little bit patient. Wow. Wow. I'm super, super not disappointed at all. Let's go. It's the rewatch. All right, they come in. All right, this is the kind of show we can fast forward through.
No, because something like when I was trying to find it, they like zoomed up on this guy's face really weird, this one, and he was saying something. Does anyone know who that is?
Who?
You'll see. That guy that just walked by.
I don't know.
Look, see, these guys are whispering in the corner over here. Look, this prosecutor, who's she talking to? She looks very serious. She's like, oh my God, this and that, and it has to happen.
Did you hear all these people saying that I sounded like Peg Bundy and
all right, maybe it wasn't as exciting as I thought.
I mean,
I happened to be this guy. This was happening.
And that guy.
Yeah, but it was like when I was scanning to find the start time, it had stopped on his face in the most weird position. So I thought, oh, something's going on with this guy.
I don't appreciate him putting like, why does he get that shitty flannel on? What the hell's going on? Like, what's happening?
Why are they zooming in on this guy though? Or is he just happening to be standing in front of the door?
Yeah, they're waiting for Walsh to walk through.
All right, there he is.
There he is. You missed his little red glizzy handcuffs there.
No. You are unmuted.
It's fair, Mark. It's fair.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walshe.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Let me just get my computer up and running, and then I'll talk about a few things that I want to address with the.
She wants to address some stuff.
All right. So, I guess I'll hear from the parties first about the issue that we discussed at the side of the bench. Attorney Porges referred to it as the 2010 or 1020 issue. Does Commonwealth have anything you wish to say to the court about that issue?
Your Honor, only that looking at the memorandum the defense submitted, that also said 20 as a potential penalty. Would be the only thing the Commonwealth would add at this point.
You mean the prior sentencing memo?
Yes.
All right. Defense.
So, Your Honor, we were unclear at that time what exactly the colloquy was going to look like. And so I was giving the court the spread of the potential. The way it has worked out is different. As the court noted, there were not admissions to allegations with respect to misleading on that charge.
That's not necessary for the court to take the plea on that charge, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Right.
I'm just saying, answering the court's question is what the max is. I think it is a live issue that I'm still looking at, and I will have an answer for the court, but I don't think it's as simple as the Commonwealth is saying, well, they put it in their sentencing memo. That is the potential spread. As the factual basis stands now, there very well could be a legal precedent or case that hamstrings, for lack of a better term, the court to the 10.
Hamstring.
Let me tell you what I'm doing on
Hamstring
my
that
end
charge.
and where I think that brings me today, because I don't want you wasting your time.
Appreciate that, Your Honor.
The statute, as you know, is written in a way that the very first time that this concept of imprisonment punishable, or a crime punishable by life imprisonment, it's not a statute where there's a section that, oh, if you lie in relation to a police officer, in relation to investigation that does not trigger a life felony, blah, blah, blah. And that's punishable by maximum 10 years. And then there's an alternate provision that says if you lie to a police officer in connection with a crime that's a life felony, it's 20 years.
Air bubble.
The first time that life felony is mentioned in that statute is in the very tail end of it, when it's setting forth the potential punishments for the conduct. And as a result of that, in order to take a plea on that charge, which I did, the defendant only has to admit that he lied in connection with an investigation. And so that's what he did. He lied in connection with an investigation.
Connection
It
with an
seems to me
investigation.
the enhanced penalty, I'll call it enhanced, the higher maximum penalty of 20 years, which is triggered when an individual
As a life
misleads the
felony.
police in connection with a crime that is punishable by life imprisonment,
He didn't
then
do that.
becomes an issue for the court to decide.
What?
We could debate as to what standard. It almost feels like, sort of feels like a subsequent offense type scenario, but it's not. That's not how it's set up. But it seems to me that the time at which I should determine that is when this jury has spoken
Right.
about whether or not
He committed
the
murder.
defendant has been found guilty or not of any life felony,
Right.
and not now. Because it could end up in a very perverse situation where I sentence him to an illegal sentence if the jury came back and found out and told me he's not guilty to a life felony.
But shouldn't he be sentenced on what
So-
he pled to? I'm confused.
I am going to put off the sentencing on the two charges until I hear from the jury on their verdict on the murder charge, so that I have the benefit of that jury verdict when I decide this issue.
No, I don't think so.
And I encourage the parties to continue to research
Yeah.
whether or not the Commonwealth has an obligation to prove that he lied in connection with an investigation that was a life, punishable by life imprisonment at a sentencing, and how they do that. Is it through an evidentiary hearing, and to what standard? Now, if the jury,
Sounds like
the jury's
bullshit.
verdict is one way, it would seem to me that the Commonwealth could met out that burden if they get a conviction. And if they don't, it seems to me that it becomes
10 years.
a bigger task for the Commonwealth if the burden of proving that
No,
part for the higher penalty is beyond
impossible.
a reasonable doubt.
Right. What the fuck?
So that's where I stand with regard to that.
Defense, chime in right now. Let's hear you. Say something.
Yes.
Me?
Did you say something?
No, I was just whispering to Mr. Tipton.
Oh, maybe the whisper came out a little louder than you thought. Anyway,
I know how that happened.
Yeah. Fucking bullshit.
I also want to,
All right, wait, let's just pause right here and talk about
I
this.
understand from the,
Yeah.
So it sounds like he has not yet been, unless I'm missing something, he has not yet been sentenced on the 2 offenses he has
Correct.
pled guilty to.
Correct.
And she is saying in his plea, he claimed, I misled the police during an investigation. In my estimation, if he pled, as he did, to a non-life felony, meaning impeding an investigation, whatever the charge, disposing of a body, and he's admitting he lied as to those 2 offenses, like where the body is, and I don't know where the body is, and I don't know that she's dead, not because I committed a life offense, i.e. some sort of murder, but because I disposed of the body. He should be being sentenced on what he pled to. Now, the second part of this, where she says she thinks it's a factual determination of whether he lied about an offense, or that the judge, it's a judicial determination of whether he lied about an offense that was that carried a life sentence. How the fuck can they ever prove or establish that if that's not what he pled to? And I think he would have had to have been advised of that before he pled to it. So we need to go back and look at what he pled to. But what she is saying right now is, hey, look, so it's either 10 if he lied about any investigation. It's 20 years if he lied about an investigation where there was a life sentence. Now,
Whoa. Did you get a little arm injury
yeah,
there?
I'm gonna put back on my thing. I have it laying on a pillow right now, but
Yeah.
so she's saying we're gonna wait to see what the jury says. If the jury says he committed first-degree murder, then that's a life sentence. I don't know. So then he can get that 20 years on the other, what he's already pled to, right?
I don't know.
It doesn't make any sense
I
to me.
thought this was all relating to whether or not she was going to read when she was going to read the consciousness of guilt instruction. That wasn't this conversation.
They're calling this the 10-20 issue, whether he's got 10 or 20 years. Now, I don't know why they're discussing this right now, unless they're discussing it in relation to his plea. But that they want to put in the fact that he pled. And yesterday she was talking about how the jury's not supposed to concern themselves with sentence. Again, I don't see why the plea would have to involve a sentence, because it doesn't. So, but then she said, if the jury does not convict of murder, like of a offense that carries the possibility of a life imprisonment, then the state has a higher, not burden, but a higher road to climb, a tougher road to climb. No, Your Honor, they have an impossible road to climb, because a jury has already found that him not guilty of that offense, that the state cannot prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. The state would be getting a second bite at the apple to then prove something a jury has already said they cannot prove, to change the sentence from 10 years to 20 years. That to me sounds preposterous.
I mean, 10 years for lying to the coppers is pretty steep anyway.
That sounds,
That's fucking steep.
that's a lot.
That's steep, Joe.
Let's talk to Martha Stewart about this sentence.
Yeah. I mean, she just did tax evasion.
No, but she went for lying to the police for
I thought she went for tax evasion.
Yeah, but I thought it was primarily because she lied to the police. I don't know.
I thought it was because she was evading paying taxes.
Okay,
But
maybe
maybe it was both. Maybe she was lying about paying taxes.
She was lying to conceal her tax evasion.
Okay. All right,
Maybe.
fire it up. Let's go. Let's go.
All right. Well, let's just see if people are asking any questions
No one's
before.
got any questions.
Well, let's see.
Not a one.
Here's a good one.
Oh.
But didn't he negotiate with the court about the plea? Doesn't that play in? So
No,
there's two
he
ways.
didn't.
Okay.
He
So there's
didn't
two ways you can plea. You can plea with an already agreed sentence, or that the judge does not have to abide by. Never. So both sides agree, and then the judge can say,
Abide?
go F yourselves. Or two,
Obide? Did you say
you enter
abide by?
abide by.
Oh, okay.
I'm a little stuffy. And or two, you enter what's called a blind plea, where there is no agreed sentence at the time. And Bob, you're saying that's what they did here?
He did a change of plea. He just pled guilty. He's like, you know what? Remember that time in court when I said not guilty? I'm going to just go ahead and change that to guilty. So yeah, because there was no plea agreement here. Like the state, obviously, if you're able to work out a deal with the state prior to trial, that's a plea agreement, and that did not exist here. Because that's when it was happening, I'm like, wait. I'm like, the state offered him some shit. And
Right.
like, I'm like, that makes no sense. I was trying to understand why in God's green earth they would do that, because it just makes their case harder.
So
And
now
then,
I have to rethink what I said, because he pled guilty to part of the offenses that are all being tried together. So now that explains why they're waiting for sentencing till the end.
which makes
So,
sense. Which
but
makes sense.
but doesn't change the fact that on those first two, it should be. Well, no, she's right. If the jury comes back and says it should still be 10 if the jury comes back and says not guilty for an offense that carries a life sentence, and the state still should have no ability to try and prove that
You were right,
afterwards.
babe.
Obstruction of justice.
Miss
So
Wildside says Martha Stewart was in fact convicted of conspiracy, ABO. There you go. There's your line to the cops: obstruction of justice and making false statements to federal investigators in 2004. Allie with the win. Allie with the win. Let's go. Allie's coming out winning.
all right. So anyway, just to wrap up where we stand with that, when the judge says if the jury comes back finding not guilty, that they're not finding not guilty. Is Mandy back here? That's you.
It took me forever to find it.
Oh,
We have so many sound bites.
Of an offense that carried a life sentence. I don't think the state gets to try and prove that to up the years from 10 to 20. But all right, let's keep going.
Yeah, it was definitely
Emails.
Oh yeah, was it insider trading? Yeah, I completely forgot everything that Martha went in for. I'll tell you what though, I love me some Martha Stewart though. I loved her much more when she came out of the joint. I'm like, oh, she a gangsta. I mean, Snoop felt the same way. He's like, you know what? He's like, I'll fuck with Martha Stewart. They're like best of friends.
Hey, babe, bring up the feed just so when we're ready to switch, because I'm gonna have to recapitulate my arm here.
Okay.
We can, but for now I'm gonna keep playing.
All right, I got
So
it.
that came to me last night that
What? Tell us.
the defense is no longer agreeing to all the William Fasto messages coming in. Is that right?
Not trying to hedge, but the court indicated that you were inclined to perhaps keep some out. And so my intention is, if any, then all, but I think Mr. Walsh deserves the benefit of knowing what the court's ruling is before I have to negotiate with the Commonwealth. So I apologize for that, but I am asking for some guidance there.
All right. That's like
Yeah, right. Want your cake and eat it
Well,
too?
actually, can we approach? That might be
well,
easier.
no.
No. Okay.
So I'm not giving an advisory opinion.
Right.
And so here's what I'm going to say to you with regard to that. I'm going to read something in the record because I want it to be clear under what authority I am allowing those text messages in, so the record is complete. And this ruling relates to both the, my thought process with regard to the William Fasto text messages, to the extent that they reveal some state of mind evidence of Ana Walshe. And also, just so that I'm clear, these thoughts equally apply to the reason why on an earlier motion in limine with regard to the expected testimony of Alyssa Kirby, why I believe these state of mind statements are coming in. So just bear with me while I read this into the record.
So before she reads this, we're talking about state of mind of Ana Walshe, because the defense is as presenting a narrative that nothing was wrong with their marriage, but for the fact that they were not spending time together. So I think with the state of mind stuff now, if you're following our coverage on Aaron Spencer, we've talked about how, well, what Aaron Spencer didn't know about the guy who essayed his child, that's not going to come into the trial. It's what he knew. Well, it's a little bit different with state of mind, because it's like, well, if this is something that he's expected to have known, like if she is giving information that's like, our relationship is falling apart, and going to shit. Well, that's kind of like a statement about how it is. If she's like, I'm gonna tell this son of a bitch he's an asshole or whatever, that doesn't come in unless there's some proof that she actually said it. So, and I think that's what the judge is about to get into. And then, babe, if you need to switch, like I pop off, you decide you need to pause, just take over, but I'll hit play for now.
And this.
Oh. Okay, he's going to switch it now. You're muted.
I figured out a great little trick in terms of figuring out where we're at. The clock in the court lets me know. So when I see, like, it gives like the hour, the minute, and the seconds, that big clock right in front of her bench.
All right, but she's talking right now, so now you have to rewind.
Could infer that the defendant saw the text was exchanged.
Rewind.
Yep.
And
Rewind.
Why I believe these state of mind
Perfect.
statements are coming in. So just bear with me while I read this into the record. And this is my oral order on the motion to admit the text messages between Ana Walshe and William Fasto. And again, same reasoning for what I expect at some point will become a similar issue with regard to a conversation Ana Walshe had with Alyssa Kirby, I think on the evening of 10/12/29/22. The Commonwealth filed a motion in limine to enter text messages between William Fasto and Ana Walshe as evidence of Ana's state of mind. Quote, an exception to the hearsay rule permits the admission of evidence of a murder victim's state of mind as proof of the defendant's motive to kill the victim, end quote. Commonwealth versus Castano, 478 Mass 75 at 85, 2017. Such evidence is admissible, quote, when and only when there also is evidence that the defendant was aware of that state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. Period, end of quote. Commonwealth versus Qualls, 425 Mass 163, 167, 1997. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of the victim's state of mind, so long as the jury reasonably could have inferred that he did learn of it. Citing again to Castano, 478 Mass at 85. In this case, there is evidence from which the jury reasonably could infer that the defendant saw the text messages exchanged between William Fasto and Ana Walshe. Specifically, during his interviews with the police on January 4th, 2023, Brian Walshe told detectives that sometimes Ana's iMessenger comes up on his phone, and that he had seen messages. People were leaving for Ana. That is at the 1/4/23 interview transcript at page 30. During his January 7th, 2023 interview, Brian Walshe told police that Ana took a bunch of photos on New Year's Eve and that she sent one to William Fasto around 10 o'clock. That can be found in the interview of 1/7/23 transcript at 86. And during his January 8th, 2023 interview, Brian Walshe told the detectives that they could get the exact time that his son went to bed on New Year's Eve based on the time Ana texted Fasto the photo. That may be found on the 1/3/23 interview transcript at page 7. From such evidence, which accurately noted the time Ana sent the photo to William Fasto, it is reasonable to infer that the defendant had seen her text message exchange. Contrary to the defendant's contention, the text messages at issue contain some evidence of Ana's state of mind at the time of the crime. In particular, she sends messages regarding her feelings of confusion in her married life, her intimate relationship with Fasto, and her desire to make future plans with Fasto. While there was some discussion of redacting portions of the messages that are not relevant to the state of mind evidence, and I will reserve ruling on those as I now know the parties' positions has changed. I will reserve ruling on those. I continue to believe that there are certain messages that are not relevant to Ana's state of mind. And if the defendant objects during the proceeding of Mr. Fasto's testimony to those, I will rule on those real time, as we do in many cases. So that's that.
Pretty damning. Pretty damning.
Pause it a
Madam
sec.
Court Reporter, we're starting at 1:45 today.
I'm not loving that if I'm the defense.
Sorry. So I got to get my headphones on, but I wanted to just say, I don't like this. She's going to rule in real time. So the defense has no idea if she's going to rule against them or not. Like that's 145. What the fuck? What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Are you just saying times and like giving me no frame of what the fuck is she talking about? 145. What?
Didn't the judge just say we're going to start at 145?
No.
Oh.
You didn't even have your headphones on, man. What
I was playing it on my phone.
the hell? What the dog doing? All right. Ready?
Exhibit 145.
Oh.
See?
Start with exhibit 145.
And what about ID number?
5 for ID.
I is the next one? Thank you.
Yeah, Kurt, I don't give a shit about that doily she's wearing around her neck. Got a bit of a judge crush on her. It's I feel like I'm looking at Allie on the bench.
She's quite prosecution minded.
I mean, she's got great hair though.
I'll be back.
All right, anything, the jury's ready to go, is that right? And is there anything that the parties need to raise with the court?
Your Honor, if I could have 1 minute, we have done some redactions of the Fasto messages that I think would take
I
out
agree,
some of the
Mega.
concerns that you had.
It's
We're
not
having a
close.
printer issue this morning, so we couldn't make a color copy of it. But if I could just get a black and white copy for the defense and for you, I think that might help the situation.
All right, as I said, I'm happy to rule on it real time.
I'll just have.
And
it
I don't
sent
know
out
how you're parsing through those messages and how you can present them as I rule on it. So maybe are you saying it's going to be difficult for you to do that job if I'm ruling on them real time?
I think so. So I think it might be a little bit simpler if we could look at the redactions ahead of time, and I could just have that made. I'll have the copies made right now. I can start with Mr. Fastow, and then we can have those brought up. And when we're ready to do that, we could go sidebar.
All right, it's my interest in getting the jury out here and getting the day's work.
And I'm ready to start.
All right. Anything from?
May Ms. Cusick be excused so she can take them right down.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And anything from the defense before we bring the jury in? Defense, is there anything that you wish to bring to the court's attention before the jury comes in? Raymond?
Yes, Nancy. Almost all judges do.
Someday.
Walsh is ready. He's all standing up way ahead of time.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely a bang comeback. There's no question about that. I'm telling you, if he catch this dude in the shower, his front bangs go beyond his chin. There you go, Kurt. There's a good profile shot of old Walsh. All right, hold on. I'll send you the invite. Don't be talking through the testimony, Kurt. You got to give me a high sign to pause. Kurt, I'll send it to you in Twitter.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All representatives of the Honorable Justice hanging from the Justice of the Illinois Superior Court. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Let's have a call to Massachusetts in this humble court. Please be seated. Please turn up your cell phones.
Welcome back and good morning, jurors. Good morning. Jurors, we'll start today with our questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Have you given up on answering to me? No? Let's try that again. Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case?
Yes.
You think?
Were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social
Of
media
course he is.
and not take in any news media? And were you able to avoid talking to anyone about this case? Yes. And do you all still have open minds? Yes.
I hear Allie down there making the
Those,
blooping
more
noise.
questions, all, thank you.
When she's right, she's right.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is William Fastow. Fastow.
Thank you. And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a real estate broker
And where do you do that?
in Washington, D.C.
And is that where you live as well?
It is
And how long have you been a real estate broker?
just about 20 years.
Always in the DC area?
No, actually up here in Boston for a few years, and then a hiatus, and then back in D.C.
And were you familiar with Ana Walshe and Brian Walshe?
Yes.
And how did you meet the Walshes?
Ana Walshe was referred to me by a mutual friend, Jem Mutlow. They were looking for a home in the DC area, and I assisted them in purchasing a townhome in Chevy Chase, DC.
And did you know Ana or Brian Walshe before that?
I did not.
And where was that property located generally?
It was on 43rd Street in Northwest DC.
And you said it was a townhome?
That's correct.
Can you just describe that townhome?
So it was a semi-attached townhome. One side of it faced on 43rd Street. It had a staircase that led up to a parlor level. It was 4 floors and had a 2-car garage underneath.
And who bought the home?
Ana Walshe.
And was the deed in her name?
I believe so.
And when did Ana close on that property?
March of 2022.
And did you meet Ana in person?
Yes.
And when did you first meet Ana in person?
I think a couple months before that, she had come up to Washington once or twice to look at properties.
And did Brian Walshe come with her?
He did not.
Had you ever met Brian Walshe in person?
No, I have not.
Did you ever speak with Brian Walshe?
Yes, we had at least one, if not a few, teleconference calls to discuss the property.
So after you sold the townhome to Ana Walshe, did you have further contact with her?
I did.
And when was your initial contact with her after you sold her the home?
Immediately.
And what was your initial relationship?
We quickly became close friends, then confidants, and before long we started an intimate relationship.
Oh.
And what do you mean by confidants?
We would share conversations about our lives, what we were going through, personal troubles, those sorts of things.
And
Hey, babe,
Yo.
you
I
said
think-
that your relationship.
of more importance than the real estate broker is that he's the paramour.
Well, duh.
Hey, how are you?
What's up, Kurt?
What's up, Kurt? You're muted.
You're muted, Kurt.
Shit. Yeah, I certainly am. I was saying, yeah, that real estate deal wasn't the only thing he was closing.
Yeah. Oh.
So Bob's got to update that ticker.
I did.
Oh, it still
Oh.
says real estate broker.
Oh, and I should put.
Is that part of the commission? Put that right into the.
Wow, he's
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
fire this
Wow.
morning. He's on
Wow.
fire this
Yeah.
morning.
He gets 2.5% plus Nook, little Nookie.
Relationship became more, that
Yes.
it became intimate.
It did.
And when did that happen?
Shortly after she moved to Massachusetts, within a few weeks.
Massachusetts?
Sorry, excuse me, Washington, D.C.
Come
From
on.
Massachusetts.
Also, Chevy
Washington,
Chase is in
DC.
Maryland, for the record, not DC, you ass.
And what was your marital status at that time?
I was separated.
And do you have children, sir?
I do.
Tell me
Separated.
about the
Sure,
types
buddy.
of things that you and Ana did in the course of your relationship.
Not all of it.
We would
What kind of
go
things
out
did
to
you do in the
dinner,
course of your relationship? Well,
go to bars. She would accompany me to functions. I have a boat in Annapolis. She would come sailing with me. We did a couple
This guy's very-
of fitness dates together,
My
see
Fitness
movies,
dates.
those sorts of things.
You said movies?
Yes.
And you said fitness dates. What do you mean by fitness dates?
Hot yoga.
Ana was very active physically. Being in shape was very important to her. I hosted a outdoor yoga event.
of course.
And she had attended on multiple occasions.
When you say Ana was very active, what do you mean by that?
She was very
just told
focused
you.
on staying in shape, sort of recovering from her multiple pregnancies, getting her figure back. She was really, trying to dial everything in and be as active as possible.
Did she exercise?
She did.
Did you see her exercise?
Yes.
What kind of question is this?
What kind of exercise did she
Did
do?
we cover this?
She had
Pause
a
it real
home
quick,
gym.
babe.
Didn't he just say that?
I know,
All
but
Did
that
she
is-
exercise? Didn't I just talk about the yoga 5 seconds ago? What are we doing right now?
So that
We-
whole
we-
yoga party thing. I
we
was
talked
talking
before
about.
about how this woman can't get off of her script, but the reason she has these in her script and she is focusing on it is is this the type of woman that would suddenly die in her sleep?
Which has nothing to do with anything. As anyone knows, you can be in perfect specimen shape and have a heart attack. Life
forever.
sucks sometimes.
Yeah.
Right.
life
And
can
I'm
be
sure
brutal.
that the defense experts are going to get into all of this, but that's why I think that she's highly focused on this and not paying attention to,
It-
like, you've got to be able to adjust your questions. She wants to get some of these out, but like at least adjust
How
them and be like,
just to be like, other than yoga, did you
right,
do
what
any
you
other exercise? How about that?
exactly. That's what I was just going to say. You mentioned yoga was so
Right. You got
You know how to convert the question? Do you know how to do that? No,
Right.
apparently we don't.
I mean, look, dude, she's one of those lawyers that goes by her script, you know.
I
and
wonder
and
what
isn't-
she sounds
isn't
like when
deviating
she's
from it.
not in a courtroom. I can't imagine that that's her cadence. Like she's
I want to object asked and answer to that question just to be an ass. Did
Yeah.
she exercise? We already covered that.
All right,
Rephrase
send
the
it in.
question. Try
Send
harder.
An email. Send an email to the judge. And you're gonna object. You're objecting on behalf of the peoples.
Yeah.
That she worked out in. I believe there was a treadmill and some weights and a small weight bench there, and then the yoga classes we discussed. I also think she may have taken a couple of Pilates or other yoga classes on her own.
So how often would you see Ana Walshe in the course of your relationship?
Typically 2 to 3 times a week.
And would you see each other on the weekends?
Yes, when she was in Washington.
And how often would you and Ana communicate once your relationship became intimate?
Pretty much daily.
And how would you and Ana communicate with each other?
Phone
Sext.
calls, text messages, and a private messenger through Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
Did she use a cell phone?
Yes.
No, she didn't use a cell. She's the
And
only
how many
person.
cell phones did you contact her on?
1.
Did you know her to use more than one cell phone?
I did not.
How about you? How many cell phones did you use?
Just 1.
sure, buddy.
And the cell
might have
phone
heard her numbers, Bill Dan.
number that you used to communicate with Ana, do you remember that number?
Not off the top of my head, but I know it was a 617 number.
If I said the number to you, would you recognize the number?
Yes.
Do you recognize 617-599-7966?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Did Ana use social media?
She did.
How do you know that she used social media?
How do you think?
She was a frequent Instagram poster.
He mentioned
And when
the
you
Instagram
say
messaging earlier.
frequent, what was her
Did she
practice
use
or
it-
custom
did
with
she use
social media?
Like the Instagram I
Typically,
mentioned
I'd say
5
at least
seconds
once or
ago.
twice a week.
Any other platforms that she used?
I think she had a Facebook account.
And did you comment on her posts?
I did.
And did you comment on her post using your name,
Yes, I did.
your full name?
Whatever. Yes,
Thank
that my
you,
account's under.
Melissa Delbarker.
So the townhouse that you sold, Ana, is that where she lived?
It is.
And did you go inside of that townhouse after she moved into it?
I had.
Oh, yep.
And did you ever stay overnight at that townhouse?
I did not.
Did she ever stay at your home in DC overnight?
She did.
So talking about her townhouse, you said it was 4 floors?
Yes.
And that starting like at the garage level?
The garage was at street level, and then there was an elevated parlor, and then 2 bedroom levels above that.
And that parlor level is where the kitchen would have been?
Correct.
And what had she done about, was the home furnished?
Yes.
And how was
He
the,
had furnished it.
okay, and how was the home furnished?
She had settled in very quickly. It was important to her to nest as quickly as possible. So she had fully furnished it. She had built out the home gym, which I had mentioned earlier, furniture on the main level, the owner's bedroom, and 3 bedrooms upstairs that were for the children.
Wow.
And what had she done to furnish the bedrooms for the children?
She had acquired
4
beds,
Yeah.
accessory furniture. I think she had the rooms painted. She may have even gone as far as buying some individual items, clothes, toys, whatnot.
Did you ever meet Ana's 3 children?
I did not.
What did Ana tell you about where her children were?
Her children were living in Massachusetts.
What did Ana tell you about why her children were not with her?
She told me that her children were with their father, Brian Walshe, up in Massachusetts, and that they were there because his home confinement was predicated on him being the primary caregiver.
I'm taking over so that we can pause.
She had attempted to apply for a insurance policy, blanket cover to apply fairly early on.
Ana tell you that?
Fairly early on. She had attempted to apply for a insurance policy, blanket coverage policy for her house. And the company she had reached out to was unwilling to underwrite the policy. And they had disclosed to her that it was because of Brian's history.
What did Ana tell you about how she felt about her children not being with her in DC?
Initially.
So do we know if this, as far as like hearsay, any of this was addressed pre-trial? Because it seems to be going kind of just whatever she said to him. No objections coming, nothing.
I don't know.
Some of
I was
this
asking ChatGPT how much a 4-bedroom home goes for in Chevy Chase. It says 900,000 to 2.5 million. I was like, yeah, Chevy Chase is a nice area of DC.
Babe, I took over just so we could pause for Kurt because the chat was saying, Kurt, pause.
I wasn't interrupting anything important.
No, I agree. There are ways to squeeze in comments while there's, but and yours is still going. So when we ever want to switch, we'll still be on track. So
she felt that it was something necessary for her to get through, but as time came on, it became a significant issue for her. It deeply upset her, and in time she was even despondent about it.
Jurors, I'm going to give you a mid-stream brief instruction. You're going to hear through this witness evidence of Ana Walshe's state of mind.
Oh boy, here it comes.
And it is
there you go.
Limited to the purpose of establishing her state of mind as may be relevant to the defendant's motives in this case. Evidence cannot be considered as proof of the criminal act that is charged in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm just going to comment. Right. The judge decided to do that on her own right there because the defense didn't object. So that the ruling could have been it goes to state of mind. I mean, you still want to make it on the record that you're not just letting that in for any old reason. So the judge is like, all right, since we're getting these hearsay statements that are state of mind, I'm going to give this warning now, even though I was going to save it for the text messages.
It didn't come out real clearly when she was reading it, but she said it could go to motive. It was kind of.
It can't go. It goes. But not to the criminal act itself, which is
can't go right.
Go to motive, but not to the criminal act. I'm like, okay, what exactly is that supposed to mean?
Right.
His reason for committing.
His reason for committing the crime that this is not evidence of.
That they can't go to. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So we're about to get into the nitty gritty. Let's go. Alrighty.
What do you mean despondent?
She was deeply upset about it. She was troubled. I think she was concerned about her role.
As to,
Right.
I think.
There you go. Thank you.
All right. Restate the question and I'll have the answer.
What do you mean despondent?
That's the same question.
Ana felt deeply disappointed that she wasn't in a position to be the mother the children deserved.
Okay.
Did she tell you she discussed the children not being with her, with Brian?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
It was a point of contention for them. Brian's attorney had.
May we approach sidebar?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, it seems to be getting into a little. How far is she letting this go now?
All right, I'm taking over because you're not pausing.
Sidebar, dude.
No, I'm talking about when I was asking a question. What is I missed the part because I was getting us water. What is the part that he was despondent about?
Like that her kids weren't there, just like how she felt about being in Washington and that she wanted the kids to come, that kind of stuff.
Okay. So nothing having to do with the art fraud bullshit.
No.
Okay.
Right, Kurt?
I mean, beyond
No.
him being stuck in that house.
Not that I
because he was
heard.
on house
Right.
arrest. Okay.
Not yet. Not yet.
She was despondent in her $1.5 million 4-bedroom home in Chevy Chase
Right. So don't
while
forget
having an affair.
blooping
Right.
time. You've
A
got all this.
sordid affair.
You've got all this blooping time that we built in for this.
I didn't
precise-
really switch it. It's still on you.
Oh, I thought you did switch it.
I was just threatening you because you weren't pausing. It was a veiled threat.
That is a big binder.
That is a
Smart
big
glasses.
binder with her direct examination scripts that she sticks to. I'm going to stick to the script.
What are those pants she's wearing?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure what look she's going for. She needs a
TJ
fashion
Maxx.
consult or something, man.
Did you keep your relationship with Ana secret?
I did not know.
Did you tell people about your relationship with Ana?
Yes,
All right, so clearly the defense won that argument and she has shifted to an entirely new subject.
Did you socialize together with any of Ana's friends?
we did not.
Did you socialize with any of your friends?
We did.
Did Ana ever discuss with you telling Brian Walshe about her relationship with you?
Yes.
Mm.
Ana felt it was really important that when Brian was to find out about the relationship, that she would hear it from her. She had expressed great concern, and I think she felt it would be a strike against her integrity if he found out a different way.
Integrity.
Right.
Not doing great on that already, my friend.
Right.
So, at some point, did your relationship become more serious?
It did.
When would you say that your relationship became more serious?
In the early to mid-summer, around July.
Oh, he went with her.
And how would you describe it?
Ana had traveled to Massachusetts for Brian's sentencing, and the expectation was that she was going to be able to bring the children and him back to Washington, D.C. following a favorable sentencing for his art fraud issues. And that sentencing was delayed because of investigations of
Objection, Your Honor.
As sustained.
At that point, were you seeing other people?
Prior to that, yes,
And at that point, did you stop seeing other people?
I did.
And did you begin spending holidays together?
Yes,
And did you spend Thanksgiving together of 2022?
we did.
I mean, that's got the jury thinking, wow, she decided to have Thanksgiving and Christmas with this guy instead of her children. All right, let's go.
This fucking guy.
And what plans did you and Ana have for Thanksgiving of 2022?
We had planned a trip to Dublin, Ireland together.
There you go.
Wow.
And
That's
when
nice.
did you get to Dublin?
I believe we left on the 23rd or 24th of November.
Did you fly together to Dublin?
We did,
And how long were you in Dublin?
until the 27th.
And then where did Ana go after Dublin?
She flew to Serbia to see her mother via Paris.
I mean, pause it a second.
I'm sorry, via Paris, you
Yes.
said?
What's more disturbing to me than the affair, believe it or not, is the fact that she's just dipped on her children completely.
Right. Yeah.
Just like up and dipped. And you know, as far as him saying that she told him or that she was going to tell him because she was worried about her integrity if he found out another way. How do we know that she wasn't just saying that to this dude?
Right.
You know, just to placate him.
Right.
Like, hey, have you told him yet? Have you told him yet? Have you told him yet?
Well,
Yeah,
hopefully that'll come out on cross, right? Well, you don't know that she wasn't just saying that to you. I mean, and I don't know.
This is this cross is going to be fire.
Yeah.
Tipton's going to get in that ass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be good. I'm assuming that's what the spicy part was. The people.
And
right.
Where did you go after Dublin?
I returned to Washington.
And did you and Ana have plans for Christmas Eve?
Yes.
And what did you do for Christmas Eve?
We drove out to Annapolis to have dinner with friends of mine.
And where did you have dinner?
The Annapolis Yacht Club.
And where did you and Ana go after dinner in Annapolis?
We went back to my home in Washington.
And did you spend the night there together?
We did.
And what did you do on Christmas morning?
It had snowed the night before, so Anna's flight had been delayed or canceled. She left because I was taking custody of my children either later that day or the next day in anticipation of taking a winter vacation with them.
And do you know where Ana went on Christmas Day?
She eventually ended up driving back to Massachusetts.
And I'm sorry?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, sorry. So she went to Massachusetts to Cohasset?
Yes, I believe so.
And did you and Ana discuss how Brian Walshe reacted to Ana not being in Cohasset on Christmas Eve and getting there later on Christmas Day?
She told me that they had an argument about it and there were some points of contention.
Did you and Ana discuss any stressors about that, or any stressors in her marriage to Brian?
The biggest stressor was his inability to resolve his criminal case, and the fact that because of that, she couldn't be with her children and bring them back to Washington, D.C., and the fact that it felt like it was holding up her life.
Wow, that's what was holding up her life.
Was there any discussion about credit cards?
Yes.
And what was that?
Ana was the primary breadwinner with her job in Washington. And one evening, she was looking through her credit card statement and had found numerous charges that Brian had made. And they had a conversation about it that was heated. It was about some sports memorabilia that he had purchased for some sort of sports memorabilia business.
When was the last time, I'm sorry, were you and Ana making plans to go on any other trips in 2023?
Yes. I was in Idaho with my children for New Year's, was flying back to Washington, D.C., and we had planned to celebrate New Year's together on the 4th.
And were you going to go to any other locations together, any vacation locations?
While we were communicating over New Year's, we had talked about doing a trip to New York City. Tishman Speyer, the company that Ana works for, has an ownership interest in Rockefeller Center. So she had mentioned wanting to go to New York, and we had discussed it. I think we may have even planned it at one point. But I was concerned coming back from Idaho that I would need to be back on the job, and I didn't want to commit to travel before coming back to the office.
All right. So right there, we hear that these two had plans on January 4th, which would mean that she did, in fact, make up some bullshit story about a work emergency that she had to leave for. All right. So who is Mandy back there? What was that noise?
That was Mrs. Doubtfire, who I've decided that this prosecutor sounds like.
She's got all the voices. All right.
That
so
was
that's
me. I brought it on.
There is something about this prosecutor's voice. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it is a little.
A lot
grating.
of people say the MILF from American Pie.
Yeah,
and
Jennifer Coolidge.
and Peggy Bundy, which I'm not hearing.
Katie Siegel's out there.
Peggy Bundy is the right sentiment, not the right voice.
Yeah, she's got it. She's got a little bit of Robin Williams as Miss Doubtfire, I'm telling you. And she also has the Office Space, the annoying woman who's answering calls that's sitting next to him that he can constantly
Yes.
hear.
Yes. I'm buying that. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So there you go, guys. We've got check 1 for his story of truth.
Yes.
So you said you went to Idaho. When was that?
I left early morning, December 27th.
And did you communicate with Ana while you were in Idaho?
I did.
And how did you communicate?
Through text message and through Instagram.
And how did you communicate through Instagram?
Through the private messenger feature.
And what is the private messenger feature?
Within the application of Instagram, you can send a private message to users.
And did you voluntarily provide text messages from between you and Ana to the Commonwealth?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may we be seen at sidebar?
You may.
All right. So now they're going to, I don't know if they ready to
They're
show
going to
her.
debate the text messages now for a while
Right,
about
maybe
hearsay,
they-
I'm sure.
Right. They might have that redacted version available.
So the significance of that entire argument that was going on in terms of iMessages, okay, or Messenger, that's what this is relating to, but it's neither. If he was sliding into her DMs on Instagram, that's not iMessages or Facebook Messenger. It's Instagram, even though theoretically, I think whatever the hell they call Facebook, whatever that company is now, Meta owns Instagram, I believe.
Yes, they've owned
Right,
it for a
but
long
you're
time.
right that there's no evidence, and the judge's ruling didn't say that there was any evidence that he had access to her
Insta.
socials, right? To see her direct messages.
Right.
All right, let's see where they go.
You can use the facilities, grab some water.
Oh, they're going to hear it. Okay.
Take a look at the proposed redactions, and when you're ready for me to come back out on the bench to address those, I'm happy to.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so they're going to look it over. They're going to talk about it.
Oh, they're taking them out. God, isn't it amazing that we have all this blooping time?
Yep.
Yes, indeed.
This is a witness for the state, and it's just the first witness I've heard, and it's not making me feel wonderful things about the victim. I'm just having to say.
Right.
Yeah, I mean that's true. I mean, obviously, even assuming that all these things are true, it still doesn't warrant murder. You know, I mean, it's like
What? Right, of course. But when they're, this is.
I mean,
they've
Kurt's
made
right,
it-
though. It's going to make the jury feel a certain kind of way about her.
Right.
You know what I mean? Whether or not that's, that's going to be enough for the defense to sell this. Do you know what the story they're trying to sell? The defense, Kurt? Have you?
No. What's
my
the
Lord.
story?
So,
All right. Go
oh, you
ahead,
want-
babe. Nope,
okay.
tell 'em.
So, what we have heard before openings was just that, like, it made it seem like he made up this, she said she had a work emergency and she left and she's gone. So he claims that the night before, which is all true, they were hanging out with friends, they were doing whatever. They went up to bed at 1:30, and then he left the bedroom and like cleaned up a little and checked his email. And a couple hours later, gets back in bed. She's dead. And he like tries to wake her. He can't wake her. He pushes her so hard, she rolls off the bed. She's dead. He says, oh, well, they're going to blame me. I'm the husband. I'm going to have to dismember her and dispose of her body. And
And, all right, then also,
Yeah, we were doing okay right up into the dismembering part.
yeah. So also of significance is on the eve of trial when they're standing in there right before voir dire is about to begin in terms of selecting the jury. He then does a change of plea and he pleads guilty to the dismembering and also to lying to the cops. So, and it wasn't a plea agreement. The state obviously didn't offer it. He just changed his plea right on the eve of trial, leaving only the murder charge, the standalone murder charge. So that's where we're at. So they've obviously cooked up this theory. They're going to be putting on, the defense has said in opening that they're going to be putting on some experts to talk about this sudden unexpected death syndrome that occurs in people.
And it certainly can happen, but that's
Bob
like
thinks it's going to get tied back to her COVID
Yeah, I think he's gonna.
I think it could be lots of things.
I think he's gonna try the. I think he's gonna try the COVID vaccine killed her.
Because they found her COVID card in the
I think they're
trash.
hoping that there's one of those people on the jury that believes that the COVID vaccine's killing people.
Yeah.
And I think they're gonna like. That's my guess, because we have her COVID-19 card. It's like one of the primary pieces of evidence in one of the bags that he was dumping all around town, that they found her COVID-19 vaccine card. So that's what I think they're going to do.
I feel like I'm pointing out the obvious, but I'm going to say this anyway. It's like people sometimes die unexpectedly. You know, a person in perfect paradigm health collapses of a heart attack, pre-COVID even. I mean, it's been known to happen.
Yeah.
Right. Life is sometimes unfair. The really out of shape person lives until they're 100. The perfectly in shape person dies of a heart attack. You know, dies in the middle of a performance.
Yeah.
There was that person. You know, so that kind of thing can happen. The part that's confusing is, why would he think automatically they're going to blame this on me? It's like, if you came in and found your wife unexpectedly dead, it's like, why would you think they're going to blame you? It's like, what did you do? You didn't do anything.
They always blame the spouse, and there's.
I mean, the spouse being a suspect is perfectly rational, but the autopsy is going to reveal that she died of whatever, right? So like the dismembering part is not rational.
It's not rational at all.
And you'll see there's no searching. Like, he does all these Google searches I'm sure you've heard of about how to dismember a body, how to get rid of a dead body.
Yeah, see, this somewhat belies the son unexpected death explanation. Yeah, son unexpected death. Therefore, I start Googling house long to die in cold, and so forth and so on. Somewhat belies the explanation.
Right.
And what we're doing,
beyond that, there's two problems with their theory. One, first and foremost, is this guy had to know that they were going to discover all these Google searches that he was doing, and for him to have never have Googled what would cause my wife to die suddenly ever at any point after she's found dead is really, really, really going to hurt him. And then the other thing is, he had to also know that they were going to discover the Google messages, which also meant that he was fucked and that they were going to blame him for the murder. So
that's because he didn't use our sponsor, ExpressVPN.
No, he did use that for the email from Nigeria.
Oh, okay. All right.
He sent an email from Nigeria saying, we have your wife, we need $127,000.
Did he fake a text message? Did he fake a message from Nigeria? Did he really do that?
Yeah, I mean, wow, there's an email that's out. They haven't been able to prove it. Like, I don't know. Like, so I'm assuming it came from him.
So what they're doing right now is the judge has ruled that the text messages between the victim and her paramour here are admissible over the hearsay objection as her state of mind. And the defense says, I don't want any of them in, but if you're putting them in, I want all of them in. And the judges said, I don't think that all of them go to state of mind. So I don't know if right now we're going to hear a completeness doctrine argument.
Yeah, completeness would be my argument. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Or what? So we're gonna hear what they've decided. So
on the text messages,
we did not. We were hoping for a ruling from you.
All right. What page?
So, Your Honor, it's difficult because they numbered the pages, but they took out whole pages and sections, so they don't correspond.
So give her the original version.
Visually done it. That might be easier to approach, so I can show you side by side.
Doesn't someone have a copy of the original version for the judge to use? Oh, now it has to be a sidebar, so we're not even going to hear it. That sucks.
You got to print a binder for the judge and opposing counsel too. You got to bring 3 binders.
Right.
That way everyone can have the same thing. It's amateur hour.
Yeah. There's his mom. Oh, they're coming back.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Fassel, do you recognize that document?
Oh, wait. What?
Whoa. What
so there was
is going on?
I'm going backwards. It looks like there was no discussion of it after they came back from the sidebar.
Man, get a itchy trigger finger on the blooper. Whoa, look at that. Wow. Mandy coming in hot with the new graphic.
Where? I'm in the
I love due process. The white's a little hard to read on the green, but I love the red heart. That's good.
It's
the
Christmas
white
themed,
is a little old.
It's all Chris.
You could do an outline of the white in black letters. That would make it pop better or something.
Yeah.
I agree.
They have the witness
Yeah.
stance.
Okay.
But I love it, Bandy.
Yep.
Yeah. The bleeding
Yeah.
heart is a nice touch.
It's the Christmas theme.
Mm.
See up top with the little red and green stuff.
Thank you.
All right, so the court, please. Jurors entering.
You don't need to dismember your wife. Just remember the magic of a pig farm. The pig farm helps a lot.
Yes.
Oh, no issues.
I mean, did you check that pig
You may
farm?
proceed.
Thank you.
Look for a tooth.
Yeah, well, they have to know where the pig farm is to go look for the tooth. You just find one. You just
That's right.
chuck the body over the fence.
Yeah, pig farms, man. Way to go.
Yep.
You may.
Mr. Fassel, do you recognize that document?
Yes, these are the text messages that I provided law enforcement.
Jen Shaw in
And who are
chat
these
says,
text
can't
messages with?
imagine
Oh,
why I'm
They're
single.
between Ana Walshe and myself.
I'd ask that this be-
That's funny.
Subject to the prior objections. Any new objections?
No, Your Honor.
The text message packet, how many pages is it? Well, I'll have somebody count that.
43 pages.
43 pages. 43 pages of text messages between Ana Walshe and William Fastow are now in evidence as Exhibit 145.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fassel, this is a printout that you gave, correct?
Yes.
And if you could just tell us who's in the blue and who's in the gray?
Ana Walshe is in the gray. My messages are in the blue.
Thank you. And in the course of this, you and Ana text some pictures as well. Is that right?
That's correct.
Ooh.
And
Dick pics.
going to
Va-va-voom.
page
'Sir, is this your penis?
40.
Yes.
What is that a picture of?
That's a toothbrush that Ana had given me that she had left at my house, and I had packed it to bring with me to Idaho.
And what does that toothbrush say on it?
It says Cohasset Dental.
And sir,
I don't know why that's funny.
these text messages
I
also
need to see
discuss,
those. We need to see those palazzo pants more. I got to see what's going on.
intimacy. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
And your trip to Dublin?
Yes.
And you also received a photograph, which is in that, well, you received several other photographs, which are in those text messages from Ana, and one of them is on
Ugh, this prosecutor sucks. What flow?
Yeah, the flow.
Her 700-pound binder. Hold on, I have my binder.
I'm blooping.
one of them
There we go.
is with her son. Is that right?
One of the pictures?
Yes.
Yes.
And she sent you that, and it says Ana and her son. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she's showing you something that can meet her. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
May I approach her?
You may.
And is this that photo?
Yes.
And is that the necklace she's trying to show you?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Objection, Your Honor.
It will be marked, the photo will be marked and admitted as Exhibit 146.
No, she's struggling. She's struggling.
And Your Honor, this is blurred per the court's instructions.
Yes, so
I would just
can I
have
just see it quickly?
said subject to my continuing objection. Don't say no
right,
objections.
so,
So add one at some point.
Can I see counsel beside the bench?
She didn't want any pictures of the kids. She said that.
Who, the judge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no particular reason to have pictures of the kids. Why would that be
All right,
relevant?
thank you.
Right. And
I
it's
ask that now be published for the jury.
You may publish it.
prejudicial.
I think they blurred it out. They blurred it out.
Yeah. Makes sense to me. Good job. Good job, Judge.
Yeah, she's on it.
Thank you.
I mean, barely blurred out. I see his face.
Wait, all right, Paul. Like,
She
so
also sent you a photo.
did somebody bring up HIV at some point?
So he Google searched, how do you get HIV off a knife, I think it was, or something like that. Or does a dishwasher get off HIV? Something like that.
What?
Yeah, in his searches. But I thought he was just trying to use words other than like
Blood?
DNA,
Yeah.
or blood. Like he was just trying to yeah.
Crafty.
Right. And then when all else failed, he just was like, how do you dispose of a body after a murder?
Yeah, fuck the crafty shit. I'm just gonna
It's
ask.
not working. I'm not getting what I want.
You didn't ask ChatGPT? Oh.
Yeah.
On New Year's Eve as well.
She did.
I know.
You may.
I don't know how this picture of her son
I asked if you recognize this photograph.
is goes
Yes.
state of mind.
And what is this a photograph of?
This is a picture of Ana, our mutual friend Jen Mutlow, and one of her children.
I asked that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
The photo of Ana Walshe,
Continuing
Jen
objection,
Metlew, and
Your
the
Honor.
minor child are now in evidence as Exhibit 147.
Your Honor, this photograph is not redacted the child, so I'm not going to publish it at this time.
Okay.
When did you plan to return from Idaho?
I was scheduled and I left on January 3rd.
And when did you return from Idaho?
I believe I came back very early the morning of January 4th. I think it was probably right around like midnight or 1 or 2 a.m.
And did you have plans to celebrate New Year's with Ana?
I did.
And when did you make those plans?
When I was in Idaho and she was in Cohasset.
And what were your plans for? When were your plans for?
Our plans were to have dinner on January 4th.
Work emergency.
To celebrate New Year's and discuss our 1, 3, 5, and 10-year plans.
And what had you and Ana discussed about your future together?
We'd had a number of conversations about what a life together might look like, what merging two families would look like, how that might work. But I had always said to Ana that she needed to figure out how she wanted things to be with Brian and what she wanted to look like for her life before, we could make any sort of commitments or decisions.
And did you have dinner reservations for January 4th?
I did.
Did you have dinner on January 4th?
I did not.
What was the last contact that you had with Ana Walshe?
I received a text message from Ana. It was a Happy New Year's message right around the stroke of midnight on New Year's Eve, East Coast time.
Did you respond to her?
I believe I did.
And then did you send her anything?
The following day, I had sent her a photo of me showing one of my children how to ski. I had sent her, I think, a waving hand emoji. I think I'd sent a question mark query and then a couple of other texts over the next day or two that were not responded to.
Well, we know she was alive, buddy.
Did you try calling her?
I did.
When was that?
I believe I tried calling her on January 2nd, and it went straight to voicemail. I tried that a couple times, and then I called her from a landline, thinking that she may have blocked my cell phone.
Oh, I wonder why.
Did she ever answer you?
She did not.
Ghosted.
Were you?
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty strange thing to think. If all things are fine and we're getting ready to discuss our 1, 3, and 5, and 10-year plan, like he's concerned she blocked him.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because she said, you know what? I'm going to keep trying things with my husband. He's buying me a Porsche and a diamond ring.
This guy's now a suspect.
Yep.
And now, yeah, suspect.
Concerned.
I was.
Did you have any contact with Brian Walshe after you sold the townhouse to Ana?
I may have had a call or two with him discussing the townhouse. I don't really recall. It would have been dealing with property matters. And then he called me on January 4th.
And did you answer that call?
I did not.
What did you do?
I pushed the call to my voicemail.
Why'd you do that?
I was in an intimate relationship with his wife. I had not heard from her in several days. And frankly, I was concerned that maybe he had found out and was calling to confront me.
Did he leave you a voicemail?
No.
Wow, what a weasel.
Did you call him back?
I did not, but he called me a few hours later again.
When was that?
A few hours after the initial call, so maybe mid-morning, noonish. I couldn't tell exactly.
And did you answer that second call?
No, I pushed that to voicemail as well.
Did Brian Walshe leave you a voicemail?
The second time he did.
And did you provide that voicemail to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yes.
We get to hear the voicemail. I'm hyped.
Me too. I'm ready.
The voicemail message from Brian Walshe to William Casto is now in evidence as Exhibit 148.
To play that now.
Good afternoon, William. It's Brian Walshe. I hope all is going well. I was just reaching out to basically everybody I could. Ana hasn't been in touch for a few days. I spoke to work today. She hasn't been in. They went to the house and she wasn't there. It was like she's been there recently. So just wondering if you've spoken to her in the near, recently, like Sunday or the last 2 days. Just so let me know, or if you know anyone that might have that contact with her, just calling everyone. So sorry to bother you. Sure, everything's fine. And you reach me 617-929-8646. Thanks.
So I'm fucking confused as hell now. I thought he said she passed on the 4th, on the 3rd.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh my God, giant fucking spider. How does this keep happening?
Oh my God, we lost everything. What happened?
It's so big.
We got the big teal nothing. Or big gray nothing.
What? You did something, woman.
Ah! Damn it, I threw it. I didn't do shit.
You obviously did. You hit some buttons and some kind of panic. Oh my God.
Hold on.
Taupe was the word I was looking for. The taupe nothing.
Well, what? So
you put some kind of weird background on.
I did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see. Oh yeah,
Mandy,
look at that.
Mandy, you back here? Oh my
There we
God.
go.
Oh.
But no, the overlay looks like that now. That's what the overlay looks like. Let me try. I'll just keep this one on until
Mandy, fix it.
How'd
Yeah.
you?
It
Did you
looks like
forget to make
Mandy
the-
was
did you forget-
tweaking it.
Did you forget to make the background transparent?
Yeah, look, she was tweaking it. See how
You forgot to make the background transparent is what you did.
Oh, she changed it to.
She changed it so that it was highlighted, but she forgot to make the background transparent, so it would only have the partial
Right.
overlay.
Okay. And now there's a spider that got away from me.
You want me to come kill it?
What day does he say that he went to bed and woke? Wasn't that all like the 3rd?
No, this all took place on New Year's Eve into the morning of New Year's Eve or New Year's Day.
Oh, so
Yeah,
that's
what?
why. That's why I was like, oh well, she was still alive, buddy. So I don't know why she's not answering your calls.
But it's interesting the interplay between him making this call to Faust, what's his name, Fasto, and the fact that he clearly isn't showing any signs in that voicemail of having any knowledge of the affair.
But why would he call the real estate broker?
Well, he was calling everybody on the phone. That's what he said. He was calling
Right.
all her friends and everybody she knew.
Yeah, but okay.
I mean, just in terms of them showing that he knew of the affair, that voicemail is not damaging to him.
But the fact that he called shows he knew that she was spending time with him. I think if he was
I don't think that it does. He says, "I'm calling everybody."
in the phone. All right, I'm gonna go back and hear what she says. What he said. Okay, we're gonna listen to it again.
Good afternoon, William. It's Brian Walshe. I hope all is going well. I was just reaching out to basically everybody I could. Ana hasn't been in touch for a few days.
I was just reaching out to everyone I could. What makes him think that this guy who was just the real estate broker would know where the hell she is still in communication with her.
I mean, he's included in everybody he could.
I'm just saying, like, I don't know.
I mean, the defense can probably show how many calls he made to how many different people. So if
Right,
it turns out that Fasto's the only guy he called, the defense has a problem.
Well, I don't know that there's been maybe there's something that I don't know about. Why would he think she was even still in communication with the real estate broker? Period.
I think that he was like, in his mind, he was just putting these. I mean, obviously, we know
that he knew.
And the jury knows that he's dismembered his wife at this point when he's
Right.
making these fucking calls. So,
Right.
you know, I mean, it's all a ruse.
But if he didn't know about the affairs, what I'm saying, why reach out to some random real estate broker who sold her a property forever ago? Unless he knew they had a continuing friendship. I don't know.
I think he knew that they had a continuing.
It could be he's trying to bait him.
Yeah, could be trying to bait him.
It could, if you want to assume like the most sinister version of this, he knows about the affair and he's looking to frame someone or pin it on someone else. So obviously the paramour would be a very good person to pin it on. And so he makes this message that is innocent sounding to try to bait him into eventually saying something or confirming something or confirming the affair or something. It's maybe it's just a very clever attempt to try to extract information.
Right. All right. Let's go.
So just wondering if you spoke to her recently, like Sunday or the last 2 days. Just so let me know, or if you know anyone that might have that contact with her, calling everyone. So I'm sorry to bother you. Sure, everything's fine. And you can reach me at 617-929-8646.
What did you do after receiving that voicemail, sir?
I immediately called Brian back.
And what happened when you called Brian back?
I told him that I was concerned. We had discussed that Ana had been missing since New Year's Day. And I was actually driving at the time that I made the call. I told him that I was nearby the house and that I could stop by the house and check to see if she was there, if that would be beneficial.
All right, babe. So clear this up for me because now I'm confused. Or maybe you and the chat. So was the work emergency supposed to be having her leave on the 4th? Or was it supposed to be having her leave on the 1st?
Like the next morning.
And when was she... Because she was originally supposed to leave later. Was that always the 4th? Because I was like, oh, see, there was a work emergency.
No. She was supposed to be going to DC the following morning, New Year's Day. That was the work emergency. So, and this guy's in DC area.
He's in Idaho with his kids, actually, until the 3rd. He gets back the 4th.
Right. Well, by the time this call takes place, he's back in DC because he's talking about.
Right. I get that. So, but do we know when she was originally supposed to leave? All right. So the reservation was the 4th. So that's when she was supposed to leave. So he did make up the work emergency. And I take back the fact that he didn't, because I said, so she did tell me at a work emergency. But if she was scheduled to leave the 4th, then that was when he was going to be back. And there would have been no reason for her to work emergency there early when her boyfriend's not even there yet. So
the work emergency, at least in terms of Brian saying it, was on the 1st.
Okay. So
what did we just say where she was talking about a work emergency?
So earlier when he said that we decided she was going to come on the 4th, I thought that was a change for her, that was sooner than her reservation. And that, so she really did she made up the work emergency. But now I'm realizing, no, she would have had no reason to make up a work emergency to leave on the 1st because the boyfriend wasn't there yet. And the chat's confirming her actual reservation was already for the 4th. So yeah, Brian made up the work emergency. Okay. Got it. Thank you, everybody. I revoke everything I said earlier.
Revoked.
And what did you did you do that?
I did.
And how did you get into the house?
Brian provided me the garage code. I opened the garage and entered the garage bay underneath the house.
And was there a car in the garage?
There was not.
Was there usually a car in the garage?
Ana usually parked in the garage, yes.
And did Ana have a car?
Yes.
Do you know what kind?
I believe it was a Volkswagen Taos,
Did she have one car, two cars, if you know?
just one car that I know of.
Do you know, did you look inside the house?
I checked the door leading from the garage to the house. That door was locked, so I couldn't enter the house.
Did you notice any damage to the house?
I did not.
And what did you do after going to the house?
I called Brian, let him know that there was no sign that she was there, that her car wasn't there. It didn't look like anyone had been home. And then I actually came back later that evening and checked the garage again in the hopes that she might have shown up.
And did you see anything at that time?
No, it was the same.
Your Honor, I approach.
You may.
Do you recognize that necklace?
Yes,
What is that?
it is it's a Gucci pendant necklace that Ana wore frequently.
Thank you. I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Do you also recognize?
Marked and admitted as Exhibit 149.
Sorry, Your Honor. Do you recognize anything else in the photograph?
She's
Venus?
wearing a Cartier watch, which was her primary timepiece. And I believe it's hard to tell with the resolution of the photo, but it looks like she is wearing her engagement ring.
Thank you very much.
Cartier, nice. Classic choice for a female watch. Probably the most popular female watch brand.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be published to the jury. Again, this has been blurred.
How about that Gucci necklace?
You may, and you can publish
which
it
Cartier she
electronically, and
went
you can
with.
do it the old-fashioned way also.
I'd ask to do it the more modern way.
All right. Right ahead,
Thank you.
as you wish.
Thank you. You had said that you had communicated with her after New Year's Eve. Did you only text her, or did you also communicate through Instagram or other platforms?
I tried to call her through using the cell phone, the landline in Idaho. I sent her text messages, and I probably messaged her through Instagram, but I don't recall.
No, I'm sorry. I'm specifically referring to when you texted her like Happy New Year at New Year's at midnight. Was that on text message, through Instagram, or something else, if you remember?
It would have been text message or Instagram.
Okay, thank you. And
Well, we need to figure out which.
have you seen Ana Walshe since December 25th of 2022?
I have not.
Thank you, Mr. Fastow.
All right, so
Cross
before we
exam-
get into the cross, I'm confused. So they're just putting all the text messages in so the jury can read through them later? I mean, why aren't they introducing them? Like why aren't they publishing the actual text messages?
It's a good question. I don't know.
The most logical reason is that they plan on getting some other witness to actually read them, but they need him to do the authentication. So
Yeah,
he's
it's-
basically just there for authentication purposes.
Yeah, I wonder why, though. Why they would put them on with someone else who, all right.
Maybe they just don't want him on the stand because he's a disastrous person.
Right.
He's an adulterous scumbag. So maybe they just don't want him on the stand.
Right.
Get him off.
Get them off.
You had mentioned that you met Ana Walshe, I guess, in the late winter, early spring of 2022,
Yes,
and you were introduced to her through a mutual friend, Jem Mutlu.
correct.
And Mr. Mutlu is also in the real estate business.
He is.
And at first you were introduced because Mrs. Walsh was looking for a property in the DC area to relocate her family.
Correct.
And you assisted her in, excuse me, finding the townhouse?
I did.
Okay. And when you were looking or showing her that townhouse, at some point you FaceTime with Mr. Walsh, who was back in Boston, so he could see the property as well?
Yes.
And this was a property for the whole family?
Yes.
Okay. I think you said that quickly you guys became confidants?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say confidants, do you mean really good friends? Would you share secrets? Would you commiserate about being, hardworking? What do you mean by confidant?
We were both at very vulnerable times in our lives. I was dealing with a separation and what was soon to be a full-fledged divorce.
Okay.
And initially, unbeknownst to me, but became quite obvious, is that she was dealing with a pretty substantial family legal trouble.
Okay. Let me start with, you had mentioned your separation. When you met Ana Walsh in that late winter, early spring, you were recently separated.
My wife and I had been estranged since late November to early December I guess it would have been 2021.
Okay, so just a few months.
Yeah.
Okay, and you had 2 young sons?
Yes.
Okay, and I think you had mentioned that Mrs. Walsh, Ana Walsh, had described an argument that she had with Brian Walshe about some charges on a credit card?
Yes.
So they had an argument about finances or money?
Yes.
Okay. During your marriage, did you ever have an argument or disagreement with your wife about finances or money?
Yes.
You had also mentioned that there was an argument, I guess, on or around Christmas Day between Ana Walsh and Brian Walsh, right?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct? Excuse me. Am I correct that this argument was because she was delayed in coming home?
Yes.
On Christmas Day?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's Christmas Day. They have 3 sons and her flight gets canceled and she's late coming out, right?
Yes.
And so from what you talked to her about, that was upsetting to Mr. Walsh.
Yes.
The property that she purchased for the family, that was about $1.3 million?
Yes.
And was it paid for in cash? Was there a mortgage?
I believe there was a mortgage.
Okay. And it was a 4-floor townhouse?
Yes.
How many bedrooms?
4.
4. So 1 for each boy
4
and then a
floors?
master
Wow.
bedroom for Mr. Walsh and Ana Walsh?
Correct.
Okay. When you initially became friends with Ana Walsh, I think you said you would communicate with her through text message and Instagram?
Yes.
And Instagram, you said it's private. I think the kids say DM, you would DM each other?
Sure.
Okay. So when you were communicating on Facebook, you weren't posting romantic, intimate messages on her public Facebook page?
I was not.
Okay. And I think you had told us that you would comment on her page, but would you comment like, love you, can't wait to see you soon? Or would it be something like, oh, fun night or great pic?
It was more the latter.
Okay. So they weren't flirtatious, open messages?
No.
Okay. And you had mentioned on her Instagram that I think, or maybe you didn't, she would post a lot.
Yes.
Okay. You were never in any of those photographs?
I believe that she referenced me in one of those photographs. She had attended a yoga event that I had hosted,
Okay.
and she had posted a picture of herself at that event, and I believe that she had tagged me in that photo.
Well, you were the host, right?
Yes.
You set it up.
Yes.
So she went, it was like, hashtag thanks Will for yoga type thing.
Yes.
Okay. And your Instagram page, you weren't posting pictures of the 2 of you on that page?
I was not.
Okay. The timeline of your relationship with Ana, how quickly did it go from friends to more than friends?
Fairly quickly.
Bless you. So were you intimate with her after a week, after a month? When did you start becoming intimate?
To be honest, I don't remember the exact moment, but I know it was very shortly after her move to Washington, D.C.
Okay. You had mentioned, I think, that things had gotten more serious in July, so it had been going on for a few months at that point?
That's correct.
Okay. So from the spring of 2022 through New Year's Eve of 2022, during your conversations or time with Ana Walsh, she never told you that Brian was suspicious of you?
I had asked Ana what Brian's reaction would be if she
My
ever found
question
out.
is not what you asked her. My question is, at no point did she ever come to you concerned and say, I think my husband knows I have an affair or he's suspicious of you?
We had one episode where Brian called me while we were out to dinner, and I showed the phone to Ana because it was unusual for Brian to call me. Ana then later called Brian, and Brian had claimed that one of their children had taken his phone and called me by accident. That would be the closest thing that had happened where we felt concerned that maybe Brian had found out.
So I guess I'm not asking if you felt concerned. I mean, you're having an illicit affair. You're always kind of concerned someone's going to find out, right?
I mean, I suppose.
My question to you is, did Ana ever text you or call you and say, look, I think Brian is suspicious that I'm having an affair?
Ana never texted or called me and said that she felt that Brian knew that we were having an affair.
There you go.
You had mentioned that you had introduced or socialized with your friends and Ana Walshe.
Yes.
The friends that you had that you would socialize with Ana Walshe, they weren't connected to Brian in any way.
No. Except for Jem Mutlow.
Okay, and did Jem Mutlow ever come to DC?
He did not, but we had correspondence.
Okay, and as far as you know, well, let me ask you this. You didn't tell Jem Mutlow about your relationship with Ana.
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Okay. Ana never told Jem Mutlow about your relationship.
I don't know.
I'm sorry, is that a question?
It sure is.
I don't know what Ana told Jem Mutlow or what she did.
There you go.
So Jem Mutlow was the reason you guys met, right?
Correct.
You guys, or you were good friends?
I would say that we were professional associates.
Okay.
So that's a no.
Actually, let me couch that. I would say we were friends.
Okay.
Okay.
He's like, oh shit, he's watching. I better.
Yeah, this guy. Yeah, we're buddies ish.
I thought the judge moved
Did you
all
and
the.
Ana ever socialize with Jem Mutlow together?
Not to my knowledge, no. Not that
Not to your knowledge. So I can hear that typing. I thought the judge moved all the typers back.
So did you ever go to dinner with Jem and hold hands with Ana, flirt with her in front of Jem? No. So would it be fair to say that you were
typing.
keeping this from a mutual friend?
Oh, sorry.
I don't know if I was keeping it from him. Jem Mutlow and I had numerous conversations during the time that I knew Ana. We've had conversations following Ana's disappearance. And frankly, it's a little difficult for me to tell you what Jem knew or when or what I told him. I mean, this is something that's played out over 3 years. So
Your answer is you don't know if you ever told Jem Mutlow about your romantic relationship with Ana Walshe.
I don't know if I told her before she disappeared.
Okay. So you talked to him after?
Yes.
And you told him after that you were in a romantic relationship?
He certainly knew after that we were in a romantic relationship.
Because you told him?
Yes, I believe so.
But you don't know if you told him when you and Ana were dating?
I cannot recall if I told him before or after.
Okay. You had mentioned on direct that you and Ana had conversations about your future.
Yes.
And going into the Christmas holidays, I know you were going to Idaho. Ana Walshe was planning to head back. At that point, there was never any specific plan for Ana to tell Brian about her relationship with you.
Not that I'm aware.
Well, you've been asked questions and testified about this before, right?
That's correct.
And when you testified, am I correct that either Mr. Connor or Ms. Yaz were asking you questions about the nature of your relationship with Mrs. Walshe?
Is this reference to the grand jury testimony?
Yeah. In fact, let me probably ask you this. Have you had a chance before you flew up today to review your grand jury testimony?
I reviewed my grand jury testimony with the state via a call. That was, I think, over a month or two ago.
Okay. So you were specifically asked in March of 2022 if there was any specific plan to tell Brian about your relationship with Ana, and you told the grand jury that day that there was not.
That is correct.
So there was no plan as Ana went home for Christmas to be with her family that she was going to come clean and tell Brian about you.
As I said, there was no plan that I was aware of.
She never told you, hey, Will, I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna talk to Brian. I'm gonna blow up my marriage and come be with you. She never told you that.
That is correct.
She didn't tell you, I really want to tell him I just want to be with you before she went home for Christmas.
Objection.
Sustained.
That is
Why?
correct.
It was sustained.
You guys never communicated on Facebook Messenger, right?
We may have, I don't recall.
Well, did you have a Facebook page?
Yes.
And did Ana have a Facebook page?
Yes.
And did you turn over any Facebook messages between yourself and Mrs. Walshe to the police?
I don't believe so.
I think you had told us that Ana would never want, or maybe I'm paraphrasing, but Ana would never want her husband, Brian, to find out about the two of you inadvertently, right?
Correct.
That I think you mentioned integrity was the word that she used, that if anyone was going to tell him, she wanted to be the person to do that.
Correct.
And at least in December, heading into Christmas, there was no plan to tell him.
Not that I was aware of.
You had mentioned that you guys would go to dinners together.
Yes.
Did you ever go to dinner with a woman by the name of Alyssa Kirby?
Not that I recall.
And Alyssa Kirby is a good friend of Ana's that also lived in DC?
Yes.
And she would socialize with Alyssa Kirby?
Yes.
You also mentioned that you go to bars together.
Yes.
Would Alyssa Kirby ever join you and have a few drinks, the three of you?
Not that I recall.
I think you mentioned that you brought her to some work functions?
Yes.
Okay. And at those work functions, as far as you knew, there was no one who knew Brian Walshe at those work functions.
That's correct.
And again, not to belabor this, but I think you went on boating trips, you went to the movies. This was with either just Ana or with your friends.
Yes. The only exception to that was I did go to a work event that Ana's company held. It was a Tishman Speyer Architects Forum.
Okay, and this was in DC.
Yes.
And Tishman Speyer is one of the things they do. Is there a real estate management company? I'm probably fumbling that.
I think that they're a real estate management and development and investment company.
Okay, and you're a realtor?
Yes.
Okay, so when you were there, were you kind of talking shop with other people there or colleagues there?
I was there in a professional capacity.
In a professional capacity, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and again, as far as you knew, there was no one at this professional or this function you went to for professional reasons that Mr. Walsh would know?
Not that I'm familiar with, no.
And I'm assuming because you mentioned you were there in a professional capacity, you guys aren't holding hands and kissing and flirting with each other in front of other people.
We are not, but I was her guest.
Excuse me?
I was her guest. I was invited by Ana Walshe.
No, I understand, but at this function that you described, you were there professionally as a real estate agent. You guys aren't playing kissy face and holding hands in front of people.
No.
You had mentioned that Mrs. Walsh had talked to you about Brian's federal case, right?
Yes.
And in the summer of 2022, the expectation and hope was that Mr. Walsh would not have to go to jail.
That was my understanding.
And the plan was for the entire family to relocate down to DC
Yes.
and live in that townhouse.
Yes.
And I think you had said that Mrs. Walsh was the breadwinner.
Yes.
And so her job was, she had kind of the big job, so then that's where the family would go.
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about her job and her hours. I think you had said you'd see her 2 to 3 times a week. Roughly, what were her hours Monday through Friday?
I don't honestly know. I assume they were 9 to 5, unless she had to work late for either an event they were hosting or management responsibilities with one of the properties that she was in charge of.
Okay, so it wouldn't be uncommon that she might have to work late or go to a function?
Yes.
Okay. And were there ever any times where she'd have to go in early for a meeting or something came up?
Probably.
Okay. And you mentioned, I guess, professional functions. How often would that happen?
I couldn't say.
Okay.
I'm not just objective.
Well, I'll talk to you
late.
about that in a minute, but we're going to go to our morning break.
All right, please. Push it open slowly.
Suggestion.
I think she's asking things that he said he doesn't know.
So she wants you to lay the foundation.
I didn't hear what she said.
She
Sorry.
said, he said he didn't know. Everybody can be seated. We don't all have to
Didn't
all be
know.
standing. He didn't.
Know what you, how it works.
Oh, that's
So
fine.
she's just asking you.
We
to
can
lay the
sit.
foundation
No
that he
one
has the basis
sits.
to know.
Right.
Anybody need anything?
No, thank you.
All right.
All right.
So what do you think? So far, she's, painting the picture that this is not open and notorious like the prosecution tried to make it seem. They're only open in front of people that have no relation to Brian, just establishing that there was nothing that would have made Brian know that there was this affair going on.
Yeah, I mean, they were obviously keeping it relatively covert, as you would imagine.
Right. Right.
I mean, the point being here with this witness, they have not been able to establish that Brian had knowledge of the affair thus far, to me.
All right.
Sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, or good morning again. Before the break, we were talking about
Oh, he's
whether or
almost
not there
done.
was any definitive plan for Ana to tell Brian about your relationship. I want to talk to you a little bit more about conversations that you did have with her in which she told you that if Brian was going to find out, she wanted it to be from her, right?
Yes.
And that it would really upset her if he found out any other way.
Yes.
To the point where it would devastate her if Brian ever found out that she was having an affair.
Yes.
And you had mentioned, I think on direct, that you had conversations about a future together,
Yes.
but you never had extensive, concrete conversations about being together and when that would happen.
Correct.
And at this time frame, that summer, fall, and winter of 2022, you were also in no position to openly start a new relationship with another person.
If you mean that I had not finalized my divorce, that is correct.
No, you were in a position that, because your older son would have been devastated if you started bringing another woman around.
Yes, I did say that.
And if I'm correct, I believe on page 36 of Exhibit 145, which are text messages that you turned over. Oh, apologize. No, it is 36. And this is, the text message that you turned over, just to be clear, are from December 29th of 2022 through January 5th of 2023.
I assume that's correct.
Want me to approach so you can look at it?
Sure.
You certainly may.
Am I correct in the text messages that you provided? It starts at December 29th of 2022?
Yes, that's what it says on the cover page here.
And on page 36, and I can approach again if you need it, you say, "He can't imagine me with someone else. Like all children of separated parents, he deeply wants us to reconcile. Introducing him to someone else would destroy that fantasy. It would crush him now." Right?
Yes.
And that was right around Christmas time and New Year's that you texted Ana Walshe that.
Yes.
So you had no intentions of having any immediate plans to openly start dating Ana Walshe with your two young boys.
Correct.
You were a concerned dad. You loved your son. You were protective of his feelings.
Yes.
At the same time you were having conversations just about her marriage and your relationship, you knew that it was always a possibility after having these conversations that Ana would stay with Brian, the father of her children.
Yes.
And while she would talk to you about arguments they had about finances or the stress of his federal case, she always spoke to you about him in a positive light.
Yes.
And you knew from her words, that she cared for him deeply.
Very much so.
And I believe during these times when you would talk about her relationship with Brian Walshe, she wanted everyone to see him in the light that she saw him.
Very much so.
And what was that like?
The text messages that you turned over to the police, is it fair to say that the police asked you questions about whether or not you had any information that Mr. Walshe had discovered your affair with his wife?
Yes, I'd say that's fair.
Okay. And you understood that anything that could help them in determining if Mr. Walshe had discovered your relationship, you would turn over or it would be helpful.
Yes.
And so I asked you about Facebook and you said you don't remember.
That's correct.
Well, so you don't remember if you would send any flirtatious, sexy, or intimate messages or posts on Facebook? Isn't that something you would remember if you're trying to keep it a secret?
I don't recall if I used Facebook Messenger as a means of communication with Ana Walshe. I would periodically delete messages. I don't recall if I had deleted messages from Facebook. I had certainly deleted messages from Instagram and text messages I had had over the term of our relationship.
But why are you deleting stuff?
Honestly, I said things to Ana that I might have found embarrassing that I just didn't want to look at, so I would delete the messages.
But you weren't trying to hide it from anyone. It was just your own kind of squeamishness or embarrassness from whatever you had sent.
Yeah.
Okay.
And of course, all my dick pics, I had to delete those.
Right. I mean, define separated from his wife.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing, thank you.
All right, next witness.
Well, he was not the.
I didn't find him to be a bombshell.
Is his divorce final yet? And if not, has she amended her petition for cause? That'd be good.
Right this way, sir.
All right, pay attention to the name, babe, to update the ticker.
Okay. On it.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Christopher Murphy, Murphy.
What do you do for work, sir?
Construction.
Where were you working in January of 2023?
I was working at a painting company.
Trash cans.
I'm sorry, I haven't been working there for 3 years, so
It's okay.
it's been a while.
All right. So you were working at a painting company.
Yes,
How long do you think you were at that painting company?
a year.
And in that time, what were your responsibilities at that company?
I was a salesperson.
Okay. In January of 2023, were you running any specials at that point in time?
Yes.
What was the specials?
We were offering 15% off any work that people needed to have done.
And so how are you contacting people at this point in time to offer the special?
We were calling all our past customers that we had, we used to work for. And we do like a cold call kind of thing. And I called, a bunch of people that day, and the defendant was one of them.
Well, let me get to that. So when you were calling people, do you remember what phone number you were calling from? Was it a work number?
It was a work phone, yes.
And if I were to tell it to you, would you actually, I'll ask you right now, do you remember that work number right now?
No, I don't.
Because it's been 3 years. You haven't I remember where you worked.
I don't remember my own number.
All right. So at that point in time, was the number 774-534-2005 your work number?
Possible.
Okay, possible. So
he doesn't know.
Now, you said that you were calling people offering this special. And so at any point in time, did you have the opportunity to reach out to Mr. Brian Walshe?
Yes.
You just said
Okay,
that.
can you explain to us how?
Well, we got a list of customers that we had, that were past customers, and each salesperson got a certain list. My area was in the Hingham area. So I just went down the list and called customers, and he was, one of the customers on the list.
What day did you make this call?
January.
Okay, early or late?
Yeah, early, yeah.
Okay. And did you ever have the opportunity to connect with Mr. Walshe?
I did, yes.
And so what was the conversation you had with him?
Again, just talking about, work that possibly needed to be done, and he stated that he didn't need any work to be done.
Okay. And then did you ever have any subsequent communications with Mr. Walshe?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Did you ever have the chance to talk or communicate with him again?
Once, I believe.
Okay. And how did that occur?
It was really quick.
Quick? Was it a phone call or text message?
It was a phone call.
Okay. And who called who?
I called him first, and then I received a text later on during the day.
Okay. And you said you received a text?
Yeah.
To a cell phone?
Yes.
All right. And
You didn't want that attic hole fixed?
The attorney needs to slow
do you
down.
recognize these
a
images,
little.
sir?
Yes, I do.
I do
What are
have it
these?
on.
They were
It's
pictures sent to me describing a ceiling that needed to be repaired.
Okay. Now, the pictures that you're looking at here, sir,
I do
are they
have
the
it at
pictures that were sent to you, or are they
1.25.
pictures of the phone with the pictures on them?
No, they're pictures of the phone, but they were sent to me, yes.
Certainly. And
I just switched it to normal. I had it at 1.25.
Oh, that would be why.
Okay, yeah, he talks a lot faster than she does, so.
are they your phone?
Yes.
Does Commonwealth would seek to have these marked as the next two exhibits?
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Pictures of the phone of the messages are now in evidence as Exhibit 150, 151.
Now it feels painfully slow.
Right. I'm going back. 1.25.
I'm sorry for saying
Here
anything.
we go.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
Thank you. Of Christopher Murphy, pick page 1. So whose phone is it we're looking at on the screen?
That is my phone.
Okay. And sir, we're looking at your phone. What is the message that begins this thread? Could you read out loud?
I'm sorry. Let me just change glasses here. Oh, that's okay. It just says his address,
Okay. Does it say any names with
phone
it?
number.
Could you just read the message, sir?
It says, hello, Brian Walshe, S16 Chief Justice, Cushing Highway.
And does it have a phone number attached to it?
Yes, it does.
All right. And underneath that, sir, you said there's a picture?
Yes, there is.
Ms. Gilliland, can you scroll down again? Thank you. And can we have Exhibit 151, which is Christopher Murphy picks page 2?
Did they tell us the date?
I didn't catch it.
January 6th.
Sir, at the end of the thread, what is the message?
It says, good morning. Let me know about the ceiling. Best, Brian.
And what's the date on the message?
January 6th.
So, sir, did you have any phone communications with Mr. Walshe besides the initial one in relation to this damage to the ceiling?
No.
Okay. Nothing further on.
Any cross-examination?
No questions, thank you, sir.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
I just want to see if I blew right past the date.
And sir, whose phone is it we're looking at on the screen? See this on the screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So whose phone is it we're looking at on the screen?
That is my phone.
Okay. And sir, we're looking at your phone. What is the message that begins this thread?
It didn't ask the date.
Could you read out loud?
I'm sorry.
They'll zoom in on
Just
it.
change.
Okay.
Glasses here. Oh, that's okay.
Just says
Just says
8:45.
5 a.m.
his address,
Okay. Does it say any names with
phone
it?
number.
6.
Could you just read the message, sir?
It says, hello, Brian Walshe, S16
All right,
Chief
so we
Justice.
went through all
Can you
this,
scroll down again?
and it didn't give the date.
Morning, let me know.
So, sir,
Any cross-examination? Proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Suzanne Garland, Garland.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I own a Bar Method studio. It's a bar workout in Hingham Center.
And how long have you owned the Bar Method in Hingham Center?
Since September of 2021, I opened the studio.
And is that a franchise?
It is, yes.
And how many Bar Methods are in the United States?
I think at this point about 100.
And
Why is that important?
where exactly is your studio?
It's right in Hingham Center, sort of on South Street, 99 South Street, across from CVS.
And how many employees do you have at your studio?
16.
And how many clients did you have in 2022 into 2023?
I would say about 160 active clients.
And at that time, did you keep and maintain records for your business?
Yes.
And what kind of records did you maintain?
We maintained membership agreements and class history, purchases, time and date of classes taken, the number of classes each client took.
And how did you keep those records?
Electronically.
And why do you keep those records?
For regular course of business, but also to report to our franchise.
And do you have a corporate email?
Yes.
And what is that corporate email?
I have two, actually. One is hingham@barmethod.com, and the other is my personal
Information.
Yes.
And do you maintain all communications with client?
Bloop.
Did you know Ana Walshe?
There we go.
I did.
And how did you know Ana Walshe?
I knew Ana for several years. Actually, prior to owning the Bar Method, it existed in Hingham Center. Another woman in town had owned it before, and I used to take classes there with Ana all the time. She and I would be there 4 times a week together taking classes. And then when I reopened the studio after COVID in 2021, she signed up right away. And again, she was coming 4 days a week up until the time that she was moving.
And what kind of membership did she initially have with you?
She purchased a Club Bar Unlimited membership, which allowed her to take as many classes as she wanted during the month for a fixed price.
And did you have a membership agreement with her?
I did, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
So the paint guy was just to establish that that hole in the ceiling was new because he's trying to get it.
This.
Yes, this is our month-to-month membership agreement that we keep with all clients on the unlimited plan.
And I'd ask you to look at the last page.
I'm just going to pause it because everyone's asking about the attic. So the guy testified, he called him at some point and Brian said, I have no work for you. And that was early January. But then either January 6th or maybe the 5th, because we didn't see the date of the first message, we saw it the second. Now Brian's calling or reaching out about, hey, I've got this issue with the ceiling. So it's just to show that that issue with the ceiling in the attic happened somewhere after December 31st and before, well, we know it was like that when the police went there on was it the 4th or the 5th? But,
4th, yeah.
Right.
4th.
This is her signature.
Is that the agreement with Ana Walshe?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Ana Walshe for Bar Method.
Ms. Garland, as part of the membership agreement, are members asked about their health?
Yes.
And do they have to sign off for medical information?
They have to sign that they are fit to take classes.
Why is that?
For liability purposes for the studio.
So in December of 2022, how often would Ana Walshe attend Bar Method?
So she would be coming whenever she was in town. She was doing quite a bit of traveling back and forth to DC at that time. So I think she was there 3 or 4 times at least whenever she could come in, she wanted to be there.
So do you mean 3 or 4 times a week or something else?
I think December of 2022, she was there 3 or 4 times total, right?
And did she have a membership at that time?
She did not. She was paying drop-in classes.
And did you have communication with her about the classes via email?
Yes, she had emailed me when she found out that she was getting the new job in DC. She emailed me that she needed to discontinue her month-to-month unlimited class membership and that she would, drop in when she was around. And then when she came back to DC in December of 2022, she emailed me, I believe it was December 30th, saying that she had purchased a drop-in class, but she would rather do a special we were offering, which allowed her to take an unlimited amount of classes over the next month because she was going to be in the area more.
And you said when she came back, she came to DC, but did you mean when she came to Cohasset?
When she came to Hingham, yes.
Okay. And did you maintain the email communication that you had with her in your normal course of business?
I did, yes. I kept my email from her and I have it to this day.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
You recognize those documents?
Yes.
And what are those documents?
These are email communications from Ana to me. The first one is letting me know that she had gotten the new job opportunity in DC and telling me how wonderful her experience at the Bar Method had been. However, the last 10 years, she's taken classes in DC and the Boston locations. She said, we have developed an incredible team culture and feeling of being cared for. She loves the energy of the studio. She asked if we were ever considering opening one in DC. That was the first email. The second email was the one that I mentioned on December 30th, asking if she qualified for the 30-day unlimited special we were offering for $79. If so, could she exchange the single class that she booked for it, which is $29, and apply that towards the $79 special? And then I responded to her on January 1st because I was away on vacation at that time. And I said, technically, you don't qualify it since she had been in the studio recently, but I would honor it since her situation was so different than the norm.
Your Honor, I'd ask that those be the next 3 exhibits.
No objection.
All right. Or one from
2022. First would be from February 27th of 2022.
okay, that's in as 154. Well, did I mess that up? 153? Okay, so as it was coming out, I looked back up and saw there wasn't a 153. So 153 is the email from 2/27/22. 154 is what date?
154 would be 12/30/2022.
Okay, and the third one?
January
The third one
1st.
would be January 1st, 2022.
She's saying she's going to be around a lot in January. That's interesting.
And did you also keep the registration for December 31st of 2022?
The class registration log?
Yes, I apologize.
Yes, we do.
Thank you for correcting me. And that's maintained in the normal course of business?
Yes, we have records of every single class.
And
Did she take it?
I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
And Your Honor.
The
May I approach, Your Honor?
may?
And seeing that document, ma'am, do you, does that show, what does that show?
This shows that Ana Walshe created a reservation for class on the morning of December 31st. She did that on December 30th at 11:18 p.m. And it shows that she was checked in for class on December 31st at 8:17 p.m.
And does that show that she attended that class?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any cross?
Just briefly.
Good morning. Getting there.
The email that Mrs. Walsh had sent you asking to convert her drop-in to the unlimited monthly, that was on December 31st?
Was it December 30th or 31st?
30th.
December 30th or 31st?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason that she was asking to do that is because she expected to be in the South Shore area more the next month?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned that your studio requires a medical waiver?
When you sign the month-to-month agreement, you do acknowledge in there that you are healthy and that you have conferred with your doctor.
Okay. And she does that, or that a person, for example, does that once when they first start coming to you as a client?
They sign that every time they sign a contract.
Okay. So when was the last time Ana Walshe had signed a contract with Bar Method?
I believe it was September of 2021. I don't think she was actually ever able to book that last contract she wanted to.
Okay, so the health waiver that you're talking about, or the medical waiver, was September of 2022, excuse me, September of 2021?
Yes.
Okay, and the medical waiver that someone signs, do they have to provide any type of medical documentation to confirm they are in fact good health?
No, we don't require a letter from a physician.
So it's just self-reporting? Yes?
Yes.
Nothing further.
That's it.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
This is
how are you?
the string of attractive witnesses.
What is your name?
My name is Ashley Semino.
Can you just pull the microphone just a little bit closer? Thank you so much. And can you spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Semino, Cimmino.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm a special education teacher and a bar instructor.
So how long have you been a special education teacher?
About 7 years.
And you said that you're also a bar instructor.
Yes, that's correct.
And where are you a bar instructor?
Currently at the Bar Method in Hingham.
And where else have you taught bar classes?
The Bar Method in Boston, both the Back Bay location and the financial district location.
Bar, B-A-R or B-A-R?
So how long?
BAR. It's like a ballet bar.
Wait, are bar and Bari the same thing? B-A-R-R-E?
What
Are
the
they
fuck
same
is
shit?
BARRE? I don't know what
I
that
don't
is.
know. Bridget used to go to a thing with B-A-R-R-E.
Is that how they spell the bar method?
I don't fucking know.
But she went.
Looked like I fucked
She
with the
did
bar
go to the bar method. I just don't think they don't spell it BARRE though, babe.
Okay.
How long have you been an instructor for Bar Method?
So I started working there in about 2010. And so it's been about 10 plus years since I started instructing.
And how do you become an instructor for Bar Method?
So we go through an intensive training. We sit with a trainer from headquarters. This person goes through an entire day with us. We
Like a
have to
whole
take an
chapter
anatomy
series with you, babe.
exam, and we go through at least 3 to 6 months of training after that, co-teaching with a veteran instructor. And following that, to maintain our certification, we have to take a annual exam.
So do you need to be certified?
Yes.
And you have to maintain that certification yearly?
Yes, every year we take an exam.
Were you familiar with Ana Walshe?
Yes, when I first met her, she was on a NIP.
And where did you first meet Ana NIP?
At the Bar Method in Boston.
And when was that? Do you remember?
It was probably around 2011. At that time, I was working at the front desk, and she would frequent the lunchtime class.
And which Bar Method in Boston?
The Back Bay location. So that was on Clarendon Street.
And how often did you see her when you were at the Bar Method in the Back Bay location?
Almost every day.
Did you ever see Ana NIP outside of the Bar Method studio in Boston?
Occasionally, if we were bumping into each other on the street, but that would be it.
Well, did you ever see her at a different job that you might have had in Boston?
Yes, she had come to one of the Celtics games that I was working at.
What did you do for the Celtics?
I was a dancer.
And what was her demeanor when she came to Bar Method in Boston?
She was always so warm, seeing somebody every day.
Objection.
Overruled. We'll let the answer stand. Move on.
While in Boston, did you ever meet Brian Walshe?
He did come into the Bar Method, yes.
And how many times did you meet him?
At least once or twice.
Now, directing your attention to Saturday, December 31st of 2022, were you working that day?
I was.
And where were you working?
At the Bar Method in Hingham.
And which class were you teaching?
I was teaching both classes. There's one around 8:15 and one around 9:15.
And who was in your 8:15 a.m. class?
Ana was.
And how long had you been an instructor at Bar Method in Hingham at that point?
That was my first day teaching at the Bar Method in Hingham.
And when did you first notice Ana Walshe?
So I wasn't familiar looking, we all get class lists of our class prior. So one of the Bar Method qualities is that we are able to call our clients by name as we're teaching them. And actually it was because of Ana in Boston that we always clarify with our clients, is it Ana or is it Ana? So I had asked our front desk staff that day, and she was like, I believe it's Ana. So when I started class, I just made a little note of it. But she wasn't there at the start of class.
When did she come in?
She came in about 10 minutes late.
And what did you do when she came in?
It was kind of like this, oh my God moment, because with COVID, we had closed the Boston studios, and I had, had 3 children simultaneously at the time, so I took a little step back from teaching. And when those studios in Boston closed, I decided it was either going to Wellesley or Hingham, and I chose Hingham.
And what type of interactions did you have with her during the class?
During the class, I was instructing her. I was giving verbal adjustments, hand-on adjustments. But when she came in, we kind of had, oh my God, I can't believe that you're here.
And what type of exercise do you do during a bar class? How does it work?
So a bar method class, you work all your muscles in your body. You work your muscles to exhaustion, and then you stretch them to become longer and leaner, but also stay healthy and safe with your body.
So can you explain how you do that?
Sure. So we start off with a warm-up. You could do up to 60 push-ups in class. We move into a portion of class where you're working your thigh muscles. You work a portion of your seat, you go into curl, and there's some stretching in between. And typically a class is 45 minutes to an hour, and you use light to heavy weights depending on the client's choice.
The correct spelling of a ballet bar is B-A-R-R-E.
Right.
And do you remember how long that class was?
That was a 45-minute class.
Long.
And how did Ana Walshe perform during that class?
Yeah, it's B-A-R, babe.
Yeah, I was wrong.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
But the bar method is B-A-R.
Wrong.
Like the actual place, I think.
Wrong.
No, it's B-A-R-R-E.
It is?
R-O-N-G.
Yeah.
Wrong.
What?
Move the fuck on, girl. You were wrong.
Okay.
What are we doing now?
All right.
She was a powerhouse. Clients are given the option during my setup that they can do push-ups on their hands and knees, hands and feet, or up at the bar for a modification. And she was doing the push-ups on the balls of her feet, on her hands. She was completing the motions. She was someone that you wanted to take class with because she made you work harder.
When are they going to pose
Did you notice any injuries on her during your class on December 31st of 2022?
No, and she did not make me aware of any that would change any of the exercises that we were doing.
And after the class was over, what interactions did you have with Ms. Walshe?
We chatted, and actually I remember having to tell her, I'm so sorry, I can't finish our conversation because the next class was starting. So there was at least 15 to 20 minutes between when her class ended and the next one started.
And what, if anything, did she say about coming to the gym in the future?
So she had been so excited to see me because she had told me that I was one of her favorite instructors, and she was so happy to see that I was in Hingham. She was planning on coming to a lot more, and she wanted to know my schedule.
And have you seen Ana Walshe since Saturday, December 31st, 2022? If I might just have one moment, Your Honor.
When was the last time you spoke to the prosecutors or police about your testimony today?
August, I believe.
What is this shirt or dress or whatever we're calling it? What the hell is this?
I don't know. I'm here for it, though.
Yeah, she's got her ballet style.
I object to this.
It's flowery.
Whatever this is.
So flowery.
You had mentioned that you are a special education teacher?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And then you also still teach bar?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're a mom?
I am.
Okay.
Women in chat, you got to tell me, does this look good to you? Women?
But you're not a doctor.
Maybe it's just
Nope.
me.
You're
It's
not a
not doing
nurse.
anything for
I'm not.
me. Are the
Did you
women in
perform
chat
any
feel?
type of medical tests on Ana Walshe on December 31st?
No, I do not.
Are you aware if she had any pulmonary issues that were undiagnosed?
Not that I saw.
Are you a pulmonologist?
I am not.
Are you aware
There you go,
of any
Kurt.
undiagnosed cardiac issues?
The
that
women
she
have
may had on
spoken.
December 31st?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Are you
fair.
aware of any neurological issues that she may have been suffering from on December 31st?
No.
And prior to December 31st, what was the last date that you saw Ana Walshe?
I couldn't tell you.
Over a year?
Probably.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Uh-huh.
She was quite
Someone in
delightful.
chat says they don't dress for men or care about their opinions. All I have to say to that is,
That is
Sure.
100% true.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Sure.
Good morning.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Janet Cotter, Cotter.
Ma'am, what town do you live in?
I live in Hingham, Massachusetts.
In January of 2023, did you reach out to the Cohasset Police Department?
I did.
Why?
I had had an interaction with Ana Walshe at a nail salon. and had subsequently read about, what had happened to her. And
So I'm going to interrupt you there. I'd like to ask you about that interaction.
certainly,
Okay. Now, when did the interaction, first off, did you know Ana Walshe at all?
I did not.
Okay. When did this interaction with Ana Walshe occur?
On New Year's Eve in 2022
And where did it occur?
at a nail salon in Hingham called Glossy.
And now, how did you two interact at Glossy Nails?
We were just sitting side by side.
And did you have the opportunity to have any conversation with Ana Walshe?
I did.
Okay. First off, what was her demeanor when you were talking to her?
She was very friendly, very open and warm.
And do you remember what she was wearing?
I do. She was wearing yoga pants and a yoga top.
And what did she tell you about her work while the two of you were talking?
I believe she told me that she was employed in commercial real estate in Washington.
And where did she tell you that she resided?
She resided, I believe, in Washington part-time, but also lived in Cohasset.
What did she tell you about her family?
She told me she had 3 sons.
And did she say who was raising her 3 sons?
She indicated that her husband was helpful.
And what did she tell you about her plans for New Year's Eve?
She told me that she was entertaining. She was having somebody over for dinner. Yeah,
No, I apologize. I interrupted you. Did she say anything else?
she did not.
And what did she tell you about her plans for New Year's Day?
For New Year's Day, she told me that she was going to some kind of special dinner. Yeah, I think it was in Marblehead. And she was very much looking forward to it. She was going with just her husband.
How long did the two of you talk for?
Probably no more than 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Wow. And I'm not someone who gets their nails done. What were you guys doing at the nail salon?
Well, we were getting a pedicure at the time, but we were there to get both.
Probably something.
Did you see any injuries on
nail-related,
her at this
just a
point in
guess.
time?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
But what we're doing at the nail salon, I don't know. Take an educated guess.
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Cotter.
Getting their nails done?
Yeah, that's probably something related to that.
Mani Petty?
Yeah.
Now, does she work at the restaurant to say they never showed up?
You may proceed. Thank you. You might want to move up just a little bit and move that microphone in. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Julie Bassler, B-A-S-L-E-R.
Thank you. And what do you do for work, Ms. Bassler?
I am the executive director of the Learning Experience in Dedham. Work for a daycare.
Thank you. And how long have you worked in childcare in general?
Over 30 years.
And where did you work in January of 2023?
Kindercare in Norwell, Mass.
And was that also in December of 2022?
Yes, it was.
Well, actually, how long did you work in kindercare in Norwell?
For 1 year.
And in that capacity as the director of the center, did you have the opportunity to know the Walshe family?
Yes.
And how did you know them?
They were a family that attended, the 3 boys attended kindercare.
And when were the children enrolled?
I believe probably September, around September maybe. I might be wrong. September 2022.
And how many children were enrolled?
3.
And what were the ages of the children that were enrolled?
The youngest was around 2, maybe about 15, 17 months. The middle child was 3, and the oldest, I believe, was 5.5, 6 at the time.
And did the oldest child stay at kindergarten, or did the oldest child move to the public schools?
He went to the public schools, yes.
So in December into January of 2023, how many children were in the school?
2.
And how many days of week at that point, and I'm talking about December of 2022 into January of 2023, how many days a week did the 2 children attend the center?
5 days a week.
And who dropped off the 2 Walshe children?
Brian Walshe and sometimes the grandmother would be with them.
And by the grandmother, do you know the name of the grandmother?
I unfortunately forgot.
And you know whose mother?
Brian Walshe's mom.
And what time was the typical drop off for those children? What time did Brian Walshe typically drop them off?
I really can't remember, maybe 8:39, maybe 9, closer to 9.
And what about pickup? Who would do the pickup?
Brian Walshe as well.
And do you see Brian Walshe in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out?
Yes.
And can you say an article of clothing?
A pink tie and white shirt.
Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will still reflect.
And how often did you see Mr. Walsh's mother at the center?
Maybe once a week.
And what time of day would that be?
Usually in the mornings, around 9, drop-off time.
And did you ever see Ana Walshe at the center?
I saw her a few times. Usually I would see her at pickup.
And what days would that be?
Usually a Friday.
And how many times do you think you saw Ana Walshe at pickup?
3 or 4.
How many classrooms are at KinderCare?
Maybe 9 or 10.
How many students?
I would say at that time, around 100.
Can you tell us the layout of the KinderCare in Norwell?
Sure. You walk in the front door and you need the key code to enter the building. And then there is a good-sized lobby. And you go through another door with another keypad code to get into the building. But the director's office and the assistant director's office is, when you walk into the lobby, there is a door that opens. And if we were in the office, that door would generally be open to, greet parents and families. And you could also go through that office to the hallway. So depending on which door you went, you would walk into a long hallway. And if you went to the left, it would be the preschool ages. And if you go to the right, it would be infant and the toddler ages.
And when Mr. Walshe dropped off the children, how would he generally enter KinderCare?
Usually we would say hello, and most days he would come through the office, and the boys like to go through the office.
And what, if anything, did you do to help him to get into the center?
Sometimes we would, we would just have them go through the office. That would be where the boys usually came through, and he usually came through the office area.
And what was he like in the mornings?
Very, would say hello and good morning, and trying to get the boys to their classrooms.
And did you have conversations with him?
Yes, we would talk. We would say hello, and we would ask each other how was your day, just small talk. Like I said, part of my job was to build relationships with the families, get to know them, and check on the boys, ask how the boys morning was or how their night was, things like that.
At any point, did you and Mr. Walshe speak about the children leaving the center to move?
I think that we did once. I think we did once about possibly him taking them out. Yes.
To go where?
To go to Washington.
And did you ask him about that?
I did. Yes.
And what, if anything, did he say?
It just wasn't definite yet. It was in the works.
Did he tell you when he expected to move?
I don't remember.
And why was it important for you to know?
If we have space available, we would love to fill those enrollments and, let families know that we have space available in those 2 classrooms.
So in January of 2023, how many days did you see Mr. Walshe drop off the children?
2 days.
Which days?
I want to say it was the 3rd and 4th.
January 3rd, that'd be a Tuesday, and January 4th, a Wednesday?
Yes.
And what was his demeanor when he dropped the children off on those days?
He came in with the boys and went through the other door, the other key code door, and they did not come in the office. I do remember saying hello to him, and I believe my assistant director was also in the office. We both said, "Hi, Brian, good morning." Like I said, that was part of our routine to greet the families.
And what was his demeanor?
It was, in a rush. It's kind of like, "Come on, boys, let's go." I remember, when they went through, and that was it. He dropped the children off at class, so it was, definitely a little different than the usual conversations we would have in the morning.
Did you talk about anything in those days?
No.
One moment.
So what day was this that she's talking about? Because I had missed it.
Thank you.
Any cross?
Babe.
I didn't catch it either.
Oh.
I think.
Good afternoon. Hi.
Third and the 4th.
I want to talk to you a little bit about KinderCare.
Sure.
He dropped the kids off on the
Is this one
3rd
of
and
the
4th.
more high-end, fancy schmancy daycares?
I think it's in the middle right now. I think it was back then as well.
Okay. And when you said enrollment, is there usually a wait list?
There is. Yes.
I think you had mentioned that the 2 boys were coming 5 days a week?
Yes.
And they enrolled in June of 2022?
I honestly don't remember the exact date they enrolled. I apologize.
No, not at all. You testified before with the prosecutors about this case?
Yes.
And you were asked questions about when the boys enrolled?
Yes. And like I said, I don't remember right now.
You don't have to remember. But
Okay.
looking at a copy of your transcript, refresh your memory as to when the boys enrolled?
Yeah, that would be great.
You want me to approach?
You may.
I don't have my glasses, so I don't know if it refreshes. June of 2022 until the end of December of 2022, the two boys were coming 5 days a week.
Yes.
And you had said that Mr. Walsh would do drop off every morning.
Yes.
And I think sometimes you said his mom would be with him.
Yes.
And then he would also do pickup.
Yes.
And in those 6 or 7 months, you had said that you had met or seen Ana Walshe, I think 3 or 4 times.
Yes.
And those pickups, were those on Thursday or Friday night?
Usually Fridays, or I might have seen her once on a Thursday night.
Okay. And you had mentioned, let me ask it a little bit better. Ms. Yaz was asking you about Mr. Walsh's demeanor those 2 days in January when he dropped the boys off. And you had said that it was different.
Yes.
That he didn't say anything to you or have a conversation.
Yes.
You said it was different than the other mornings when you speak with him.
Yes.
So the other mornings when he would drop off his 2 boys, he was friendly.
Yes.
He would say good morning. He didn't seem rushed.
Yes.
Would he chat with you about how you're doing,
Yes.
how's work? Oh, yes?
Yes.
Okay. This was different.
Yes.
Okay. When someone brings their kids to daycare, do they have to bring a lunch for them?
No.
Do you provide lunch and snacks?
Yes.
Do they have to provide diapers, formula?
Yes.
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 Do they have to provide a change of clothes?
Yes.
So each day, whoever is dropping off the child, parent, friend, auntie, they have to bring a little bag for each kid.
Yes.
And it's something that presumably the parent would pack each night or each morning.
Yes.
Okay. And when Mr. Walsh would bring his 2 little sons, he would have 2 little bags that would be packed for both of them.
Yes.
And again, change of clothes, diapers, anything else that they bring?
If they had like a favorite stuffed animal, maybe
Okay.
things like that.
Okay. And am I correct that when kids are at daycare, sometimes they'll make little art projects or drawings about their parents or about
Yes.
their life? Yes. And then those would be given to the parents when they come pick them up.
Yes.
Okay. And in those 6 or 7 months, was there ever a parent-teacher conference or a school night or anything?
Yeah, we would have some school nights, like babysitting nights.
A what night?
Like a babysitting night, like it's parent night out.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember if the boys ever attended that.
Okay. But would there be, I guess, options for parents to communicate with the teachers or staff at KinderCare about how their kids are doing if there's any issues?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever have conversations with Mr. Walsh about how his boys were?
I believe once.
Okay. And it was good. Everything was great. The boys are cute, fine. There were no issues.
Yeah, they was just, we talk daily, ask questions, things like that.
When you say you talk daily, you mean with the little kids?
Yes, and with the parents.
Okay. And that is something that was common with Mr. Walsh, that when he would come in or pick the kids up 5 days a week, that he was friendly, right?
Yes.
He was engaging.
Yes.
He was invested in his son's lives.
Yes.
And he would talk to you about their progress.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect? No, thank you. Witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm done with
Commonwealth would call Sandra Waldrop. Please state your name for the record and spell your last name for us, please.
Sandra Hempel Waldrop. Last name is Hempel, Hempel, Waldrop, Waldroup.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at the Claremont in Abington, an apartment complex.
Where is the Claremont located in Abington?
At 500 North Quincy Street in Abington, Massachusetts.
And what do you do for the Claremont?
I'm the general manager.
And how many units are at the Claremont?
91.
What are the responsibilities of the general manager?
Well, my responsibilities, I'm also head of maintenance, so I do everything. If there's nothing that I do not do, I do everything.
And how long have you held that position at the Claremont?
Since 2018.
What does the Claremont have for surveillance videos on the outside?
Could you rephrase?
Sure. Do you have any surveillance cameras at the Claremont apartment complex?
Yes.
Okay. And how many cameras do you have for the outside of your apartment complex?
Oh, for the outside?
Yes.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Right, all this is to get the videos on. So let's,
yes, years ago it used to.
I asked you about their surveillance videos. In January of 2023, did you have the opportunity to produce any surveillance videos to law enforcement as a result of this case? You did. Wow. And have you had a chance to review those videos on a thumb drive?
I didn't review it I saw it on the screen, actually, yes.
Okay. And let me ask you this about your videos. Are they kept in the normal course of business?
All right, we're gonna get
Initialed it.
Screens.
5-7.
Could we, the video seconds?
Wow,
we
you're
go.
fast forwarding. We're not gonna have any blooping for lunch, bro.
Pause.
Well, we're already not gonna have blooping for lunch, so.
Okay.
If I may. Ms. Waldrop, what area are we looking at of the Claremont?
This is the front entrance, the right when you come in. So, yeah.
Okay. And how many entrances are there to the apartment complex?
6.
6. Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could you pause? All right. Now, Ms. Waldrop, I have some questions about your videos in and of themselves.
Yes.
The date on the video, what is the date in the top left-hand corner?
January 3rd, 2023.
And the time, what does it denote the time?
It's 4:33 p.m.
Now, in January 2023, were there any issues as far as the time on your videos being different from the real time?
Yes, I believe at the time it was, I don't know for sure, but I believe it was about 20 minutes difference. And sometimes it does that. It jumps and then I don't notice it till I actually have to pull up video for some reason. And then I'm like, okay, then I see it in real time that it's wrong.
Okay, so there are times when the time on your video is not the correct time.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, as a result of working at the Claremont, are you familiar with the vehicles of your residents?
Yes.
And how many of your residents had Volvos XC90s at the time?
None to my knowledge.
Miss Gilman, if you could press play, please. Pause. Ms. Waldrop, did you recognize this vehicle as being one of your residents?
No.
And if you press play, Ms. Gilman. On this same video, Ms. Gilman, could you bring us to 13 minutes and 59 seconds?
But you got to keep going there, Miss Gilman.
Yeah, Miss Gilman, pick it up. Pick it up. Let's go. Oh, he's coming
No,
back.
it's not even. No, it's. I mean, it's not the time he said.
I know you said like 15:39.
Keep going.
Miss Gilman's fucking up.
That looks like it. No.
There it is. There it is. Whoa.
Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask now if you could bring us to the next video from Claremont, which I believe is titled Claremont. Thank you. Ms. Waldrop, before you, and if you could just pause it at this point in time. Ms. Waldrop, where are we looking at the Claremont apartment complexes in this second video?
So this is the, right when you come to the back, this is actually at the bottom of the hill or of the backside where the 2 dumpsters are located in that fenced area. Right
In that fenced area. And you said they're gated. Is there a lock to them or anything like that?
No.
And what access do you give the general public to your dumpsters? It's people who don't live there. Can they use them?
No, they're not supposed to. No. And there's signs that, it's private property and they are on the surveillance. I mean, it's on surveillance. So they're not meant to use our dumpsters. No.
Could you press play, Ms. Gilman?
It's not that grainy.
We see you, Brian.
We see you. We see you, foo.
See me rolling, baby Hayden.
Watch. He's going to walk with 2 large sacks.
Are you making that up or you've seen this?
I mean, we know he's dumping shit. There he is. Fucking creep.
Well, how come? So the light was so bright we didn't see what he tossed in there?
I think he was checking to make sure it was open.
Oh, here he comes.
Oh, boy. Sack of
The
suds.
body parts?
Yep.
I mean,
Body
Jesus.
parts 1. Oh,
Put
gotta
him
get
in
him
a
in
public
here.
access
far.
dumpster?
I mean, she said no, but it's not locked.
Well, yeah. How did he bag them? Did he just put it in one bag or did he double bag it or what?
I don't know.
I want to know his bagging method for the body parts.
His MO.
Well, he did research the trash bag killer, so maybe he tried to do whatever that guy did.
It's an eerie image.
Use an odor absorbing bag of some kind. The one with Febreze in it. See if that helps.
I don't think it's going to help.
So he's already disposing of bodies,
Thank you, Ms. Cohen.
January 3rd.
And finally, how many ways are there in and out of the property?
One. There is really one. So there used to be, there's a smaller little, almost like a narrow walkway now that people used to use. Sometimes weren't supposed to because you can't actually have a vehicle. It's not the width of a vehicle. So technically, could you take another way? Yes, but there's only one driveway. Yes, one entrance, front entrance. Sorry about that.
I think that my earlier question is probably an article. When I asked you how many ways are there into the property, you said 6.
Oh, entrances. I thought you meant entrances as in the doors. We have 6. I'm so sorry. We have one way to get into the complex, one driveway to get in, 6 exits or entrance doors, and there is a little pathway coming from Chestnut. Yes, but it's not a driveway. It's not. But if I've seen it before when there was a roadblock and then people would just, but it's not meant to be used. So
okay.
My apologies.
No, you don't have to apologize. I didn't ask the right question. You fixed it, so thank you. My question was, how many ways are there into the property, I guess, from the street?
One.
Okay. And then there's this path area that sometimes people should use, they could use.
Rarely now. I haven't seen it actually in years, but there was a time, and then, yeah, it stopped.
And that pathway would lead Chestnut Glen?
Yes, and into their parking lot.
Got it.
Yes.
And as far as how to get in and out of the buildings, there's 6.
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Cross?
That was somewhat painful.
Good afternoon.
Oh, he's got questions.
Glad I get to ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
Why?
Those dumpsters you just told us about that we saw in the video.
Yeah.
Is there any signage on the dumpsters saying when they're going to be picked up?
No.
Do you have a website for the Claremont?
Yes.
Does that have any notice on when the dumpsters are going to be picked up?
No.
Thank you very much.
May I ask one redirect?
You may.
When was the dumpster picked up? After January 3rd?
What day of the week was that? When it was a Tuesday? I'm sorry.
Sure, I have a calendar right here on my desk. If January 3rd was a Tuesday, when would the dumpster be?
Wednesday. It gets picked up Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursday. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Thank
3
you.
times a week.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any recross?
That backfired.
You may step down.
Thank you.
This looks like a cop.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I
Yeah, very much.
over here on this chair.
Definitely.
Nice tie, though.
Now, sir,
I'll give him
may I
that.
ask your name, and could you please spell your last name?
Yes, it is Connor Keefe, last name Keefe.
And sir, where do you work?
I am a trooper for the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
8 years.
And do you work within a certain unit of the state police?
Yes, I do.
What unit do you work for?
I work for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Oh, dear.
What do you do there, sir?
I am a homicide investigator, digital forensic examiner, and a cell phone record analyst.
Now, how long have you had that position working with the DA's office?
4 years, approximately 4.
And do you have any certifications as far as being a digital forensic examiner?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those certifications are?
Yes, I have certificates from Cellbrite, which is a digital forensics company. Cellbrite certified operator, Cellbrite certified physical analyst, Cellbrite advanced smartphone analyst, and the Cellbrite Apple Forensic Fundamentals.
And just what is Cellbrite?
It's a digital forensics hardware and software company.
And how did you get the how do you get the certifications in those Cellbrite topics?
Usually a in-person class test at the end.
Did you pass the test?
Yes.
Now, have you received other trainings concerning digital forensics?
Yes.
From who?
Magnet, Gray Key.
And who administers these trainings?
The companies themselves.
And have you received trainings from any other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
Which ones?
I've taken cell phone record analysis classes from the FBI and LexisNexis, which is another cell phone record analysis.
Now, in addition, could you just tell us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Providence College.
And have you served in the military?
Yes.
Can you tell us where you served?
I was an officer in the Rhode Island Army National Guard for 8 years. Got out as a captain.
And sir, have you ever testified before giving your opinion about digital forensics or cell phone record analysis?
Yes.
Now, on Thursday of January 5th, 2023, did you have the opportunity to become involved in an investigation into the disappearance of Ana Walshe?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go on the 5th?
I went to Cohasset Police Department.
And why did you go to the Cohasset Police Department?
I was asked to analyze a Verizon cell phone records associated with Ana Walshe.
And are you familiar with the concept of pinging a phone?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
usually it's through an emergency ping by law enforcement, usually missing person, someone's in danger. The law enforcement has the ability to ask the provider to ping a phone, which gives an estimated location of that device in order to hopefully locate the person.
And so when you went to Cohasset Police Department on January 5th, did you have the opportunity to review any data corresponding to that type of pinging activity?
Yes, the data we received then was called RTT data from Verizon. It is round trip time. And in that report, Verizon is able to provide an estimated distance that a device is from a cell site, a cell tower.
And so I take it the data you were reviewing had been provided by Verizon.
That is correct.
So at this point in time, I would seek to admit the data from Verizon for 3 different phone numbers, one being 617-599-766, the second being 617-895-8082, and then the third being 617-939-8648. Verizon data. What is any objection?
Any objection to those?
No objection.
Counsel, on the first one, I'm sorry, I'm keeping track of the numbers. What's the first? It's 76?
It would be 7966.
That's where I missed it, 7966. All right, so now in evidence as Exhibit 158 are the Verizon records of 617-599-7966, and then 159 is the phone number ending in 8082, and 160 is a phone number ending in 8648.
Yes, Your Honor.
They're in evidence.
Yeah. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could we have the RTT file for 617-599-7966?
All right, guys, I got to pop off.
So, Trooper, looking at the file entitled RTT Details 599-7966, is there a date range in that file name?
Bye, Kurt.
Yes, there is.
What is the date range?
It's January 1st, 2023 to January 5th, 2023.
And these are some of the records you had the opportunity to review for the ping data. Is that correct?
The estimated distance data, the real-time tool data from Verizon, yes.
Thank you for correcting me.
Yes.
So this is a bunch of numbers. What are we looking at?
I can explain.
I'd love for you to do that. Yes, please.
Can I touch this, or is it you'll go through the columns? Or
I'll tell you what. I'll ask you about the columns.
Okay.
What's record source mean?
Record source is the technology used for this event on the network. So for this, 12 is Samsung and 1 is Nokia. So the technology on the tower that completed this event.
All right. And when you say event, does that mean it's a phone call?
No.
What's an event as far as data goes?
So for these records, it's a signaling event from the cell site, the tower, to the device and back. Verizon is able to estimate a distance that the device is from the cell site.
And what is start time and end time?
That is the beginning of the event, the signaling event.
And then I take it end time's the end of the event?
Yes, sir.
All right. Subscriber MSISDN. What's that?
That is the phone number associated with these records.
And what is an IMEI?
That is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's the unique identifier of the device itself.
And so then a device will have its own identifier in addition to a phone number.
That's correct.
What is an IMSI?
That's the International Mobile Subscriber Identity, and that is essentially Verizon's number for this account or device. So it's for the subscriber on that device.
What's manufacturing, or I'm going MFG model, what's that?
The manufacturer model, so Apple iPhone 12 Pro Max.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll over. Sir, are there any columns that are blank here?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are the Ericsson, so that there was no Ericsson technology used in these records.
So then that's why they're blank?
Yes, sir.
All right, if we could scroll over to say column L, thank you. What is market 4G, then column M, ENB, what are those two?
Those all pertain to the cell site, so it's essentially the cell site number and the sector in which the event occurred.
And so which one's which? There's a cell site and there's a sector, so maybe I'll take it one at a time.
Okay.
What's market 4G? Why is there a 5.7 there?
5.7 indicates the market in which the the event happened. So think of it as an area code like Boston 617. So Verizon knows to route this transaction to the right area. And then E node B, column M is 52. That is the cell site number. So that's the cell site number in which the transaction occurred.
So there's a cell site, like a tower, within a sector or within a market.
That's correct.
Okay. And so I don't want to use the word sector because that's the next column. What's sector?
Sector is on a cell site. It's typically three-sided. They have antennas on three sides. So sector 4G, sector 3 was the transaction started on sector 3 and then carrier 4G. So the transaction ended on sector 2.
So the event occurred on one and then moved to another.
That's correct.
All right. Now, if you went down on carrier 4G, column O, there's a 7. What's the significance of a 7 in that column?
So for Verizon, they start with their antennas, their sectors start with 2, 3, 4, and then most providers, the antennas are stacked on top of each other. So it should be the second row in numbers.
Now, there's a bunch of another empty columns there. What are those?
There was no 5G technology used in these records.
And then first distance MI, last distance MI. What's that?
So that's the first estimated distance that was provided, and then the end of the event was the last distance.
And what happens when there's an NA there?
That means Verizon was unable to provide an estimated distance of the device for that date and time of that transaction.
So, and does that correspond to the technology in the first column?
Yes, sir.
And why is that? Like, what technology had the data and which one didn't?
Yes, after analyzing the records, all the data with a 1, which is Nokia, they were unable to provide any estimated distance of the device. The one with 12 was Samsung technology, and they were able to provide estimated distances for that.
And so Samsung and Nokia both had antennas on this tower.
Yes.
And then what is VoLTE?
That is voice over LTE. That would indicate if it was a call or not, like a voice call.
All right. And then could we keep on going all the way to the end? All right, if we could stop. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So I take it there's no Ericsson's issues on why, because there's no Ericsson technology?
Correct.
And then there's a series of entries or columns from Z to AC, PCMD, and then that information. What is that?
So we're minutes away from lunch with no blooping time. I think we just leave like a screen that says we're on lunch.
Do you? Is that what you think?
I don't know. Then I guess think about it.
Mm-hmm. We have no blooping time?
We got like minutes.
Wow.
Very, very little. All right.
Column Z is the per call measurement data. And the 2 indicates that it was not an emergency call. A 0 would be invalid, 1 would be an emergency call. This is just how Verizon marks their data for these records.
Spitfire side.
And then what is procedure duration?
That is, again, per call measurement data. That's how long the transaction in milliseconds was for the signaling event.
So milliseconds. That's not seconds. It's milliseconds.
Correct.
All right. And then I take it date, month, day, and year. Those are pretty much standard?
Yes, sir.
January 1st, 2023.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, can we go down the bottom of this and then go back over to the left? And now, sir, there's a series of columns now at the bottom of this spreadsheet. What is it that we're looking at down here?
This is the tower list for the transactions that occurred in this data. So these are the tower lists, and all this data occurred within this tower. So the tower list is located at the bottom.
And then there's longitude and latitude. What do you do with it? What is that?
That's the GPS or the lat long of the cell site location. Could be a building, could be, in this case, it's a water tower.
And scrolling over, street address, city. I take it that's pretty standard, self-explanatory?
Yes, sir.
So now, Ms. Gilman, if you could go back all the way over to the left. Thank you very much. Looking at these records, sir, were you able to come to a conclusion as to the last time Verizon was able to estimate a distance of where the handset was when it interacted with the network?
Yes.
Okay. How are you able to do that? Or I should say, when is that, according to these records? That's a better question.
That would be line 828. It would be January 2nd, 2023 at 3:14 a.m.
And how do you know it interacted with the network at that time on line 828?
If you could scroll over, please. The technology is 12, so that means it's a Samsung event. And then if you could keep going over, please. Just highlight 828 if you don't mind, just so I could see the column.
Why do I
Thank
trust this guy more than
Okay.
most of
So
the MS?
828, we see 0.024, 0.024. What's that?
That is the estimated distance that Verizon believes the device is from the cell site located on Reservoir Road in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
And so is that measured?
This guy just seems better than every other Massachusetts State Police guy we got. I don't know, he's just got like a I'm more honest kind of vibe. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know why.
I mean,
Can't really explain it.
He just doesn't seem like as much of a moron.
Right. Or a douche or a fuck face.
I mean, he seems a little douchey.
No,
But he doesn't seem like a moron.
Or a fuck face.
Yeah, he's like a hard-on cop, fucking his, fucking flat top shit. He's like a real state trooper guy.
A nice kid.
Seems like a nice kid.
In feet, inches, or what?
Miles.
So approximately quarter mile.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. Now, how do you know what direction it is from the tower in Reservoir Road, according to these records?
Wait a minute. Is this a true statement from Mark Cunningham? Because if so, I'd like to know, is he
Bailey
generally
said he
seem...
knew him too.
All right, so
Bailey
is he generally seem like an honest type of guy? Tell us what you think of this guy.
What'd Mark say? Did he say he was a good shit?
No, well, all I saw was that he played football with him. So now we're waiting to see. We'll put it up when.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Look.
Surprise.
Mark said, yeah, he seemed like an honest guy.
Good shit? All right.
See, I got a vibe.
So is it, are you talking that it's a circle or what?
So it would be the
I don't think
azimuth in
so.
which the antenna is facing.
Oh, okay. And so help me out with that because I don't know what azimuth is. What is the azimuth of where the antenna is facing? What does that mean?
So the provider puts these antennas on the cell site in certain directions, 360 degrees. Usually it's 120 per
Wait, what?
azimuth.
He
in which they're
was?
placed on the tower.
Hold
And
on.
so
Hold on. Is this true? And since
he?
when can X comment on here? I didn't even know X could do that.
Then why did
Hello,
they
Trevor?
why did they put him on fucking put him on instead of Guarino for all the tech shit? I don't even remember this guy.
I don't remember this guy either. What's his name?
Trial 1 or trial 2?
Connor Keefe.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't have all the witnesses in the
Trial 2, everyone's saying it's
committed
true.
memory.
He was
just
at
don't
the
obsess about that
autopsy.
case like that.
Huh.
Oh, he was the one at the autopsy. Now it's starting to come back to me. It's starting to come back to
He
me.
showed the shoe. Oh, I doubt I thought he was trustworthy at that point. I don't know about this anymore.
Wow, you fucking fucked it, man.
If he showed the shoe, I mean, was he just showing the shoe or, all right, let's go.
Yes, Michael, she has to start every question with "and."
Who? Me?
The prosecutor.
Oh.
As far as the direction of where the phone was from the antenna, can you tell us, based on these records, what the general direction of the phone was when it interacted with the network on January 2nd at 3:14 a.m.?
It was from the cell site, the tower. It was southwest in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
So it was in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now,
We can't hear you when he's talking. What were you saying?
Oh, this is the guy who got fucking Will obsessed about the shoe.
Well, I think he just showed the shoe.
The wrong shoe.
Well, yeah, because that's what they had bagged was the wrong shoe.
I mean, too fucking bad. I blame this guy for Will's obsession about the shoe.
No, the obsession about the shoe came from either the shadow or lack thereof of a shadow, whatever it ends up being, But all I've got to say is there were how many? 4 lawyers? 4 brilliant lawyers. If that was anything more than a fucking shadow, they would have figured it out.
Thanks, Iceman. 2 times. Coming in hot with 10 total. Iceman. Hey, you saw the thing. I got the email. Your shirt's on the way. Woo!
All right, let's go.
Let's go.
Ms. Gilman, on this file, there is a second folder. Could we go to that second folder?
This guy's very organized and gets through shit quick. This prosecutor.
Are you familiar with subscriber data, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is subscriber data in relation to Verizon?
This is from Verizon. These are Verizon's business records associated with an account.
Looking at the spreadsheet that is on the screen, subscriber MTN 617-599-7966.
Off. He's the guy that tried to get the ME to change her opinion. I definitely don't trust him. Smarmy.
Is this
Take it all back.
the subscriber data from Verizon?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is the first column search value?
Liar.
That is the phone number of these records associated with these records.
Okay.
I don't believe you.
And what is the search start date and end date?
That is the report date that these were run.
Lies.
Okay.
So January 7, 2023.
And then column D has MTN. What is MTN?
That is mobile terminating number. That's the same as the search value. That's Verizon's, the number associated with these records.
And Ms. Gilman, could you expand column D for us?
Are you sure?
Thank you.
Are you sure?
All right. And then account number, what's that?
That is Verizon's internal account number for this this line.
Sure.
Now we get to last name, first name, business, address. What's that?
Somebody's phone ringing.
That is the
there?
account holder of this number.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll across to the right? All righty. Now we have a column P and Q. What are we looking at here, sir?
Just waiting. That is the subscriber under this account for this phone number.
Okay. So there's an account holder and then there's a subscriber.
Yes, sir.
And so the account holder, I take it they pay it?
Yes.
Okay. They're responsible for it.
Yes.
Okay. And what is the name for columns P and Q?
Walshe, Ana.
Council, is that a good place to stop for lunch?
It's always a good place to stop for lunch, Your Honor.
Let's do that now.
All right, please.
Always a good place.
How did I think he was trustworthy?
I don't know. You fucked it though.
Fucked it.
That guy's a real scumbag.
Have a nice lunch.
All right. El Lunchy Poo.
All right.
Okay, so I'm gonna, because I actually want to watch the.
Well, they're not even putting up OnlyFan.
I want to watch everything with the Zach Adams thing. So I'm gonna play the Chernus interview, our Chernus interview. Well, mine. Allie wasn't there. She dipped on me. Big dip.
Wasn't that like the day after my surgery?
Maybe.
Pretty sure.
Maybe. All right, I'll show you. It's great. If you guys don't know, Michael Chernus played Gacy in The Devil in Disguise, the new Peacock series that came out, and he came on the show, and I was really excited to have him. It was pretty good content. It was pretty good. All right, let me see. I'm gonna throw it up. It goes a little long, so you guys won't see it.
So how do you spell it?
Spell what?
His name?
Who?
Because I'm updating the little ticker thing.
Oh. Chernus, Michael, Chernnus. Okay.
Interview, should I call it?
One another in Insta, and he agreed to do this. And
Wait. Pause it.
And our guest today is an. Okay.
Should I call it Chernus interview or what am I calling it?
Call it whatever the fuck you want to call it.
MICH
AEL.
AEL.
It's your husband's middle name. You should know.
I know. I do.
Yeah.
I was just saying it while I was doing it.
Oh, okay. You hate when I do that.
I don't want it ticking because it's bigger when you don't wait. Have it scrolling so it's more noticeable what we're doing. Okay.
Okay, you ready? Time is short. Actor whose face you've almost certainly seen.
How long
even
is
if you
this?
didn't know his name. Though after his latest role,
Because bloop
I have
forward
a
or like
sneaking
edit to
suspicion
the
that
good
that's
part.
about to change. Michael Chernus is a Juilliard trained actor who spent 2 decades building one of the most
if it's
impressive,
not
and
as long as
varied
lunch
careers
break,
in film,
then
television,
just
and
get right to
theater.
it.
He shared the screen with Tom Hanks.
No, I was saying like
Captain
get right
Phillips,
to him on.
Will Smith, and Men in Black 3. And he's worked with incredible directors ranging from Paul Greengrass to Ben Stiller. He's also won an Obie, which if you don't know what that is for off-Broadway shows, for his stage work at the Public Theater. And the New York Times named a play in which he starred, which was Andy Baker's The Aliens, the best play of 2010. Television audiences, you may know him as Cal Chapman, and he was Piper's off-the-grid brother on Orange and the New Black, and also quickly became a fan favorite. He was one of my favorite characters on Severance, where he played Rick and Hale, the hilariously pompous yet oddly profound self-help author on that show. And I just thought he was brilliant in that. And he was also, which I didn't realize until I was kind of putting together this bio, because I loved the movie of A Complete Unknown, which was the Bob Dylan biopic. And he was in that as well, which if you haven't seen that, it's one of my favorite biopics of all time. It's unbelievable. So without further ado, let me bring him on. He's just an amazing guy with an amazing career. Michael, thank you, my friend. Thank you for joining me.
Yo, what's up, Bob? It's great to be here.
Yeah, man. I'm really, yeah. So you've been a busy guy for the past month.
A little bit, yeah.
Where did your thing go?
I thought you took it down. I thought you were editing it or something.
I did not. Oh, there you go. That must have been Tracy doing the good work.
Maybe I accidentally didn't put it back on.
You're a busy guy too now. You got married out, and I'm just so thrilled to be here because I've told you this before, but I listened to everything on Defense Diaries, the Gacy tapes when I was preparing to do the show, and I'm just such a fan of you and what you're doing, and
so you guys have
the way that you've approached telling this story. You know?
Is Mandy editing it? Because I don't know.
Yeah, two old men just talking about an old case.
Nailed it. Yeah, no, man, I was thrilled to hear that, because like going into that interview when Tony had hit me up, I was really excited, and I was anxious to watch the show, because I think we were within a couple of days of it dropping, and I hadn't been able to see the kind of the sizzle or anything that you may have sent Tony ahead of time. So I was going in just completely blind.
Just blind, yeah.
Yeah, but like having had the opportunity to interview you, I could just sense that you were going to crush it, and everything that you had done in terms of your prior career and in acting. I just had the sense that you were going to crush it, and you just did. I mean, you played the role, and we'll get into it, but it was so well done, man. And I'm just going to tell you, like, typically when I look over at my wife when we're watching a series or a show on TV, and I'm like, oh, that's the scene that just won Julia Garner the Emmy, like in Ozark. And I nail it every time. So I'm putting it out there. I have zero doubt you're going to be nominated for an Emmy, because you were just that great in this performance. And I think you're going to win it. You know, like I watch a lot of shit. I stream a lot of shit. I consider myself to be pretty in tune with everything that's coming out, man. And I don't know that I've seen a performance that was better than yours. So well done, brother.
That means the world to me, man. That means the world to me. And I can't thank you enough. And just knowing how well you know this story, this history, that just speaks volumes, because if anyone would know, you would know. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a masterpiece. So I want to talk a little bit about you in general. So you grew up in a little town called Rocky River, Ohio, right? That's where is Ohio?
Northeast Ohio. It's on the west side of Cleveland. It's a suburb. It was a really great place to grow up. Very Midwestern. 20 minutes from downtown Cleveland, but very suburban.
Yeah. Yeah. And are you a sports ball guy?
Yeah, I'm a huge basketball fan. My whole family are a basketball family. My mom is a huge Cleveland Cavs fan, as we all are. But yeah, I grew up watching all the Cleveland sports, which, is heartbreaking. It's a factory of sadness.
It is, man. I mean, if you subtract Jordan and, his 6 championships, I mean, we're not all that far in front of you in terms of,
right,
it's pretty brutal. It's been a pretty brutal run throughout the course of my life in terms of Chicago sports as well, man. It's just,
but
it's tough,
But you had Jordan.
We did. I can't pretend that didn't exist. That's true. Yeah. And that was a glorious period of my life. So you grow up just outside of Cleveland, and then you decide you're going to go to Juilliard. So like, what was that transition like, going from kind of Midwestern town to right into the heart of it in New York, where I have to imagine that the competition level in terms of the folks that you were training with there had been pretty intense. What was that like?
It was super intense. I mean, it was, you're being thrown right into the thick of it. I mean, at Juilliard, it's a mixed cohort. So there are some people in the group that are right out of high school, and then some who've had some college or even some, graduate school training. So there were 25 of us, I think, when we started, and 7 of us were like 18 right out of high school, including myself, and then the rest were, adults. And so not only is the training difficult, but you're just being thrown into this environment where you're forced to grow up. I was still a kid, basically. I'd barely ever left Ohio, and all of a sudden I'm living on the Upper West Side, and it was crazy, and it was a steep learning curve for sure.
I bet, man. I mean, did you have any did any of your family members have any acting experience, or were you kind of the first one to just take a passion to it?
I was the first one. I have to say, like, my parents were very supportive. So to go back a step, I grew up in Cleveland, and I started doing like school plays, but then very quickly I realized that I loved doing it. And so my parents enrolled me in this children's theater school. It's still around. It's called the Beck Center in Lakewood, Ohio. And it was kids from all over the Northern Ohio area. And we would work on plays and take classes. And I really got to approach acting from a pretty serious point of view for like a teenager. Yeah. And there was a guy there who was a couple years older than me. He went to a different high school, but we all took classes at this theater school. And he got into Juilliard. And he would come back every summer and talk about living in New York. And it was really because of him that it felt like something attainable. His name's Michael Tisdale. He's a great actor and writer and director. And I think on some level, I wasn't scared of it because this guy I knew went there.
Yeah.
Right? Some other kid from Cleveland goes to Juilliard. And so that really made it seem possible for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, my parents didn't have a creative background, but they were very supportive of me.
Which is huge. Obviously, it's like you always see those stories where, kids are like, yeah, I want to be an actor. And you've got the father who's the hardworking blue collar guy who's like, oh, you can't make any money doing that.
Right.
That kind of. So yeah, I could see, especially going to Juilliard, where, like you said, man, I mean, there's nothing that can really prepare you, just not only for Juilliard, but the aspect of living in New York City at 18. You know what I mean? Like that had to have been incredibly intimidating, because I was 30 the first time that I actually stepped foot in New York, and I had been that Chicago guy. I'm like, what is the second city bullshit? I'm like our town's amazing. And then when I got there, I couldn't believe it. Man, I was like, holy shit. I had no idea the immensity of that city. And it was breathtaking, really. So I kind of got
the sheer volume of everyone living on an island together. I love Chicago so much, and Chicago's an incredible city, and that second city stuff is bullshit, because it's its own unique, incredible place. But the thing that makes Manhattan different than any other city, different from LA, different from Chicago, is you have like the sprawl of Chicago or the sprawl of LA. When everyone's packed onto this tiny island on top of each other, it just creates this kinetic energy that it's unlike any other place I've ever been to.
Yeah, same, dude. Like when I was there, I just I couldn't believe it. It was like truly a melting pot, and you just had like so many cultures like all blended in and crammed in. And it was like, I'm going to tell a very short funny story. But so Allie, my wife, is from Philly. And it was when I met her, when I finally made it to Manhattan, and we were out there and just walking around, and I was like, it was fall in New York. It was beautiful.
Oh, the best.
It's unbelievable. So I was in a great mood, and I just people kept approaching me trying to hawk shit. And I'm like, why do these people all think that I'm like a tourist? I wasn't wearing like a I Heart New York, or you know what I mean? I'm like, right. So I asked a dude who came up to me, I'm like, dude, I live here. He's like, no, you don't. I'm like, well, how could you possibly know that? And he's like, well, I'm going to tell you. He's like, you smile too much. I'm like, wow. I'm like, wow. I mean, that was that was eye opening. So when you get out of Juilliard, I mean, do you decide kind of right away that you're going to be a theater guy? Like, how did that work?
Things are kind of decided for you in a way, like I kind of fell flat on my face. I think if we went back to 1999 and asked my classmates, including myself, who was like most likely to have some big career, I don't think it would have been me. I struggled right out of the gate. No agents really wanted to represent me. And so I just was tenacious as all get out, and I just pounded the pavement, and I said yes to everything, no matter what it was. And just the water was sort of warmer for me in the theater world. I knew a lot of young writers who now have gone on to become some of our greatest TV and film and theater writers. But at the time, they were just my buddies, and drinking buddies and friends. And we would put up plays in small storefronts in New York or in off Broadway theaters. And I started to claw my way into regional theater, and I would do commercials, and I would just do anything that I could to get a foot in the door. And in some ways, I just think I was so hungry and so desperate and just hustled that I eventually kind of clawed my way into the business. And then I did real legitimate theater for a long time in New York. That was mostly what I did. And I hit this point around 2009, 2010, where I was doing a lot of really well-respected theater stuff, but I couldn't make any money. I was doing 2 plays at the same time. I'd be rehearsing one play in the afternoon, performing another at night. and I couldn't pay my rent. And so I had to make a decision to stop doing plays, to like say no to offers, to like really interesting plays,
Yeah.
so that I could try to get any role on a movie or a TV show. And so I did gambled on myself, and I stopped doing theater for a long time, and eventually clawed my way into the film and TV world.
Did you have to move out to LA?
You know, I did about a year in LA. I didn't like living out there. I like visiting LA. It's a cool town, but I hated being there as an actor.
Yeah, it's I've been out there a few times throughout the course of my life. Yeah, it's just not my vibe. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Maybe it's because we're Midwestern guys. Like the East Coast was definitely my vibe, but when I got out to LA, I just I don't know what it was. There was just something didn't resonate with me. I don't know.
I'm suspicious of places that don't have seasons, Bob.
Yeah, no shit.
We're from the Midwest. Like, I mean, if it's 72 and sunny every day, this is a simulation. That's not real Earth.
We're in the Matrix.
Yeah, we're in the Matrix. Like,
no doubt. So, like, when you get, like, you're deciding, all right, I'm gonna take this shot. I got to get into movies and TV. I got to make some money. And like, there's this quote that I found from you where you said, like, in terms of like what you were drawn to in terms of roles, you would like this quote where you said, not that guy, but that guy over there.
That guy,
which is such a fucking great quote, man. Because it's like the guy behind the guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, when did you kind of realize? Because your character actor work is phenomenal, man. Like, I mean, it really is. But like, when did you kind of know that was going to be your niche?
You know, there were seeds of it early on. Like when I was at Juilliard, I remember doing a scene study class, and one of my teachers, when you're a young 21-year-old actor, I think everyone is thinking, oh, I need to be the leading man. You know, I need to be the star of, I need to be Romeo in Romeo and Juliet. I don't want to play Benvolio or Mercutio or Tybalt. I want to be the star.
Right.
I want to be, and so everyone is trying to look their best. And I was doing some scene, and my acting teacher said, "You're a character actor." And I was like, nah.
Yeah.
That's an insult. That means I'm not the lead. It means, you know, that's a nice way of saying supporting guy.
Right.
And then the more I thought about it, and you know, the more my career went on, and the more I started to change physically too, just like, you know, once I embraced that I was never going to be some super skinny guy, or like, I was like, oh, I like when I have a beard, or I like when I grow my hair out. And I felt like I liked exploring people who were different, who were interesting, who were maybe on the outskirts of the story. So often, this isn't always true, but like the leading man, the protagonist, is kind of boring. Like, I don't want to be the main guy. I mean, sure, I'll take it if you're offering me the main guy.
Right.
But
they drop the script into your lap, you're like,
Right. But the interesting people are sometimes on the periphery of the story, or in the support of the story. And also just practically from a career perspective, I mean, I'm talking like a while ago when I'm in my like mid-20s trying to make it. I was like, if I don't look like your typical actor, I'm going to limit the amount of parts that I can get. Right. So, but when there are parts that I'm right for, I'm going to be one of maybe 10 guys in town. You know, there aren't. And so I think the more specific I allowed myself to look, I was actually filled this niche for a while. And I also just felt more comfortable in myself. You know, this idea of like trying to look a certain way or act a certain way. I was like, nah, forget that. I'm just going to be me.
Yeah.
And ironically, once I was like just being more organic and more myself, roles started to come to me. So yeah, I think, you know, I don't even know what this character actor idea is, but for me, it's about roles that are complicated, that are rich, that are nuanced, that are multidimensional.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, I'm sure when, you know, they're dropping scripts, and like if your agent's like, look, I want you to take a peek at this thing, you know, if it's really well written, because I like, in terms of the stuff that I enjoy, typically I love character driven movies, you know, like, like I'm not so much an action guy. Like, and that's not to say that I don't watch them, but it's not like it's not my wheelhouse in terms of what I really enjoy. I love beautifully written scripts. I love just character driven pieces where there's a lot of moving parts, and there's not even necessarily like a lead actor and actress. You know, I kind of like, I like a more well-rounded story where there's a lot of individuals in there that are really making it more of a, you know, kind of a more deep, in-depth type of film, as opposed to just kind of like, I mean, if I were to look at probably, I mean, I love Shawshank Redemption, which to me, obviously you've got, you know, Tim Robbins and you've got Morgan Freeman as kind of the main characters in that, but it was like everybody else in that movie is what made that movie so great. All those other actors in that particular movie are just what really kind of made it one of my favorite films of all time. And, you know, and it varies, but yeah, I like your role in Severance as Rickon was just so low key great, man. You know,
Thanks, man.
Yeah, it really was, dude. And like my friend group, we all just loved Severance. You know, it had that buzz that was going, and you know, like people, and it had that word of mouth thing that people were like, dude, have you seen this Severance shit? And people would be like, nah, like you got to watch it. You know, it was like that thing, you got to watch.
Oh, right on. That's great.
Dude, it was that thing, and then your character, that was so. How many other actors went out for that role? Because I can't imagine anybody else playing that role.
You know, I don't know, but like thanks, because that's a perfect example of like I like on the page, Rickon could just feel ridiculous, and he is ridiculous sometimes. But you could kind of write him off as this one-dimensional kind of joke character. But there's that scene at the end of season 1 during his book reading party when he says to Mark, Adam Scott's character, out on the back deck, like, you know, that he's insecure and he knows that people laugh at him, and I think those kind of moments are what I love when I say, like, I don't want to be that guy, I want to be that guy. Because I'm like, what's the real story over there about that guy who we could write off as whatever, just a supporting character. But like, I like thinking about acting in movies and TV shows as every person, no matter how small the part is on camera, that's a living, breathing human being who's in their own story that we're just not seeing. It's happening off screen, but you have to imagine them having a full life that they're invested in, and their family, their dramas, and their job. And so we all contain multitudes, and I love the actors who, even if they only have like 2 scenes and something, bring that kind of multidimensionality to their characters.
Yeah, and it's that thing where my daughter, I forget what the word is. It's like a newer word where you come to this epiphany in life where you look at somebody else and you realize that that person has an entirely complex life story themselves, and it, like,
whoa.
You know what I'm saying?
There's a word for that? Wow.
There is a word for it, because she was going to do a podcast, and I'm like, well, I don't even know what the hell that means. And she's like, well, this is how they define it. And it's that thing where you come to this epiphany, because I think that it's true. A lot of people kind of walk around in life just so like self-reflective and like kind of egocentric that they don't really realize that everyone else on the planet has their own complex history, you know, and their own backstory and their own shit going on, which is exactly what you're talking about, playing like that role, because that's what makes life interesting in my estimate, at least, you know.
Brother, you are speaking my language. And
yeah, no doubt.
Not to hijack our conversation, but I think that's maybe the perfect segue into the work that we've both been doing, because if I may, for a moment to praise you, and when I was doing all of my research for Devil in Disguise, you know, I consumed everything out there about Gacy in this case, and there's a ton. And there were only a few things out there that I feel like really had this mission statement clearly stated, that they wanted to focus on the victims and tell the victim story. So it's a bit of a segue, but what inspired me to bring that up is you're talking about this idea where you can zoom out, like your daughter's idea from this podcast, and realize that everybody has their own complicated human story and history and dramas in their own life. And the thing that I feel like is missing so often from coverage of serial killers or true crime is just any acknowledgement that these lives that were lost, when we say lives, we mean lives in the deepest way that word can mean, like human beings who were living, who had not just family, but a whole community of people. They existed in this world with hopes and dreams, and all of that complicated humanness was taken.
Yeah.
And even some, you know, people who cover this stuff with the best of intentions, it still ends up being about focusing on the perpetrator of the crimes. And so I've really appreciated the way you've approached this work. And there are a number of others who have as well around the Gacy story, but it really was very inspiring to me when I was combing through all of the material to come across your podcast.
Man, I appreciate that. Yeah, going into it, you know, because it had been such a weird part of my life for 40 plus years, you know, and it was like going into that when I decided to do it, because I was, you know, the pandemic hit. It was the first time that it allowed me to kind of step back from the law in 20 plus years and take a breath. You know what I mean? And I'd been wanting to write a book for a long time, not about Gacy, but just I'd wanted to get into kind of the creative side of things for a while, because that's kind of where I've always had a passion. And, you know, I'd gone to my wife and I said, look, I'd really like to try to do this podcast thing with these Gacy tapes. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do with it. in terms of how I'm going to write it or what I want it to look and sound like and what I want to focus on. But, would you support me in doing that? And of course she said, yeah, absolutely. Because it was a big step. I said, that means I'm going to leave the practice, because I'm going to have to go all in on this thing. I'm going to have to write it, and, at that point I didn't know if I was going to go interview all the old cops and just everybody that I could find. And so when she gave me her blessing and she said, I got you, I'm like, you're the fucking hero of the story per usual, and I immediately realized, that the one thing that I didn't know anything about in terms of that case were the victims. 40 years, I had seen all the shit that would have been made, all the documentaries, read the books. And I'm like, man, there's some acknowledgement, but I don't know anything about any of these kids.
Right.
There's 33 of them that we know of, so I'm like, that's got to be my focus. I'm not going to focus on the monster. It's been done ad nauseum. We all know the backstory. I said, I'll have the tapes in there. I think that's bringing kind of a different perspective in terms of what we knew about Gacy. And I was hoping that it would shed some light for people that were listening to it and be like, all right, if I'm a forensic psychologist, I find these incredibly interesting. Whatever the case may have been, I wanted to get those tapes out to the world just because of their historic value. It's a dark, morbid part of our history, but it's historic nonetheless. And I felt that I wanted to share them, but I knew that I wanted to focus on the kids, and I wanted to try to figure out why it was that Desplaines was able to get him in 10 days when Chicago police wasn't able to get him for 6 years. And it's not as if he was not on their radar. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So like that part of it, in terms of what I had researched, I knew like Jay Levine was one Chicago reporter that back when the case broke was the only dude who kind of looked into like, what happened with Chicago police? Like, how the fuck was this guy allowed to operate for all these years when they clearly had him in their sights on multiple occasions and they just kept letting him walk? So like that was kind of my focus. And then it just kind of organically just started to happen. And then, I'm interviewing the old cops and I figure out like there's some kind of kinship that they're feeling with me. So, I'm asking them like, you got to tell me something you never told anybody. So that's when I uncovered the thing about the receipt, which was fucking mind blowing, dude. Like from a lawyer's perspective, I'm sitting there when Mike Albrecht, one of the old cops, is talking to me and he tells me this thing and my head explodes. And I'm like sitting there, like picking my skull bones off the floor and shit. And I'm like, Mike, you know what you're telling me, right? And he's like, well, yeah, I'm like, but you really understand what you're telling me. I'm like, y'all injected that thing in there so that you could get that second warrant to get in. And, so it was like such a big deal for me that kind of took over the podcast. And it was such a weird thing, Michael, because it was truly an investigation that was being done in real time. So like I would go interview these cats and then I'd run it back. Darren would clean up the sound. I'd be writing the scripts, and it was like that, like on a week. So it was super intense in terms of like just having the just my own timing that I had to have shit done because I had decided to bring it out as an indie podcast as opposed to going to one of the big media companies. And, I'm really proud of it, and to your point about the victims, I was extremely lucky because David Nelson's book, like I think I was like 8 episodes in when I caught wind. He had just posted one little thing. He had no followers on Twitter. And like this guy, David Nelson, posts, I'm bringing out this book, the boys enter the house. I'm like, I couldn't believe my luck in that sense, because it was really, really hard to find things about the victims, in terms of backstory. And I had reached out to so many of the families, and a lot of them were like, we just like, my parents are dead. We really don't want to get into it. And so I was like, fine, so
yeah, which makes total sense. I mean,
total sense. Right. And I wasn't going to harass them. So, when I found out that David's book was coming out, I tracked them down. I'm like, oh my God, man. I'm like, would you send me an advanced copy of it? And he did. And I read it and it was amazing. And the guy had been, researching for 10 years. So it was incredible.
It's an incredible book.
It really is, man. And he was kind enough to allow me to use excerpts and I interviewed him. So enough about me. So like, thank you for saying that. It meant the world to me when you said it the first time, because frankly, I was nervous when y'all were coming out and I heard Patrick kind of talk about, oh, this is what we're going to do in terms of the formula. I'm like, wow, it sounds exactly like my pod. So I was really relieved to hear you say that you had listened to it and that you had taken something from it. You know what I mean? It was important to me because in terms of the most comprehensive thing that's ever been done on the dude, I think that's it. From beginning to end. And I don't know if you had the opportunity, because it was very lengthy, 36 episodes to.
Oh yeah, no, I listened to all of it multiple times, man.
Yeah. So dude, when you said that, it touched me, and it really meant a lot to me. So thank you for that. So let's start talking about, so who comes to you with the role initially with the.
I got a random call from my agent, Nancy Gates, UTA, who was like, I'd like to talk to you about this show about John Wayne Gacy for the role of John Wayne Gacy. And I was like, oh God, like I'm listening to this message and all the thoughts you can imagine, you know, as an actor, purely just from like a career perspective and an artistic perspective, it's like, oh, that would be interesting. And that would be a big thing. But then also like, oh God, like, do I really want to enter into that? Like, do I want to take on the darkness? Do I want to enter into the mess of, you know, how is the story being told? Is it going to be salacious? Is it going to be like, what's the approach? And then I was like, do I want my name to be tied to this guy for the rest of my life? Because, you know, best case scenario, I do a great job with this and I get the part.
Yeah.
Then his name is going to be in my obituary, you know, like I'm just forever going to be linked to this guy. So I was very nervous about it. I was just like, oh, I don't know. And, you know, I'm not a super spiritual or religious man, but I was also like, I don't want to be opening up energy to evil. You know, I don't want to be like, yeah, come on in, John. You know, the water's warm. And I was just like, this is playing with fire.
Yeah.
But of course, I was curious, and they wanted me to read a couple scenes, an audition. And my agent very smartly was like, before you audition, let's see if we can get you a meeting with the showrunner, Patrick, and just let's have a conversation about how they're going to approach this.
Yeah.
You know? And so Patrick and I had a Zoom set up, which was supposed to be like half an hour. And I don't remember exactly how long it went, but we went way over time. And because right away he was like, look, I said no to this like 3 different times. I'm not sure I even want to do this, but the way I'm going to approach it is telling these victims short stories in every episode where we learn about some of the victims. We're not going to show any murder on screen. I really don't want to show much of the clown if possible. And he was like, and I don't know if this is going to turn you off, but you're not going to be in every scene. And I don't know if you talked to some other big actors who were like, well, then I'm not doing it. If I'm the lead of the show, I have to be.
Right.
And I was like, oh, thank God. You mean I don't have to play this guy for every single frame of this show? There was just some relief in that. And I don't know if it's because I've played a lot of supporting parts. Maybe it goes back to that quote that you mentioned at the beginning of our conversation of like, I don't want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Because like, for me, I was like, if Gacy is lurking in the shadows of this story, if we're focused on the victims and the families and the law enforcement officers and the lawyers, and Gacy is just kind of the shark in the background, I know how to approach that. If we're going to be focused on him and only him the whole time, I don't know if this is for me. And of course, you know, the show, if people watching haven't seen it, he's a big part of it. I don't mean to make it sound like I barely appear. We, of course, unfortunately, he has to be a part of the story, because if he wasn't, there wouldn't be a story. These young men would be alive, living their lives. And the tragic story we have to tell is because this monster existed. And so he has to exist on the show. But we wanted to limit the way that he was shown. And so anyway, that's what appealed to me. I have this Zoom with Patrick, turns into like an hour and a half long conversation. And then I end up auditioning like 2 or 3 different times for him. I have a Zoom, and they give me some scenes. I learn them. I go away for a couple of days. I have a Zoom with them. It goes well. And then eventually Patrick comes to New York City to screen test me. And it's on the day of the big eclipse, the big solar eclipse.
I remember it.
Yeah. And, you know, I didn't know it at the time, but the weird piece of coincidence, there are all these coincidences. The day Gacy was executed, there was an eclipse. And so that's like a weird piece of like just cosmic weirdness. But I'm like getting out of the subway, and every New York City's got their eclipse glasses looking up the sun. I'm like, I'm going to do something very different than what you guys are doing. And I had this audition, and I went to a Goodwill, and I bought some 70s like clothes. I found this great blue button-up short sleeve kind of 70s blue collar guy kind of shirt, and some slacks, and I kind of did my hair, and I walked in, and I could tell they were like, oh shit, this guy is serious. And did this audition anyway, got the part, and that shirt that I bought at Goodwill ended up on the show. I wear it a couple times. Yeah.
Which one is it? I remember.
I think it's definitely in the scene with Tim McCoy. And I think it appears maybe 1 or 2 other times. It's a blue short sleeve shirt. Yeah. Button-down shirt. Yeah.
That in terms of like, so I mean, would you consider yourself to be a method actor, like in general, like, and like describe, like what is that? Like, I hear it all the time.
Right. What does it mean?
What does it mean?
You know, so I might be getting this wrong, but the very short, that has been bastardized, that term. But Konstantin Stanislavski, the great Russian acting teacher, created this method of approach back then. I mean, this is a long time ago. acting was very presentational, like Shakespeare, like it was just like the actors didn't embody emotions. It was just orating.
Yeah.
And just, and all of a sudden Stanislavski, and he worked with the playwright Anton Chekhov, who wrote kind of more naturalistic plays. It was about actually exploring the emotional life of your character, learning about the background of the character. Where do they come from? What do they want? What are they doing? A psychological approach to acting. And the ultimate goal of it being that when you're on stage, you in some way kind of really become the character.
Yeah.
You're not presenting, but you're living as the character. Now that has been kind of morphed into what we think of it now as like someone who stays in character all the time. It's like Daniel Day-Lewis, made everyone call him Mr. President on the set of Lincoln. Or whatever, and so it has this edge now of being like annoying, an actor who just like never stops being in character.
Right.
That's not the real method, but I think that's sort of what we think of now.
That's exactly what I think of in terms of like Christian Bale or Daniel Day-Lewis, like those two guys who are, in it all the time. They're in that shit deep, and they're never out of it until the role's done. And so that's.
I don't do that, but I think every role is different, and sometimes I have to stay more in it. For this one, it was a tough call because, obviously, to go in and out of playing John Wayne Gacy, whatever version of him you're playing, that's a tough thing to switch back and forth from. But the thing I keep saying is like, I didn't want the crew to have to deal with John Gacy more than they already had to. Like he was going to be there for hours every day.
Right.
Who wants to deal with that guy on a break? Like you don't want to, and there were two things happening where I was playing this role and taking that very seriously. But then it was the first time I've ever been a lead on a TV show. And I'm also taking that responsibility very seriously. So I wanted to make sure that our crew, this incredible crew in Toronto, I wanted the whole film crew and the other cast, everyone to feel good.
Yeah.
And what we were doing was so hard, and the material is obviously so dark.
Yeah.
I didn't want it to be this awful experience. I wanted it was never going to be fun, but I wanted it to not be so painful and awful.
Yeah.
That being said, like sometimes I had to kind of stay in the Gacy voice a little bit just to keep warmed up. And certainly when I had the like mustache on and the big black leather jacket, like you feel a presence. I felt like, I was never out of it. When I was at work, I was never fully Michael. There was always a little bit of him sticking around.
Lurking. Yeah. That's that kind of experience in terms of kind of like when I finished that thing, and I can't remember if I told you that this part of it, like I didn't realize for me finishing that podcast was like extremely cathartic, and I didn't realize when I was doing it how cathartic it was, because I don't think that I really had a firm understanding of just how much that case had impacted my life, like in a lot of different ways. Like I certainly had my father not taken that case on in 79 and 80, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. Like I wouldn't have made the podcast. I'm sure I don't even know if I would have gone to law school. You know what I'm saying? So it's like in terms of like my life arc, when I uttered the last words or the last things that I wrote in terms of finishing the podcast, and like Darren at least told me that he quit recording, he stopped recording, I just burst into tears, man. It was such an odd experience for me, and it really was eye-opening in that sense. So in terms of you deciding to take on the role, and we talked about this some on Tony's, but like the nuances in terms of you playing the character, which were so amazing, was your ability to be able to just nail the fact that this dude wore so many masks. You know what I'm saying? Because it wasn't like he was just one kind of unnuanced character where he was just this dude, like where he was this, seemingly jovial guy who's out there and charismatic and, at the same time, super manipulative. It's like you were able to drop the masks, and there were so many of them that he wore. Like, how did you figure out how to do that?
Man, thank you. That's the highest compliment. You're totally right. I mean, that guy, in my understanding of him, which I don't know if I'll ever fully understand him, but like, that's exactly it. Like, there were so many masks. There was not one singular mode. I think all the research I did really was a big part of it. And also the scripts that our writing staff wrote, a lot of that was built into it. And so that was there for me. But I also, one of my many tools was this is not just lip service, was listening to your podcast. I doubt that any intention you had in making this podcast or releasing some of these tapes was to help some random actor you didn't know. But in listening over and over to hearing Gacy speak so close to his arrest, one of the things that I think is such a valuable piece of just a relic that you gave all of us in releasing these tapes is we have these interviews of him, once he's in prison and on death row, but that's a different version of the guy. Yeah. He's fighting for his life. He's trying to appeal the case. He's had time to kind of curate a new story around it, but he's raw. These are, some of your tapes are hours, days, weeks after his arrest, and it's all so present. And listening to him talk to your dad and jump back and forth from different personalities almost, the episode where he's talking about John Bukovich and just like describing like, well, I like the kid and, he was a good kid and, but then he said he was going to murder me. And so I had to murder him and, and just like the weird justifications he had for things, just, he was never, in his mind, he was never wrong. He was always the victim, right? He was always being done to. And so depending on who was in front of him, whether it was a police officer or whoever, he was just going to give them the story that he thought they wanted to hear to make them believe that he was innocent and he was the victim. And it was almost just like animalistic self-preservation. Like you and I both talked about him like being a shark, like just being this apex predator who it was all just, he's just trying to keep his way of being, his thing going and never getting fully caught. If he got caught, getting himself out of it. I think he was addicted to killing and he just needed to keep doing it for as long as he could keep doing it. So he was going to be whoever you needed him to be, right? To let him go, you know, and a master manipulator. And so anyway, to answer your question about acting, I think early on, the first couple of days of shooting, I was like, God, how am I going to play this full? Because through all my research, I knew how complex he was. I was like, how can I show all of this complexity at once? And it was like, I think Patrick said, like, you don't have to. We've got 8 episodes. Like, just show that one aspect of him, right? Yeah. And so the job for me became in each scene to decide which version of John we're seeing at any given moment.
Yeah, and so I had a question in terms of, because when I made the pod, I had reached out to Tracy Ullman, who had done the doc version of Devil in Disguise. And, and she's like, I said, do you have any research that you can give me? Because she had been forever, trying to get that doc made. And it was like, she was 10, 12 years into it. And she was kind enough to send me everything. And then when I heard that Peacock was going to kind of keep the same name, but they were going to do a scripted version, I'm like, all right, cool. Who did the actual, if you want to call it an adaptation, because it doesn't really follow the doc at all. It's its own thing. Who did the screenwriting for it?
Yeah, so Patrick is like the head writer and showrunner, and then he had an incredible writing staff. We had a writer's room of incredible writers, most of whom he had worked with on other projects. And so I don't remember exactly how many writers, but I want to say 7 writers in the writer's room. I could be getting that wrong. Right. But there was a team that spent months, in the writer's room before we ever went into production, breaking down the outlines for every episode and coming up with the whole premise of how we were going to tell this story. And then so there was a group of incredible writers who were responsible for this, who put countless hours and so much of themselves and their heart into telling this story. And also just the way it kind of shaked out with the writers that Patrick chose, it was a predominantly queer writers room, so that added to telling the victim's stories. So many of those short stories are coming from a very personal place. And you can just feel that kind of specificity and detail that it's just built into it. I mean, I think another story that really was told so well on our show is the Jeffrey Rignall story, which we focused, those of us who were involved with the telling of this story in whatever way we do, so much of it obviously of course should be on the victims whose lives were taken, but there are also these horrible stories of these victims who were tortured and he let go for whatever reason, and they're survivors, but their lives were completely destroyed,
man. The Rignall thing, dude, was like, because I knew I knew of his story going into it, and I knew that he had written the book, which
Only fan.
was like an issue because he was wanting to release it right before he was going to testify at trial, and that was a problem for Uncle and shit. And my dad, Sam, ended up calling Jeffrey. Yeah, but dude, guy, that he was the perfect example to me of the indifference of Chicago police in terms of this guy sitting on an overpass for 3 weeks, just looking for this car of this guy who had abducted and tortured him for 2 fucking days, and until he sees it. You know what I mean? And it's his whole story is just so brutal, man. Yeah, and it that side of it, in terms of the cops, when I'm talking to these old Des Plaines cops who obviously are a different department than Chicago, they were all very candid about that aspect of the fact that because a lot of these victims were gay men, that was part of the problem in terms of them just not doing anything about what was going on, and I thought Patrick wrote that in, or the group wrote that in really well, just in terms of that one scene where they had Gacy in the station, where you're in there, and Gacy just tells his story. Oh, it was consent. It got a little rough. That type of bullshit is exactly what he would say. And then
he would say it, and he did it. So, this isn't the right word to use, but he did it so well in terms of his manipulation. You'll even hear him once he's in prison in interviews, just the way he would talk about sex was so matter of fact. And I don't know if that was conscious or not on his part, but it's, I think it just threw police officers, not only were they homophobic, just that he would be like, yeah, I was blowing him and then he was blowing me. And I was, and he said it he was changing a light bulb, or, it was just so matter of fact. There's something about the way that the way he was devoid of, the way he talked about sexuality, saying that his definition of bisexuality was just, there was no emotion attached to it. So as long as he didn't have any feelings or any love, it didn't matter if it was someone's male or female. It's just I'm just getting off. And that kind of almost folksy matter of he's talking about a football game or something. I think it was just so people were so confused by it that they were just I can't handle this. I'm not okay later.
Right. Especially when the mindset collectively back in the 70s.
Yeah.
We were fucking in the dark ages, man, still. And it was but it was more than that, because it was the socioeconomic aspect of it. When you got Butkovich, who, his parents are immigrants, first generation over, and, they're out there, blue collar guy. And, he's calling fucking the Chicago police for 2 years, twice a week, begging them to look into this guy, and they just won't do it. They just won't do it. Yeah. I really thought that the way that you guys decided I was obviously super appreciative that you guys took that approach too, in terms of trying to tell the story. Cause I did the same thing in the pod, and it was I'm trying to get into the minds of these kids, like Tim McCoy, getting off the bus in Chicago at the Greyhound where Gacy snatched him, and kind of he's an Iowa kid who had moved up to Minnesota and then or Michigan, and then he was going back to celebrate with his buddies because they were graduating high school, and that's when the bus stops in Chicago and Gacy snatches him up. Or, just kind of that feeling of being in probably what I felt like when I'm a 30-year-old man, stepping onto Manhattan Island for the first time, kind of in awe of it, but I really, you guys did an amazing job with that. I wanted to ask you about a couple of scenes in particular, and you guys had warned everybody, in terms of, you got 8 episodes, right? So, there's going to have to be amalgams. You're going to have to kind of combine certain characters together, because if you had 33 episodes, you'd go all in, man, but you can't do that. So, but you guys, I thought, did a wonderful job of getting as much in that 8 episodes as you could. But there's that one scene where Gacy sees the girlfriend of the victim in a restaurant, and he had he had drawn a little picture of her, and he had he put it down on the bar. Tell me, I loved that aspect of it, which I think there's elements of truth to it in terms of, because I think I interviewed the two of the girls, one of which who dated him right when he went missing, and but tell me about that scene in particular, because I was what was the thought process in that scene? And if people haven't seen it, I'm sorry for the spoiler, but I've been dying to kind of ask you that. What was kind of the thought process behind that?
Well, it's a great scene, I think.
Great scene.
But it is based in reality. That and it's another one of those weird coincidences where Gacy didn't know that there was any connection there. And but he was at the Good Luck Lounge and he would just draw. He would like draw pictures of people, and he was sitting at the bar and he drew her, and they actually struck up a conversation. And I don't even know if memory serves, maybe they met more than once, but he drew her and gave her this picture of herself. And so it's based on reality. It didn't happen exactly that way, but I think what that scene does is kind of, it also points out just how he blended into, I don't want to say normal society, because what he was doing wasn't normal. I mean, he walks up to some random girl and is like, "You just look so nice. Here's this drawing of you."
Right.
But like how he was just kind of lurking in Chicago. Like he was just out there. Like he was not hiding.
No.
And so he's just out at a bar. He knows what he's done. He knows that he's living above this graveyard, but he's just out at a bar, like fucking drawing pictures of strangers. Like, I mean, if you're guilty of killing dozens of people, maybe you should be keeping a little bit more of a low profile. But like to me, when I was playing that scene, I was like, just the bravado, the audacity of this guy to just not even knowing that there's any connection to one of his victims, but just being like, "Hey, you look interesting. You know, like I'm going to strike up a conversation with you. Hey, can I draw your picture?" What?
Yeah. He was like, I don't know if he was just impervious to. I'm such a like, and I'm not a really religious guy either. You know, I'm you know, I'm spiritual in the sense that I think there's something greater out there, but not an organized religion guy. So, you know, but I do feel guilty all the fucking time. You know, like if I know that I've wronged somebody in some type of way, I feel it, dude. I feel it deeply. You know what I mean? I'm like, I
Welcome to Zoom for Government. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
Yes, please. Come on.
You entered 7678990. This meeting ID does not exist. Please re-enter your meeting ID. Enter your participant ID. Please enter the meeting passcode followed by pound. You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting.
All right, jurors.
The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You are unmuted.
Put us back in session and ADC.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we go back to that RTT file for the phone number ending in 7966? And can you scroll all the way down to the bottom, Ms. Gilman? Thank you.
Have I been muted this whole time? Oh,
Trooper,
boy.
I believe we left off with RTT that the last time Verizon was able to give you a location, an estimated location of the handset.
I was saying nothing. I was just saying that. Oh my gosh. Good thing Bob's not here to see all this. I was like saying that they're back in, so but there's no sound. We didn't miss anything. I don't know. Bob went to the store. So there was no sound on anything until just now. I also said that if you missed Buried, the new episode came out, talked about how, most of you know that I'm recovering from surgery. So I got up at like 5 a.m, listened to some Buried, and that's how I know I fell back to sleep, because I didn't listen to the whole thing. My goodness. I'd love to build up blooping time. I would have, if we still had more blooping time, I would have blooped right on past all of this like base stuff that he's doing until he got to like the specifics, which I think they're finally at right now, is like specifically what time and date was Anna's phone where. So let's go.
Was around 3:14 a.m. on January 2nd. My question to you is, according to these records, and if you could go all the way down to the bottom, Ms. Gilman, according to these records, when you analyze them, were there any other times after that there was any interaction between Verizon and the handset?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that based on the...
Oh yeah, guys, I was intentionally muted. I like Mark's excuse. That's the one I'm going to use next time. All right.
Records.
Yes.
Okay.
Again, it's estimated distance of the device, not location. Estimated distance of the device.
Thank you for correcting me.
Sorry, Judge. I just need to ask you to speak up.
Yes. Can the witness make sure you lean into the microphone and speak up?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so you corrected me. Verizon gave you the estimated distance of the device from the tower.
That's correct.
Okay. So my question to you is, after that time of 3:14 a.m. on January 2nd, 2023, according to the records, were you able to identify any other incidences where the phone or the handset had any interactions with the Verizon network?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at these records, can you tell us when you were able to determine that and what happened?
So line 831.
Yes.
That would be January 2nd, 2023 at 4:13 a.m.
Okay.
The technology was Nokia. That's the start and time of the duration. And then if you could go scroll all the way to the right, please. The columns V and W, there is NA, which means they were not able to provide an estimated distance of the device. So there was a signaling event between the tower and the device, but they were unable to provide an estimated distance of the device.
Were there any other interactions from Verizon after that event?
Yes.
What was the final interaction that you were able to determine from the Verizon network? Or not interaction, the final activity of the Verizon network according to these records?
Yes, if you could slide back over to the left, please. There's line 832, January 4th, 2023 at 4:14 a.m.
Yes, sir. What happened at that time according to the data?
There was a signaling event, but signaling event from the network, Verizon, to the device, but they were unable to complete that transaction. So if you could scroll all the way to the PCMD procedure, keep going, please. Right there, column AA, alpha, alpha, the procedure time, there is no time. So the network was unable to connect with the device at that time.
Okay, so am I missaying this? The network sent out a signal, but the device never connected with it at that point?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. Now,
Ms.
Gilman, if you could close out.
I forgot. They were pinging it, right? They were sending pings to it. So the network was they're trying to figure out what her location was. That's what we're talking about now.
Out of that for us. Thank you very much. So that's January 5th. But what time were you working on this at Cohasset PD?
It was later at night.
All right. So what do you do on the 6th on this case?
The 6th, I am at the command post in Cohasset, Massachusetts, and I receive 3 devices from Lieutenant John Fanning.
Where was the command post in Cohasset?
The Stop and Shop Plaza.
Okay.
Kind of in the center of town there. Not
And-
center of town, but
Forgive me, I'm not in the military. I wasn't in the police. What's a command post?
usually like a uniform command where agencies collaborate, locate, there's communications established, different units to collaborate and come up with a plan and action.
Were there any vehicles or anything like that brought in?
Yes.
What?
There was different police vehicles, I believe maybe some four-wheelers, stuff like that, from what I recall.
Okay. So it's January 6th. You're at the command post and you received what for devices?
3 electronic devices.
And who gave them to you?
Lieutenant John Fanning.
And what devices did you receive?
I received an iPhone 13 mini, an iPad 6, and an iPad 6 mini.
And what did you do with these devices?
I transported them back to the Digital Forensics Lab at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in Canton, Massachusetts.
And so about what time did you get back to the lab?
Around 9:30 p.m.
And so what did you do with these devices around 9:30 p.m.?
I began the extraction process on the iPhone 13 mini.
Walk us through, what's the extraction process consist of?
So in this case, I used Gray Key, which is a forensic hardware and software company. You will take the device, you plug it into the hardware on a forensic computer running forensic software, and then the data will be extracted from the device.
How long does this take?
It can take hours, up to hours.
And so did you do all 3 devices at once?
I did not.
Why not?
It got towards later in the evening, and I finished the devices the next day.
And so do you have 3 Gray Key machines, or can you put all one onto one machine?
No, it's one at a time.
Okay, so one's going to download, then you can get the next one.
Yes, sir.
And this information, once you download it, where does it go?
It goes to the forensic server at the office.
Okay, and does anyone have access to the server?
Just the people assigned to the forensic lab.
How many people are assigned to the forensic lab in January 2023?
At that time, I believe it was 3.
And so you said that you came back on the 7th to work on this?
Yes.
About what time did you finish downloading the devices?
Before lunchtime on the 7th.
And what was done with the devices?
They were returned back to the owner.
And who was your understanding the owner was?
Brian Walshe.
Now, once you've downloaded this information, can you just read it and go to town, do what you need to do?
No, sir.
What do you do?
The data is in a raw form, and then we use a program, Celebrite, which is another forensic software that we take the raw data. It is ingested into Celebrite. Celebrite creates a readable, interactive image of the data. It breaks it down to calls, contacts, pictures, videos, text messages, web history, stuff like that.
And so when did you finish getting the data into a readable format?
The late afternoon on the 7th.
And so on the 7th, what did you do as far as analyzing data from the iPhone 13 mini?
I began analyzing data from December 25th, 2022 through the date of I received them January 6th.
And was that now, did you ever have a second opportunity to download this data from the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
When did you do that?
Trooper Nick Areno did that, I believe in the January 9th.
Okay. And so on January 9th, in addition to the iPhone 13 mini, did you have the opportunity to analyze data from any other iPhones?
Yes, I did.
What was the second iPhone you had the opportunity to analyze data from?
That was an iPhone SE.
And now, as far as looking at this data on January 9th, did anyone help you look at this data?
Trooper Nick Areno was there.
Now, Are you familiar with the term native location data as it applies to iPhones?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what it is?
Yeah, so native location in iOS, Apple iOS operating systems. Native location is made up of location services on the Apple device, and location services are made up of GPS satellite, Bluetooth beacons, wireless connections, and cell tower information.
And so native location data, how is that different than the Verizon data you just talked about?
So this is data taken directly from the device, and the other data is from a cell phone provider.
Okay. And so which one is more specific as far as a location then?
The native location data.
And so when you were talking about the handset being in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, based on the Verizon records, what are you able to determine based on the native location data of the location of a handset?
It is more accurate to a specific location.
And at this point in time, Your Honor, I would seek to enter in the electronic files of the location data of the iPhone 13 mini and the iPhone SE.
There's no objection.
I'm just writing, but I'm happy to hear you. No objection. So the native location date or the location data for those two devices, the iPhone 13 mini and the iPhone SE, is now in evidence as 161. Did I mess it up?
I believe that our last exhibit was 158, Your Honor.
No, I have
No, we had the Verizon records, which were
158, 159,
159 and 160 were the Verizon records?
Oh, I see. We had one drive that had 3 sets of records on it, and they got one tag. That's why.
All right, well, just listen up when I'm announcing them. So let me clarify the record and make sure that I'm getting it right this time.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so there were 3 sets of records. They were the Verizon for those 3 different phones ending 7966, 8082, and 8648. And I had previously announced on the record that they were 159, 158, 159, and 160. And now I'm being told that they're on one thumb drive, and all of those 3 records for those 3 Verizon, or those 3 phone numbers that have Verizon records, are now in evidence as Exhibit 158.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. That will mean that this records location data for the iPhone 13 mini and the iPhone SE is now in evidence as Exhibit 159.
Thank you, Your Honor. My apologies. So, Ms. Gilman, could we have what's now been marked as Exhibit 159, and could you go to the file for the location data for the 13 mini? So, Trooper, directing your attention to the screen, we're looking at an Excel spreadsheet from 159 titled iPhone 13 Native Location Data. Can you tell us what we're looking at here as far as, I'll ask you, the first column has a number associated. What does that column represent?
That indicates the number of records line by line in this file.
When it says type, what's that supposed to indicate to you?
Type of data in the file, location data.
And then the next 2 are blank. And what are we looking at as far as this series of records, location, date, time, destination, and description?
These are native location data that I exported from the iPhone 13 mini.
Okay.
And that is date, time, and then the latitude, longitude.
So when you get this information of the latitude and longitude, what do you do with it? Well, you've got this spreadsheet. What do you do with it?
I take the data that has been exported in an Excel form, and then I ingest it into a program called LexisNexis Tracks, which creates a KML file, keyhole markup language file. It's a Google Earth file. And then that brings up Google Earth. I ingest that file into Google Earth, and it presents a readable, interactive map of the data.
So this gets into another program, and that becomes a readable map of data.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when it says item number, how many points of data did you have between the iPhone SE and the 13 mini?
Upwards of 40, 50,000 points.
And so how is it that
So all of this is just nonsense. In this case, since he's already admitting he dismembered and disposed of the body. We know she's not alive. We know when she was not alive. But again, they have to do it because they still have to prove their case. But for the jury, it's just painstaking. It's like insane.
phone has all these different locations in it? Why has it got this 40, 50,000 between these two phones?
Any apps that you have location services on, anytime you use Apple Maps, Google Maps, stuff like that, your phone's consistently collecting this location information.
Now, in addition to getting this location data, did you also get the subscriber information for these two phones?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask if we could go back, close out of this, go back to Exhibit 158, and go to the file for the phone number ending in 8082. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And so, Trooper, looking at subscriber MTN 617-895-8028. My bad, I said 8082. It should be 8028. Looking at this, what is the name of the account holder?
Ana Walshe.
And what is the address for the account holder?
330 Paradise Road, Unit 1320, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll over to the end. If you could stop right there. MTN effective date, what does that mean?
That means when this number became active on the Verizon network.
All right.
And that would be December 22nd, 2022.
And so is this number, 8028, the iPhone 13 mini, or is it the SE?
The iPhone SE.
Okay, 8028 is the SE. Now, Ms. Gilman, could we have the file for 8648?
Do you think
subscriber information from Exhibit 158?
Any of it? Like, what's he talking about? Whose phone are we? Where are they? Where is it? And why do we care?
Trooper.
Looking
at this subscriber MTN 617-939-8646. Someday I'll learn how to read.
Wow.
8646.
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
Look, he's like, I don't like. She's like, I don't like these comments. What do you mean? Someday you'll learn how to read. Keep it to yourself. I mean, I don't know if that's really what she's saying, but And we are live, I think. We might have like a bloop left.
You may continue.
Thank you. So, Ms. Gilman, actually, stop right there. Sir, what is the name of the account holder on this account?
That is Diana Walshe,
Okay. And what is the address for the account holder?
330 Paradise Road, Unit 1320, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, can you scroll to the end of this row of information? Okay. What is the effective date for this phone number?
December 12th, 2018.
And this phone number corresponds to what phone that you analyzed?
The iPhone 13 mini.
Okay. Now, sir, did you have the opportunity, Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that? Thank you. Now, with this information, did you have the opportunity to see where the iPhone 13 mini traveled on January 5th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. What did you discover in your initial examination of the location data of the iPhone 13 mini as far as where it traveled?
January 5th, 2023, the iPhone 13 mini was about approximately 8 a.m. The device was in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. And then at approximately 9:30 a.m., the device is in the area of 330 Paradise Road, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
And are you aware of any of Mr. Walsh's relatives that live in and around 330 Paradise Road?
Yes.
Who?
His mother, Diana Walshe.
Now, where does that device travel in that area on January 5th, 2023 of 330 Paradise Road?
It is stationary in the southeast corner of the apartment complex where there is a large trash compactor.
Can you tell from the data you saw whether or not the iPhone 13 mini went into the buildings of 330 Paradise Road that morning?
I do not believe so.
Now, did you ever have the ability to compare this data from January 5th, 2023 of the iPhone 13's native location data to its native location data, say, of December 27th, 2022?
Yes.
And
so for all of these people, if I'm the defense, I would want to ask the question, so all of the point of your testimony was to tell us as to, or part of the point of your testimony was to tell us the travel and locations of the defendant, in that he went to various dumpsters, things of that nature. Yes. And that's consistent with his plea that he disposed, with him admitting that he disposed of Anna's remains in various dumpsters, correct? Yes. And that's it. You know, like that's like the question that I would want to ask. And I don't know if they don't mention the plea and they just say, and that's consistent with him having, you know, as he has acknowledged, him having disposed of the remains. You know, I don't know.
when you look at the native location data from December 27th, 2022, can you determine whether or not the phone goes inside 330 Paradise Road?
Can't determine if it physically goes inside the building, but is in a different area, in the general area of the building, as opposed to the southeast corner.
Now, as far as the location that you're determining of the phone, based on the data from January 5th, what day are you examining this data that you see this?
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's not really a well-worded question, so good for you. So what day were you looking at this phone's data?
That would be that weekend, January 8th, 9th of 2023.
And so when you saw that it was in and around a dumpster on 330 Paradise Road, did you alert anyone?
Yes, sir.
Who'd you alert?
I alerted my immediate supervisors.
All right. And have you had the opportunity, utilizing this native location data from the two phones, to create a PowerPoint presentation of points that you've discovered these two phones went to?
Yes, I had. Yes, I did.
And at this point, Your Honor, I would seek to enter the PowerPoint presentation as the next exhibit. I've reduced it to a thumb drive.
You know,
Is there
and
an
then
objection to that?
No objection.
there's
So
nothing.
the PowerPoint presentation is now in evidence as Exhibit 160.
There's nothing about this PowerPoint presentation that can help inform the jury as to how what caused Anna's death, correct? No. Good night. Goodbye. And then the question, like, these travels all consistent. The first
So
travels
at this point, I would seek to publish the PowerPoint presentation, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, could we have the PowerPoint presentation for iPhone SE and iPhone 13? And can we go to the first slide? Okay. Trooper, is this the PowerPoint presentation you created?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what number or in what device are you looking at native location data and mapping in this slide?
This slide refers to the iPhone SE, the phone device ending in 8082.
And
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
I mean, she's probably saying something like, you need to just say by whose phone it is, you know, like or which device it is or whose phone it is, because the jury's not keeping track of any of this shit. Device ending in this, that. You know, again, so on cross, I just say all of this location information that you discussed is consistent with Brian's admission that he had disposed of the body, correct? Yes. And nothing about this location data can tell you how or what brought about Anna's death, correct? Correct. That's it. No further questions. And I'd be doing some version of that with all of the law enforcement, you know, witnesses. I don't get it. So the judge is up there just talking to the prosecution because both defense counsel are seated. And we still got this beep, beep going.
all right. So which one's the accurate number?
The accurate number is from the Verizon records ending in 8028.
Okay. And so in the PowerPoint presentation, you made an error as far as transcribing those two numbers.
Yes.
Okay. So,
Judge
Ms. Gilman, if we could close out of that, and for the record, on your PowerPoint presentation, the last two numbers are wrong.
Correct.
Okay. So if we could go back to that slide that we had. Now, looking at this, on January 1st, 2023, that's the date you've put these points in.
Correct.
What is the significance of the red dots?
That signifies this was the data from the iPhone SE.
Okay. So let's go to the next slide. Now again,
you've inverted
the number in the corner, the last two numbers have been transcribed, correct?
Correct.
Or transposed.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. So it should be 8028.
That is correct.
All right. Now,
Classic.
What is the significance of the red dot 2?
That was the line of data from the Excel. That's what the 2 represents. And this is the data from the iPhone SE.
Okay. Now, what is the date and time corresponding to that line of data?
January 1st, 2023 at approximately 5:07 p.m.
And where is the device located according to the native location data at 5:07 p.m. on January 1st?
In the southeast, at the landing at Vinnon Square Apartments at 330 Paradise Road, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Okay. Could we have the next slide, please?
So he's already throwing stuff away at 5.
This next slide, again, the numbers should read 8028.
Correct.
Okay. And what is the significance, or what is the date and time you have with the red? What is the significance of the red dot 3?
That represents the native location data from the iPhone SE.
Okay. And what is the date and time of the native location data that corresponds to the location of that line of code?
January 1st, 2023 at approximately 5:41 p.m.
And where is the phone located?
In the area of Lowe's Home Improvement in Danvers, Massachusetts.
Okay. Could we have the next slide, please? Looking at this slide, again, this should be 8028, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
If I'm jury, what I want to know is I want to line up, and I don't even know that it would matter, but I want to line up the searches with the time and date of the searches with the time and dates of the locations. Because I thought he was still searching how to dispose of a body long after January 1st. And like, what's best to use, like this whole hatchet, whatever thing. I don't know if I think he went to Lowe's. That Lowe's trip may have been cleaning supplies, but I would want to be like tying that together here. Okay, so at January 1st, he was at Lowe's, and was some other part of the investigation tell us what in fact he purchased at that Lowe's? Because I think they have a receipt. I don't know if it's the receipt for that trip. I don't know if there was more than one trip. I mean, shit.
Is the significance of the red dot 4?
Again, that's the native location data from the iPhone SE.
And what is the date and time corresponding to the data for line number 4?
January 1st, 2023 at approximately 6:24 p.m.
And where is the phone located at 6:24 p.m. on January 1st?
In the parking lot of CVS Santander Bank in Danvers, Massachusetts.
Okay, could I have the next slide, Ms. Gilman? Now, this next slide, again, the numbers should be 8028, correct?
Correct.
All right. What is the significance of the red dot 5?
The native location data from the iPhone SE.
And what is the date and time corresponding to the number 5?
This represents January 1st, 2023 at approximately 6:53 p.m.
And where is the phone located?
In the Stop and Shop Plaza in Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please, Ms. Gilman?
I mean, does anyone remember what happened at the Stop and Shop? Was that one of the dumpsters he threw stuff away at? Was that one of the places? I mean, seriously, he should be, for each and every one of these, he can say, and unless this guy only did this part of it, then I guess he can't. But, you know, if he was also involved in the investigation over and above this, which I would assume he was, it could be tying all of this together somehow.
8028 is what it should read, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is the significance of the red 8?
The native location data from the iPhone SE.
And is that dot's telling you where the phone would be, right?
Yes.
Okay. What is the date and time of the where that phone is at 0.8?
January 1st, 2023 at 8:08 p.m.
And where is it located?
In the Stop and Shop Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Now, same question. This should be 8028.
Yes, sir.
All right. And what is the significance of red dot 10?
Represents the location of the native location of the iPhone SE.
And so that's where the phone would be located.
Yes.
And what is the date and time of where the iPhone SE is according to point 10?
On January 1st, 2023 at 8:31 p.m. It
Okay.
is located in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Going to the next slide. And again, same question, 8028 is what it should read in the corner?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what is the significance of the number 12 with a red dot underneath it?
Represents the native location of the iPhone SE.
And what is the date and time corresponding to point 12?
January 2nd, 2023 at 9:30 a.m., approximately 9:30 a.m.
And where is the phone located according to point 12?
In the Home Goods TJ Maxx parking lot in Norwell, Massachusetts.
Then going to the next slide. And so now, what is the phone number here?
Now the phone number, this is the native location data for the iPhone 13 mini. Phone number 617-939-8646.
Is that the same number that corresponds to the Verizon records?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what is the significance of the blue dot with the 1716?
Again, to distinguish between the iPhone SE and the iPhone 13, this data from the iPhone 13 mini is blue, highlighted in blue. And 1716 is the line of data from the thousands of data points from the Excel sheet.
So before this point, there would be 1,715 points of data before this.
Are you sure?
Yes, I would, yes.
Okay. And so what is the date and time that corresponds to the 1716?
That is January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 4:15 p.m.
And where is the phone located according to this line of data, 1716?
In the entrance parking lot of Home Depot, located in Rockland, Massachusetts.
Going to the next slide. What is the significance of the blue dot with the 1801?
It is the native location of the iPhone 13 mini.
And what was the date and time that corresponds to the native location 1801?
January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 5:14 p.m.
And what phone number is this for?
The number ending in 8646.
And where is it located?
The Derby Street Shops by the Shake Shack in Hingham, Massachusetts.
If we could go to the next slide. What phone number corresponds to this slide?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And this corresponds to which phone?
The iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the significance of 1872?
That represents the native location data for this point.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to 1872?
January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 6 p.m.
All right.
And where is it located?
Don't we think that he could have just said for each of these data points, for each slide, like he asks the first time, and what does this thing represent? And he says, that's the data point for blah, blah, blah. He said, and on each and every slide afterwards, that's what that data point is going to represent. Yeah. So then he can just jump to the question based on this data point. Where was the phone on the date and time represented by this data point? Instead of asking that first question over and over and over for each freaking slide.
The Stop and Shop Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please?
Here he goes.
Looking at this slide, what phone number is this for?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And what is the date? What is the significance of 1895 with a blue dot?
It represents the native location of the iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to that data?
January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 6:13 p.m.
And where is it located?
The Walgreens Shaw's Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Now, sir, what is the significance of the blue dot 3776?
This represents the native location data from the iPhone 13 mini.
And you say iPhone 13 mini is the number ends in 8646?
Yes, sir.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to this data?
January 3rd, 2023 at approximately 4:30 p.m.
And where is this phone located?
The device is in the area of the Claremont Apartments in Chestnut Glen in Abington, Massachusetts.
Can we have the next slide, please? What phone number corresponds to this slide?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And that corresponds to which phone?
The iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 3840?
It's the native.
That is the native location data.
And what is the date and time?
January 3rd, 2023 at approximately 4:48 p.m.
And where is the phone located?
The Point Apartments in Abington, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Looking at this slide, what phone number does this correspond to?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 3926?
There is none.
The native location for the iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to this?
January 3rd, 2023 at approximately 5:14 p.m.
And where is it located according to the native location data?
The Chatham West Apartments in Brockton, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Looking at the next slide, what phone number does this correspond to?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And what is the device that corresponds to?
The iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 5228?
For the snoring.
That is the native location
2 hours later
of the iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to that point of data?
Oh, now I found both.
January 4th, 2023 at approximately 9:44 a.m.
And where is the phone located?
The Home Goods TJ Maxx Plaza in Norwell, Massachusetts.
Okay.
Back at TJ Maxx.
Looking at the next slide, please. What phone number does this correspond to?
The iPhone 13 mini ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 6461?
The native location data.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to?
January 4th, 2023 at approximately 12:47 p.m.
And where is it located?
The Shaw's Walgreens Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Oh my God.
could we-
This is
What?
just so painful.
Is it bad? Boring?
It's just boring because none of it matters because he's already admitted that he disposed of the bodies.
Yeah.
But he's just doing it like instead of saying, all right, so all the next slides are going to deal with this phone. And when we switch to a different device,
Thanks, Pitt.
you'll signal to us, and like the first thing is always the native location on all the slides. I don't know. I can't take it. I thought I was like, oh, he's doing something spectacular and he's going to come down and give me something edible, but that didn't happen. I thought you were up there like making food.
I did.
Oh,
You're gonna have to check them though.
okay.
I put the timer on, so
All right. Well, we're doing a lot of this.
yeah, a lot of snoring.
Yeah, and I'm like anxious for the cross because I was telling the people like my cross would be, all of this location data is to let us to inform the jury that the defendant traveled to various dumpsters and cleaning supplies, correct? Yeah, all consistent with him having disposed of and cleaned up the body. Yes. And nothing about any of this data can tell us how Ana Walshe came to, how she died. No. Correct. And nothing about this data can distinguish between a murder and a sudden death. Correct. No further questions.
Right. 100%.
Like over and over again and over again.
Are you real time?
Yes, we are.
Oh, you are?
Like other than like these couple of blips.
We have the next slide to correspond to.
The iPhone 13 mini ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 8194?
That would be the native location.
The native location.
And what is the date and time that it corresponds to?
January 4th, 2023 at approximately 4:25 p.m.
And where is it located, sir?
The Lowe's Home Improvement
Back at Lowe's.
in Weymouth, Massachusetts.
And could we have the next slide correspond to?
The iPhone 13 mini ending in 8646.
And what's
what is the significance of the blue dot with the 15333?
The native location.
That is the native location data.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to?
January 5th, 2023 at approximately 9:30 a.m.
And where is the phone located?
The southeast corner. Next.
All I'm saying is, why can't he just say, where is the data point for 15333 for phone number ending in 8684? What is the date and time of that? You know what? Instead of asking the same thing over and over and over again.
So a large trash compactor.
Okay.
Of what area?
Oh, sorry. The Vinnon Square Apartments. The landing at Vinnon Square Apartments at 3.
What?
This is the guy that they had asked to try Karen Reed season 2. Just be thankful. As much
No, I
as
mean, he's not so bad. He's just, I mean, we saw him do this kind of weird setup when
When
he
you say that, I haven't seen him do anything that's
Well-
beyond completely pedestrian. at
No,
all.
I know. I'm just saying it's not like awful, like, you know, Hank or Lolly, but
Gee, if I were to try to go by what you just told me, it sounds pretty fucking awful.
well, yeah,
I mean-
it's similar to like what he did with the photographs, and then
I mean, yeah. Well,
and then he put in the EV numbers completely separate and then put in the bags. It was too much.
I mean, there's no way to make laying foundation and authenticating shit
A little
you
bit
know,
better. Come
not
on.
boring. No, there's no way to do it. It's just
All
boring
right,
shit.
here we go. I'm leaving you for a second.
30
All right, wait, I'm
Paradise
gonna
Road,
scroll over.
Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Now, if we could close out of that.
I'm pulling your shit off. I'm pulling it up. I don't want to be.
Yeah, just go live. Bye.
See ya. It's been real.
So if I'm wrong, correct me.
Yes, sir.
All right. So it's using the Safari web browser to go onto the internet.
All right, I'm just going to tell you guys are sucking on the goal. We've got an amazing sticker package. Amazing. Amazing. Hold on. I got to find some of these stickers. Let's see. Yeah, look at all these stickers. Magnet stickers, straight dope. Look at that. Look at that. That's a magnet. The Just Facts stickers. Oh my God, there's so much amazing shit in here. You get the point. All right, let's go.
Yes.
And so how is this different than, say, the internet history if this is just the search history?
So this would just be the search terms related to Safari. So the term entered on Safari, whereas the web history would include pages visited, the amounts visited. It would have more details.
And with the web history, did you also create a select report for the web history of the iPhone 13 mini for?
I'm 55 and I love stickers. Love them. Got them on my Mac. Put them on my little, look at this shit. Look at that right there. Boop. Yeah, this cup does not come super dope like that. I had to make it like that. Look at that thing. Woo. And they're good stickers. Lace stickers. All right, yeah, I mean, we're definitely going to do a t-shirt thing. I felt, to be honest, our last winter Iceman was still waiting for his fucking shirt. So I'm like hounding Bonfire. I'm like, what, they last in the dishwasher. They're really good stickers. They don't come off. It's odd. Strangely, the adhesive is super powerful. So yeah, so I finally got an email because I emailed Bonfire. I'm like, where the hell's this shirt I ordered? And they finally told me it's en route. Of course, they gave quite a pretty healthy 12-day They must, they have a guy on horseback delivering the fucking t-shirt, I suppose. So, but it's coming. So I was kind of waiting until I knew before I did another t-shirt gift. Plus, I'm waiting for Mandy. She's told me she's got some new designs coming. I want the new Christmas shit, all the new designs to be out before we do a wheel spin, so you guys can get the new.
Or December 31st at approximately 9:30 a.m.
Yeah, yes. Defense Diary stickers.
I'm going to show you a binder and ask you to recognize the documents inside of it.
It's a magnet. It's a sticker.
Take a look inside.
Yes, sir.
The first chapter, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
What is that document?
This is the Safari search history of the iPhone 13 mini.
You created that?
Yes.
Using what program, sir?
Celebrate.
Okay, could you turn to the next chapter as well?
The OGs. That's a magnet.
And that second chapter in the book, what is that?
That is the web history.
The web history. Now, the search history, what dates did that correspond to? If you want to turn to the front. Yeah.
Sure.
I don't see
That
why
is
not.
December 25th, 2022 through January 4th, 2023.
Okay. In the web history, what time frame does that cover?
That was just December 31st, 2022.
Around 9:30 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. So
They're quite
when you
delightful,
create these
Scorpio.
reports, you can choose the times and filter them out that way.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have this binder as the next exhibit, which contains the search history for the Apple iPhone 13 mini from December 25th, 2022 to January 4th, 2023, and Safari web history, Apple iPhone 13 mini, December 31st, 2022, 8:28 a.m. to 8:31 a.m.
Okay. Can I see at the side of the bench?
Yes.
For $5. You got $5, Judge? Then I'll come over there. We could talk. Can I smell your hair? Smell good. Pert. All right. I don't think we have any blooping. Boop, boop. Bloop, 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 bloop.
It's one exhibit.
Yes. One binder, one exhibit.
All right, so the Safari search history and the Safari web history for the iPhone 13 mini for the times indicated by counsel is now in evidence as exhibit
I'm
161.
creepy about that. Every time Scarlett gets out of the shower, she's like, Dad, smell my hair. I'm like, it smells fresh.
Your Honor, may I publish the Safari search history?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, could we have the Safari search history for the iPhone 13 mini?
It's funny. Now that's fucking creepy. Say, did you just lean in?
So, Trooper, can you see this?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you some questions about the columns at the top.
Yes.
Okay. So, what is the number column?
The number of data in this sequentially in this file.
Okay. What's timestamp?
Oh, I do.
Date, time the search occurred.
Okay. What is source?
Source is the database in which the data was extracted from.
So on this first line of code where it says Safari, are there other databases that this draws from?
Yes.
What is the other database that this draws from?
The Knowledge C database.
And so what is the difference between the two databases?
Knowledge C is a larger database within the iOS operating system. Takes app data, app usage, phone information, internet history. So it's a larger database. Safari is just the Safari database.
Now, if there is a search in the Safari database, and then there's a search in the Knowledge C database, are they two different searches?
No.
It's the same search located in two different places within the phone.
That's correct.
Okay. So the data will repeat within this report.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. What is value?
Value was the search term entered.
What is parameters?
So for these blank columns, not all reports, Cellbrite is not able to extract or parse out the data for specific apps. So in this case, Cellbrite was not able to parse out any information pertaining to these columns.
And so when we see account, service identifier, parameters, and there's nothing there, Cellbrite couldn't read the data or couldn't produce it.
Correct.
Okay. What does it mean if origin is unknown?
The source origin of the search was unknown.
Okay. So I'd like to direct your attention to item number 16 on page 2. What is the date and time of item number 16?
The date is December 25th, 2022 at 11:52 a.m.
And what is the value?
Check a flight JetBlue.
And so value, what does that mean as far as, just so we're clear, what is value? How is value created on the phone?
Search term entered by the user of the device.
Okay, so it's not being generated by the phone. It's not being generated automatically by the phone. The user is inputting the value.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could we go down to item 21? What is the date and time of item 21?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:09 p.m.
And what is the value inputted into the phone?
William Fastow, DC Real Estate.
And could we scroll down to item 27? What is the date and time of item 27 on page 3?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:09 p.m.
And what is the value input into the phone?
William Fastow, DC Real Estate.
Scrolling down on page 3 to item 35. What is the date and time on item 35?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:22 p.m.
And what is the value input into the phone?
Ana Walshe, Tishman, Spire.
Can we scroll down to item 43 onto page 4? What is the date and time stamp for item 43?
December 25th, 2022, 12:28 p.m.
What is the value input into the phone?
Christmas Day plane crash.
Can we scroll down to item 50? What is the date and time stamp for item 50 on page 4?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:31 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Jeff Chad Tishman Spire.
Can we scroll down to item 53? What is the date and time stamp of item 53?
December 25th, 2022, 12:45 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Ana Walshe, found dead.
Can we scroll down to item 57 on page 5? What is the date and time stamp of item 57?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:46 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Jeff Chad.
Now, Ms. Gilman, can we go to page 14 and look at item 193? Sir, what is the date and time stamp of item 193?
December 25th, 2022 at 8:28 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Autobahn.
And can we now go to page 22, item 316? What is the date and time stamp of item 316?
December 27th, 2022.
And what is the value that's put in?
It was at 6:57 a.m. and the value was all my exes.
Now, the next one down, is it fair to say that's all my exes live in Texas?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with that being a song?
Yes, I believe so.
Can we now go to page 54 and go to item 804? What is the date and time stamp of 804?
December 29th, 2022 at 9:13 p.m.
And what is the value put into the phone?
Mazza Building, Washington.
And scrolling down to 813, what is the date and time for item 813?
December 29th, 2022 at 9:15 p.m.
And what is the value that is input into the phone?
Mazza Building, Washington, D.C.
Scrolling down to 820, what is the timestamp for 820?
9:15 p.m.
And what day?
Sorry, December 29th, 2022, 9:15 p.m.
And what is the value input?
Crossing Building, Washington, D.C.
And can we go to page 85 and line 1271? Sir, what is the date and time on item 1271?
That is January 2nd, 2023 at 6:42 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
I'm good.
Going down to the bottom of page 85 and looking at item 1274, what is the timestamp for that?
It is January 3rd, 2023 at 11:25 a.m.
And what is the value that is input into the phone?
Washington, D.C. Police.
Could we go to page 90? Thank you. And going to page 90, line 1, can we scroll down to 1343? Thank you. What is the timestamp?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right, Tayaf. None of this does prove that. That's why Allie was saying, look, there's essentially one question you need to ask on cross 2, maybe. You know, hey, so we saw all this stuff, and isn't it safe to say that everything that you found in these dumpster dumps all related to him dismembering a body, and that's it? I mean, it's certainly not proving that he killed her. But, you know, it's a circumstance. It was always going to be a circumstantial case. Even had he not pled out, this is the case against him for the murder as well. So, you know, it's what else could have happened to her? If I'm the state, you know, I'm like, yeah, we don't have her body, but we know that she was dismembered. He's admitted that much. What happened to her? You know, they're telling you that it was some, you know, some kind of unexpected death syndrome. Problem is, this guy didn't tell us where she was. We could have proved that for him. He wouldn't be sitting here at trial.
I just think the state should have made a calculated decision not to waste so much time on facts that are not in dispute.
Yeah, but it's their fucking evidence in the murder.
Right, they have to prove their case, blah, 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 but I feel like they could have done
They
it.
don't put this shit on. What are they putting on? A fucking woman who had a chat with her to sit a nail salon and 2 bar instructors? I mean, what the fuck? Like, what else do they have? They've got the Google searches and the videos. That's it. I mean, is she gone?
For that?
That is January 3rd, 2023 at 7:23 p.m.
And what is the value put into it?
How to file a missing persons report.
Can we go down to page 91, item 359?
How to make it believable.
135. Item number is 1359. And I'm sorry, I meant to say 1358. Could you go up one? Thank you. 1358. What is the timestamp for 1358?
January 3rd, 2023 at 7:27 p.m.
And what is the value?
Washington, D.C. Police Department.
And can we go to page 92?
Welcome to the family.
And look at
Lorelei.
item 1368. What is the timestamp for 1368?
January 4th, 2023 at 10:11 a.m.
And what is the value that was input at that time?
The crossing wash.
Could we go down to item 1389?
Back.
Hey, how were those balls?
What is the timestamp for 1389?
January 4th, 2023, 10:14 a.m.
And what is the value that was put in?
Mazza Building, Washington, D.C.
And could we now go to item 1402, scrolling down the page?
What are we
We're
talking
now
about
on
right
page 94.
Same shit.
What is the timestamp for item
These
1402?
are searches or what
January
are these?
4th, 2023, 10:15 a.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Jeff Chad Tishman.
Can we go to item 1414
Chad
on page
Tishman? You
95?
heard that name already?
Well, Tishman, whatever.
What is the timestamp for 1415? I'm sorry, 1414?
January 4th, 2023, 10:56 a.m.
And what is the value that is put in there?
Will Fasto.
And then
There's
underneath that, is there a different spelling of
Billy
Fasto
Fasto.
for item 1415?
Super
Yes.
douche.
And then scrolling down to item 1438 is the time
20
is
yeah.
then Safari.
We got some blooping.
So columns that look different. I want to ask you, what is URL?
Uniform Resource Locator. It's the website, essentially the website visited.
Okay. And what is the URL in item number 1?
Casinos.bally's.com/Lincoln.
And what is the last visited time and date?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:28 a.m.
And
This fucking clown was ready to play some poker.
He's like, all right.
He was on replay poker. He's looking for fucking casinos. He's like, I'm feeling lucky, bitches. Let's go.
Gonna
Let's
gamble all this
fucking
money.
go. I'm gonna get some pocket kings, some fucking pocket bullets. Let's go. I'm ready to gamble.
going to visits and usage pattern, those are columns that are empty like our last sheet. Was that?
Yeah, his mom's there. She's not testifying. She's in the courtroom. They would have booted her from the courtroom.
Yeah, sequestered her.
Yeah, she definitely would have been sequestered if she was testifying. She sat there for every witness.
That Celebrate didn't have any data, couldn't give you any data on that?
Possible that they had some agreement.
And
I don't think so.
Then for source info, it says knowledge C. And the one directly underneath it says Safari. Is this also pulling from different databases?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay. So as far as the searches, or I'm sorry, as far as the web history for the device, for items 1 through 12, what did you notice about the URLs?
There you go, Mandy.
They contained the casinos.bally's.com URL.
And after .com, there's a backslash.
You talking about this guy's mom? No, his mom's not there. Don't be ridiculous.
Well, they keep saying that he's smiling. So they're like, is his mom in the courtroom? Who's he smiling at?
He's just got a fucking jolly face. That's all. He's a happy guy. It's like me. I've always got a little.
Let them have their fun.
Just like a Cheshire grin on his face. Look at him. Look at that guy. It's the happiest
Look,
guy I
I'm
know.
making Mandy's face at you.
What's the next word?
Oh, sorry, Lincoln.
Now, going down to item 13 through 17. So, sir, what did you notice as far as the URLs for items 13 through 17 on page 4?
The URL was mgmspringfield.mgmresorts.com.
And what is the date and timestamp for 13?
He's ready
December
to go gambling.
31st, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Oh, December.
Now, if we could...
Maybe the...
Wait,
what?
December 31st at 9:22 p.m. His friends are still over.
Yeah, they're still partying. Friend, one person.
They're entertaining.
If I had to guess, I'd guess that the second bar chick who was the dancer for the whoever
Celtics.
I think she's sitting in the gallery, so he's making eyes at her.
Okay, see now Bob's getting in on the game. Now he's hip to what you're all doing. All
yeah,
right.
I see what you're doing.
Okay.
I see what you're doing.
Then scroll to item 25.
Hey, buddy, I love you.
Just in time, man.
He's giving me some stink eye.
That's because he wants what food you have.
On item 25, sir, what did you notice as far as the URLs on items 25, say through items 30 to item 34?
Again, they contain the mgmspringfield.mgmresorts.com.
And what is the timestamp for item 25?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
And could we then go down to
relevance?
items 38 and 39?
You're trying to say he was planning it and he was already looking at the casinos before because he was waiting for, he's like, all right, I'm going to do it.
On items 38 and 39, did you notice about the URLs?
Again, it was the mgmspringfield.mgmresorts.com.
And what is the date and timestamp for item 38?
December 31st, 2022, 9:31 a.m.
Now, sir, in addition to having access to native location data and web history and search history, you can close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Did you have the opportunity to, through Celebrite, look at text messaging or messaging in the phone?
Yes.
And then when I say the phone, I'm talking about the iPhone.
I mean, Brian Walshe had two things on his mind: murder and poker.
Well, I mean, is that what they're saying? Because I kind of missed it. Was there all these poker searches like into January, like after she's deceased?
Fuck yeah, dude.
So are they saying that he was planning it, like because he was searching for poker beforehand and he's searching for poker afterwards? It's like, I'm gonna murder her and then I'm gonna play some poker.
Fucking poker. 2-track mind: murder and poker.
13 mini.
Correct.
Okay. Now, with the iPhone 13 mini, can you break out the text to individual chats with certain numbers?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So, and with that, did you create certain reports that correspond to these chats?
Yes, I did.
He's proud of himself. That's the look he has right there. I'm proud of myself. I did make that report that he says.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize this first report?
Yes, I do.
And did you create this report?
I did.
And it's in this report, can you tell us what it is?
It is a text message report.
And what are the numbers that correspond to the text message?
The last four is 8646.
Okay. And that's the iPhone 13 mini's phone?
Correct.
And then the next phone number, last 4 digits?
2005.
And does it have a designation or an ID or some kind of identifier next to it?
Yes.
What?
Contact associated as paint.
And what is the time frame of that?
This is it's like January 5th, 2023.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this text thread as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Text thread labeled paint?
I would go by the numbers, but
Sure. Why don't you read it into the record?
certainly. It would be a text thread between 8646 and 2005.
Is it the paint one?
Okay, sounds good. That's now in evidence as Exhibit 162.
What?
Ms.
Please show
Gilman,
it
can
to
we
us
have
now.
that text thread up?
Wasn't it already? If that's the paint text, wasn't already in evidence?
So you said contact information when you referred to paint. Did you create that, or is that from the phone?
That was pulled during the extraction process of the phone.
All right,
So, but you don't do anything to put that number as
January
paint.
5th.
No, I do.
The phone, Celebrite, through examining the data, gives you that contact information.
Correct.
Okay.
The user
So
input
looking
that
at the
contact.
first entry, what is the significance of this bubble being in green?
Green means it was sent by the owner, the number ending in 8646.
And then underneath, so the from and to, who is this from?
That is from Brian Walshe.
And who is it to?
The number ending in 2005 with the contact paint associated.
What is the body of the text?
Hello, Brian.
We already seen that.
Yeah, exactly. But now we know it was January 5th.
So, with the Miles King case, I haven't followed it much. I do know that Scapaccio is his lawyer, who I love. She's great. I learned of her from the what is it, Trial 4? I think that's what it's called. A great documentary about the Sean Ellis case. She was fucking awesome in that. Is there any chance that dude didn't do it?
Well, I mean, the most important part of Miles King is getting all the Proctor's shit.
Yeah, I don't know if that is that a pre-trial? Yeah, she reminds me of Allie Light. That's how much of a beast Allie is. You think I'm joking? I'm not fucking joking. But yeah, so is this pre-trial stuff, or is this like post-conviction that there's a hearing? I haven't watched 1 second of it, so I know nothing about it.
It sounds like it just got moved to December 10th. Motion to remove protective order.
Yeah. I don't know.
Thanks for the update.
Thanks.
In Walsh,
Anything to break this
516
shit up.
Chief Justice Cushing Highway, 617-939-8646. New address from last time. Thank you.
And can you tell whether or not this text was actually sent?
Yes.
How so?
The status in the bottom left
And
says
so then there's a time and date at the bottom. What is that indicative of? What is that telling you?
the date and time the text message was sent.
Can we scroll down to the next message?
So was it January 5th? Because he didn't even say it again.
So looking at this message, who is the sender of it?
Brian Walshe.
To who?
The contact.
I mean, I would cover it, but everybody goes over to Melanie's. Like, there's almost no point in us covering this because we're just, like Allie keeps saying, we're spending all day doing these trials, and it's, for us, financially, doesn't make any sense.
Right. We should just do a summary at the end of the day.
I mean,
it's too much. It's too
like,
long.
I don't know. Melanie Little, that's who Melanie is. She does. She's got kind of the market cornered on Massachusetts cases, even though she's a New York lawyer.
Yeah, it's just that she covered Karen Reed from like the very, very jump, so that it just sort of continues along with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think our trial coverage is the best.
I think Attorney Melanie Little's trial coverage is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but ours is the best. I mean, what the fuck do you want me to tell you? But, it's like, I also, I'm watching people make a fortune on the fucking drama bullshit. It's insane.
Well,
I'll watch like 20 minutes of Turtle Boy shit, and this guy's pulling in like
hey, don't
thousands of dollars.
spite Aiden. He works hard.
I'm not spiting Aiden. I'm spiting people donating their money for drama bullshit. It's ridiculous. It's fucking crazy to me. I refuse to do it. I refuse.
All right,
to
let's
do it.
move on.
No, I'm gonna bitch all I want.
No,
to.
I want you to stop.
I don't care. It's fucking crazy.
Of paint.
And in the body of the text, is it fair to say it's just
Plus,
images?
don't forget, Aiden
There appears
needs
to be two
attorney's
images,
fees
yes.
for all
And
the
was it
fighting
sent?
he's done.
He's made his
Yes.
attorney's fees and then
All right.
And can we
Come on.
scroll down to the final one?
it's fucking crazy.
The final text, who is sending it?
Brian Walshe.
And what does the body of it say?
Good morning. Let me know about the ceiling. Best, Brian.
What was the date and time of that text?
January 6th, 2023, 7:49 a.m.
Wait, January 26th?
Can you close out of that, Ms.
Oh,
Gilman?
January
Thank you very
6th. Oh, right. That was like, what's the follow-up one?
Yeah, I can't do the drama shit.
Yes?
It's so fucking weird.
All right, they're having a sidebar. Let's.
I'm showing you another report.
Oh, no, they're
I'm
not.
asking if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And is that a report you created from Celebrite from the iPhone 13 mini text messages?
Yes, sir.
And what is the last four digits, or actually, what is the number that's the text messages are being sent to, last four digits?
The number ends in 5605.
5605.
Yes, sir.
And this is printed on both sides, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's 2 pages, but on one piece of paper.
Yes,
All right. And you created this using the Celebrite.
I did.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as next.
Oh my God, this is
Any
so
objection?
boring.
The Celebrate report,
I mean, at this point, it's like, ugh. No wonder you were like, what the fuck?
Well,
This is brutal.
we should at least see what that text was.
And then the last
It's a text. I don't. I didn't
There's a
see shit.
Let us.
I didn't see any screen.
in the bottom. I'm sorry, I talked over you.
I took for text.
Scroll down. Sir, who's sending this text?
The number ending in 5605.
And so what's the significance of blue?
It is an incoming text message.
And incoming to the 8646 number.
That is correct.
Which no one
And
remembers whose is
What
whose,
is the
so-
body of this text?
Hugh Dunleavy, 1-347-913-2053.
And this text, this has a red line on it. What does that mean?
That's when the message was read on the device.
And in addition, there's a status. Does that also indicate it's red?
Yes, sir.
And then the last timestamp, what is that telling you?
That's when it was delivered.
Can we scroll down to the next text?
And they're not even showing it to us.
Sir, who's sending this text?
The number ending in 5605.
Which
And can
you're
you read
not
the body
telling
of
us
this
who that
text?
is, asshole.
Hi, Brian. I believe Hugh has been in touch with you and understand the police are taking over. I adore Anna, thinking of you and the boys. Please let me know if you need anything.
You're muted. You're still muted.
Hey, I get it.
Hey,
I love
you were
doing
muted.
the trials. I love doing the trials, but I mean, in terms of spending 7 hours and we're just not making any money doing it. I don't know. I don't know if there's like something that I could be doing that makes more sense financially for us. Because we could do like I've got to do an Aaron Spencer live. Like there's been a ton of shit that dropped, and that's a case that people should be giving a fuck about. You know, and I'm competing with people messaging each other about bullshit that are like infighting in the Karen Reed case. That's who we're constantly competing against. And I love Will and I love fucking Jimmy and I you know, Aiden's swell, you know, but it's like, you know, it's just, it's weird because that's like a tiny little universe though. It's like you get the same 1,400 people like that bounce between all those lives from all those people I consider real friends. Like I adore Jimmy and I adore Will. Like I don't give a fuck what anybody says about any of them. You know, I don't get involved with it, you know, but for us, this is a business. It's that simple. Like this is a fucking business. You know, I'm not practicing law, so I've got to make it make sense financially. So the trials just, they don't, like for us, if we're doing a mass case, we're not pulling the numbers. you know, but I love you guys. I mean, I like the only reason I'm here is to hang with y'all, frankly, you know, I mean, that's it. And to teach you guys some shit. And I have fun with hanging with my wife, to be honest with you. I'd rather be doing that than, you know, sitting around writing Garcia episodes, which I know you want me to do. Right, finish Garcia.
Teresa.
And can you tell if this text was read?
Yes.
At what time?
It was January 4th, 2023 at 8:10 p.m.
And can we continue to scroll down, Ms. Gilman? Who's sending this next text, sir?
This is Brian Walshe.
And the phone associated with Brian Walshe.
Yes, the phone associated with Brian Walshe.
Just to be clear, you don't know who's sending the actual text. You just know the phone is sending it.
Correct.
Okay. And so can you read the body of the text?
Good evening, Teresa. Thank you for your support during these difficult days. The private investigators wanted to know if Ana had any vacation days this week. Thank you again. Best, Brian. P.S. We adore Ana too. Looking forward to her coming home soon. And she spoke very highly of you always.
It's good.
I am.
And when was this text delivered?
January 5th, 2023 at 4:12 p.m.
Can we scroll down to the final text? And who's sending this?
I know.
Which phone number is sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
And sir, what's the body of this text?
Last question. Are there Tishman Spire personnel at the Mazda building? Thanks.
And when was this text delivered?
January 5th, 2023 at 4:17 p.m.
I mean, it's definitely, you know, good evidence to get in that he's like acting all sweet and kind and we love and adore Ana and still following up and being super aggressive about trying to locate his missing wife. It just shows how disingenuous he is for when he gets on that stand and tries to sell them some load of bullshit.
May I approach?
You may approach.
Thank you.
Oh, well, thanks,
Do you recognize
Ashley
this report?
Bouchard.
Yes, sir.
Is this an additional report of text messages you created from the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
And this,
I mean, Semper, like when you watch a trial with us, it's basically an all-day course on how we prep a trial. You know what I mean? It's like that's the shit that we're talking about in terms of how we would do things differently. Like this particular prosecutor, in terms of getting this evidence, is making it super fucking clunky.
Yeah.
It really is. It's like you can streamline this shit so that you're not losing the jury, you know, but in this particular case, I don't know that you can lose the jury to the point where they're not going to come back with the correct verdict here. You know, I mean, look, these doctors that the defense is going to put on better be fucking good.
Again, you know, with what was not searched, I don't care what the doctors say almost, but you only need one.
Yeah, that's all it takes. That's all it takes. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, Tracy sent me a bunch of updated or newly filed documents in Spencer. And the other thing that we have to figure out, babe, is when we're doing our boots on the ground. Like, I don't want to go to Lone Oak like during the trial for the boots on the ground, because
No, you got to go before.
Yeah, like we have to do 2 trips down there, because are you coming with me for that trial? I had this dream.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're going to have to be doing what I did at Delphi for this trial. And I had this dream, like I actually had a dream that you were sitting next to me and you were writing down all the questions asked by the attorneys. And I was writing down all the answers.
Oh, and what was Scarlett doing?
What do you mean?
Where was Scarlett during this?
She was out on her own.
You said this is going to be as long as
she was out in these streets.
As long as
I think that's going to be
the Richard Allen trial.
No way.
Oh, that's why I was like,
no.
Oh,
no, I was saying we're going to have to do it because it's not going to be streamed.
If it's only a couple days,
I think it'll probably be like a 4-day trial.
Yeah, we could handle that.
Yeah.
Cam's good.
Cam's good. But yeah, I'd like you to be there with me, because I would never be able to. Oh, Richard Allen's coming. That brief's either getting filed. I don't know if you guys saw my tweet.
Yeah,
It seems like they've shadow banned my Twitter account. because I posted, like I got the motions before anybody else did, that they were asking for an additional 7 days.
And we should have done a live right then and there, though.
And they're asking for an extension on the number of words. So they want to be able to, the brief to be longer by 10,000. Yeah, oversized by 10,000 words. So that thing's either getting, if it gets approved, if the appellate court says yes, you can have 7 additional days, the brief will be filed in the Richard Allen case on the 17th.
And when is it due?
It's currently due on the 10th.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that we'll get an answer from the appellate court.
Kind of quickly.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's, like, obviously we're going to be covering that. And like, if anybody else is watching that anywhere else, then you guys don't know what you're doing. Like, honestly, like I love the other creators that follow that case, but no one was following it.
Right.
Like
Bob's the OG.
I'm the OG. There's no debating it. Period. End of conversation on that. It's not even close.
It corresponds to a contact. What's the contact name?
Alyssa.
And the other phone number associated with this text thread is 8646?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to have this marked as the next exhibit.
So it's between 8646.
The state responds with their brief. That's the next. So the appellate brief gets filed, and the state's going to get time to file their response and pleading.
Then the defense gets to reply to that.
And then the court will decide whether or not they want any oral argument on it. If not, they'll just go on the papers. The papers.
This is
And
that's
another
an oral
number or
argument
just
case.
Alyssa?
Another number ending in 2189.
218.
Frankly, if I'm either of the appellate attorneys for Rick, like, there's no point in oral argument. There's just too much shit.
Hey, and I just want to make clear that people know Bob's not talking about supers. Look, the holidays are coming up. Nobody begrudges anyone for we're talking about just straight numbers, like people coming to view.
Yeah, that's
so.
it. That's
Although appreciate you, Ashley. I didn't want people to think that.
Yeah, no, I am definitely talking about that, because it's like, if you have 8,000 in chat, like Melanie does, it's like those numbers, because it's all what
The
you get
advertising
paid for ads is predicated upon. Plus, when you have those kind of numbers in chat, the amount of replay crew, because YouTube picks it up because you had big numbers in chat, they'll then put it out in the algo so that more people that do want to catch up the case after the fact, because they have jobs or what have you, they're getting pushed to those streams as opposed to the smaller streams. So for us, it's just a matter. And I don't run ads during the trial, because, like, frankly,
I'll tell you, if we had the numbers, like huge numbers, we'd be running ads during the trial, because that'd just be flushing all the ad money away.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, us not doing ads is like the draw, aside from us. But yeah,
you're sexy.
89 it is. The text message thread between the iPhone mini 8646 and 2189 is now in evidence as Exhibit 164.
Bloop. And can the cameraman pan to it? Like, we've seen this guy's face long enough.
Yeah, there is an update on Songbird. Season 2 is supposed to be, sounds like iHeart is pushing the release date on that until June, but there is definitely going to be a season 2. We've got some pretty huge updates, actually, on that case. So
we'll have to wait and see.
That's the Julie Beverly case. So you guys should listen to that after you listen to Buried. Listen to Buried. Buried inside the John Wayne Gacy investigation. Listen to it. I mean,
like it.
In terms of like insider dope, like dope. I mean, come on, dude. Like, my dad fucking represented the monster, gave me all his taped interviews, and then I dug in hard, and covered insane shit.
Let's go.
Let's go. Scroll. I'm trying to get time so we can blue.
To page 2, the top text. Sir, this is blue, this top text. Who's sending it?
The number ending in 2189.
And what is the body of this text?
Thank you so much, Brian. Happy New Year. Hope you're well. 4.
And when was this read?
January 2nd, 2023, 3:05 p.m.
And scrolling down to the next one in green, which phone's sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
And sir, on this text, what does the body say?
Hello, I know we did this a week ago, but have you heard from Ana?
And when was this delivered?
January 3rd, 2023 at 10:34 a.m.
And scrolling down to the next text, who's sending, which phone is sending this? Which phone number?
The number ending in 2189.
And what is the body of this text?
Hey, Brian, sorry for the delay. Was sleeping. I have the flu. Super sick. I texted with Ana on New Year's Day, but no, haven't heard from her. Is she working today? She's usually running around super busy with work.
And what was the date and time that this was read?
January 3rd, 2023, 12:51 p.m.
Can we scroll down to the next one? Which number is sending this?
Number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this?
You're right. I'll let you know when she calls. Feel better soon.
And what is the date and time it was delivered?
Yeah, they're out.
January 3rd, 2023, 12:51 p.m.
And can we scroll down past that? One more. Thank you. To the top of page 4. Thank you. Looking at the top of page 4, which number is sending this?
The number ending in 2189.
And what is the body of this text?
Did you ever hear back? Question mark.
What is the date and time that it was read?
January 4th, 2023, 10:10 a.m.
The next text in the thread, which number is sending this?
Number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this?
No, they are looking for her at work now.
When was this delivered?
January 4th, 2023, 10:19 a.m.
Ooh, this sling is really getting on my nerves. It makes me sit like this.
What?
Like when I relax, it like weighs my neck down. So I'm like that.
You may.
When the hell does your PT start again?
Trooper, do you recognize that?
December
report?
9th.
Jeez.
Yes, sir.
Is that another report you were able to create
You're
from
gonna
messaging in the phone?
Yes.
Taking this
And
off for a little bit.
this has a contact associated with it. What is the contact's name?
Alexandra,
And what are the last 4 digits of Alexandra's contact?
5332.
And the other phone number associated with this thread is 8646?
Yes, sir.
And does this contain the messages of that thread?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection. The Celebrate report between the iPhone mini 8646 and 5332, that text thread is now in evidence as 165.
Sir, what is Viber?
Viber is another messaging app.
And this text thread, did this utilize Viber?
Yes, sir.
And so Celebrate reads Viber text messages just like it reads the regular text messages.
Yes, it has the ability to extract it. Yes.
And so I'm going to ask you some questions about this Viber text thread with the Alexandra contact.
Viber's what I used to call Dorshan over in Europe.
Yeah, that's what people use it for, free international calling.
Yeah.
But clearly criminals shouldn't use it since Celebrate extracts it.
Yeah.
I thought it was encrypted.
Yeah, Vinny just sent me an email. He's starting a Discord. He invited Allie and I too for creators. to collaborate on shit. Vinny's
Collaborate.
awesome. Vinny's my guy.
Act. Ms. Gilman, if we could have that up, please.
Oh, I did answer it. You probably just didn't hear me. Yeah, no, I thought that they did a fair job with my dad. I thought the actor, Michael Esper, I thought he did a good job. Thought the mustache was on point-ish.
Right. I mean, they obviously didn't portray all of the work that he put in and all of his
Yeah, they
involvement.
didn't
but
cover
have
the
time.
trial at all.
Right. They didn't have, yeah.
You know, but I think in terms
You know
of
what?
kind of
There's
like-
a place that does cover the trial. It's man, it's like a podcast, I think it's called.
Oh yeah, Buried.
Oh yeah, Buried.
Yeah,
Inside the John Wayne Gacy
Allie spent
investigation.
days scanning in the trial transcripts of the Gacy case down at the Daily Center. It's
Yeah.
just
With my cell phone.
yeah, it was
Turn
crazy.
page.
Fucking insane. Like each page by page. Back in the old days, we would have had to pay a dime a page.
Yeah. That would have been something.
That would have cost a fortune. I would
Yeah.
I would really be pounding that over people's heads just to like break even on that podcast. Like, you fucking people need to listen to this now.
Could you scroll down to the next text?
Thanks, Farmer.
Thank you. If you could stop right there. Sir, this green bubble, which number is sending this one?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this?
My gosh.
Happy New Year. Have you heard from Anna? She has been out of contact longer than normal. Speak soon.
What is the date and time associated with this text?
January 3rd, 2023, 10:35 a.m.
And below that, is there a response?
Yes,
And these, because they're Viber, they also show up in green and blue, correct?
correct.
Farmer, you trying to do that on your phone or on a computer?
I thought they fixed that shit. Hey, so I just want to say, and I mentioned it earlier, but I think these texts are actually the most important thing of what they are putting in, because it just shows, again, like he's going to testify, it seems, based on that opening, that, don't believe a word he fucking says. You see how, how he was so actively involved in all of this and acting genuine, and, that this is a man that can fake it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This guy's got 12 more minutes, or 8 more minutes.
All right. Well, I shouldn't say
And then
because they're
he's-
Viber,
and
but
then
they,
he's off?
like the other text messages, they show up in green and blue.
Yes.
Okay. So which number is sending this text?
The number ending in 5, excuse me, the number ending in 5332.
And what is the response?
Hello, no, I haven't. Last time was on 3112.
And what was the time of this text?
January 3rd, 2023 at 11:24 a.m.
I'd now like to scroll down to the first message on page 3.
Excuse me, that was 11:21 a.m.
11:21 a.m.
Yes.
So if we look at the first text message, the first message on page 3, which number is sending this message?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this message?
She had to leave early due to an emergency at one of the buildings. She left early on Sunday morning. I didn't have my phone till last night because William hid it in his bed. Thomas found it.
Sure, pal.
I wasn't worried at first, but she has never been this long out of communication. I will call her work tomorrow morning.
And what is the date and time with this message?
January 3rd, 2023, 9:10 p.m.
And if we could scroll further down the page of page 3.
The jury's
Looking at
gotta
the
be like,
green
"Dude,
bubble.
We get it. We get it." He
Which
pretended he was
which
looking
phone
for his
number
wife.
sending that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body?
I know. Let me if you get in touch with her. I will let you know when I speak to her.
What is the date and time associated with that message?
January 3rd, 2023, 9:12 p.m.
And then the next message beneath that, which number is sending that?
The number ending in 5332.
And what is the body of that message?
That means no communication for almost days.
Now, if we could go to page 11.
Whose birthday?
And if,
C.W. Sewell.
looking at the blue bubble, which number is sending that?
The number ending in 5332.
Now you gotta
And
pause
what
it.
is the body of that?
If she's not at work
Gotta pause it.
tomorrow, or if they haven't heard from her, what are you?
Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday
What are you
to
doing?
ya.
Just
I'm
sing
just
it.
doing it softly because of my voice. Happy birthday.
You're like way off tune with
All right, you just do it. It's done. Happy birthday. We love you.
You're so like, I mean, there's going to be like a little bit of delay
Yeah.
as we're on the lines on the YouTubes. We adore you, CW. Happy birthday. 47. I'd kill to go back to 47.
Yeah, me
That would be
too.
amazing.
Big
That would be
difference.
amazing.
It's crazy.
Thank you so much. And we hope that you have a wonderful birthday. I hope that you're celebrated the way that you should be.
Going to do? Question mark.
And what is the date and time of that message?
January 3rd, 2023, 9:25 p.m.
Could you scroll down, Ms. Gilman? Looking at the green bubble, which one sends that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body?
Call everybody she knows in DC and then file missing persons. Let's hope there is an explanation.
Could you, Ms. Gilman, could you go to page 12? Scrolling down, the second message on page 12. Which number is sending that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of that?
They can't find her at work.
Yes, I am.
And what is the date and time of that?
January 4th, 2023, 10:33 a.m.
And if, Ms. Gilman, could we go to page 14?
Yeah, I am covering, we're definitely going to be covering the rest of Zach Adams. And I'm in communication with those two. So we're going to do something together.
What, from trial and error?
Yeah. Yeah. Because they were the ones who frankly got the interview with the recanter.
All right, let's just get through this thing.
Okay. Allie wants to go, y'all.
This is he's killing me, this guy.
Could you scroll down, Ms. Gilman?
Like, at least change your voice when you're actually talking about the text so people know, okay, pay attention now.
Ms. Gilman, could you stop? Looking at the last message on page 14, who is the sender of that? What number?
The number ending in 5332.
And what is the body of that text?
I think that you need to report this ASAP.
And what is the date and time of that message?
January 4th, 2023, 10:59 a.m.
Why can't he just give him a stack of messages and say, can you scroll through and tell us who it's the last four digits of the number it's from, the body and the date and the time? Then go.
No one watches the wrongful conviction stuff, Megan. No one. It's crazy. And amazing stories.
You may.
So interesting. So compelling.
Showing you this, is this another one of the reports you created via Celebrate of a text thread?
Yes, sir.
And does this involve three numbers?
Yes.
So besides 8646, what is the first contact that's associated with this text thread?
A number ending in 7966.
And what is the name of that contact?
Anna, new, and then a number sign.
Well, you
And
two are
then
real.
what is the other phone
Thompson.
number associated with this thread?
A number ending in 6708.
And what is the contact name?
Gem.
So
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next.
answer me this. Why in the fuck, when he goes back through this, doesn't he just use the contact name? Who wants to hear the stupid numbers again? Just say,
Thank you. Any objection to that?
just say,
Now in
Jim,
evidence says 16.
text the defendant this.
All right, dude, quit. Like it's in the books with this guy. He's doing it the way he's going to do it. Like continuing to complain about it isn't going to make this guy change his style.
I know.
It's fucking in the books, baby. It's in the books. Yeah, look, nothing, and I mean nothing, means more to me than the wrongful conviction stuff that we do over here. Nothing. It's like it goes to the heart of what we do. goes to the heart of what we've done for the past 2
And
decades.
why we're lawyers.
It's everything to us, you know, and it's just like, I mean, I'm never going to stop doing it. You know, I'm never going to stop doing it because it's too important. You know, it's just, again, like, yeah, maybe I should just do wrongful conviction Wednesdays or some shit like that. It's like, I don't know. You know what though? When Rick Allen gets a new trial, people will see. They'll know. Then they'll know. They'll know what's up. We'll see what's up.
66.
Bloop, bloop.
Bless you.
You can crank it up to 1.25.
I think we're so close to the. Let me see.
Ms. Gilman, may we have this published?
I mean, we get a little blooping time. See,
Looking at the first message,
Look
sir.
at 1.25.
It's blue.
I'm at 1.25.
Oh.
See, my whining and sniveling is good for something. It builds us up time.
What number is sending this?
The number ending in 6708
And what is the body of this?
is a picture.
And then above the picture, is there any words?
I love my necklace! Exclamation.
And then under recipient, what does it say? Participant, sorry, misread.
The number ending in 8646.
And does it acknowledge what time it was read?
Yes.
What time was it read?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:26 p.m.
Anna
Going down, please, Ms. Gilman.
So confused.
Well, who's sending this text? What number?
The number ending in 6708.
Jem?
Yes.
And what is the body of this?
Last night was so good! Exclamation. Thank you.
What is the date and time of this text? Or that it was read?
It was read January 2nd, 2023, 2:26.
When was it sent? That's what we
Going
want
down
to
to the
know.
next text.
Why are they doing
Which
that?
number is sending this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of it?
The chef, world class, and company equally so.
And when was this read according to the phone?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:26 p.m.
And when was it delivered?
Can we scroll down to the top text?
This is
on
Anna's
page
text?
3? On the top text of page 3, which number is sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Looking good, buddy. Thomas just found my phone. It was in William's bed. Another amazing New Year Eve together as a triumvirate. Looking good in your new necklace.
And scrolling down to the final text.
Oh, it's his new necklace. I thought that one of these people was Anna.
Which sender is this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of it?
My new necklace made a big splash yesterday as I wore it everywhere. I got double takes in the streets and at Whole Foods in Swampscott.
What kind of necklace is it? I want to see a
January
picture of
2nd,
this necklace.
2023 at 4:13 p.m.
You may.
Showing you another text thread. Is this another one that was created another report you were able to create from the phone?
Yes, sir.
And does this only have 2 numbers associated with it?
Yes.
What are the 2 numbers associated with it?
The number ending in 8646.
Yes, sir.
And the number ending in 6708.
And that also has a contact designation of Jem.
Yes, sir.
The Commonwealth would seek to enter this as the next exhibit, Your Honor. The text thread between 8646 and 6708.
Any objection? The text of thread between 8646 and 6708 is in evidence as 167. $167?
Directing your attention to the top of page 2 of this thread.
Could you have it published, sir?
Oh, yes, I apologize. I neglected to ask that. Your Honor, may I publish this?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Ms. Gilman, if we could go to the top of page 2. And I imagine, Trooper, it's a whole lot easier to see it now.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, who is the sender of this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of this first message?
Merry Xmas to you, buddy. I miss you. Merry Xmas to all of you.
Date and time?
December,
That was read.
December 25th, 2022, 9:45 a.m.
Going down to the next text.
Why are they
What
doing
is who's the sender of that next one?
The number ending in 6708.
And what does the body of that say?
Her phone is going directly to voicemail.
And what was the date and time that this message was read?
January 4th, 2023, 10:54 a.m.
And the next text in that thread? Which number sends that?
6708.
And what is the body of that?
Any news? Question mark. Have you alerted everybody at her work and the DC police? Question mark.
Now, I'd like to scroll down to page 4. In the middle of that, which is the sender of this blue text?
The number ending in 6708.
And what does the body of it say?
Hey, buddy, can you send me the photos we took on New Year's Eve? NYE? Question mark.
What was the date and time it was read?
January 5th, 2023, 11:17 a.m.
And the next thread, the next text down, sir? What number is sending that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of that text?
All the photos were taken on Anna's phone. I don't have any.
And when was that text delivered?
January 5th, 2023 at 11:30 a.m.
You can close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you.
January 25th or January 5th? Whatever.
I always rely on Toyo Toys to do the bingo, trial bingo. Guess this trial didn't rank for her.
Would you like
Phil.
to? I'm sorry.
I was just listening to his words.
What a gentleman.
What a guy. What a guy.
They're breaking for the day.
I mean, we got 60,000 subs. It's not like we're
Bloop, 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 bloop.
5,000 sub. I think they're calling it.
I think so too, but you got some bloops, so.
Got some blooping.
But I would not seek to enter as an exhibit at this point in time.
Oh,
All right, and I think consistent with this morning, this is the first one. Is this, what do we say, I for ID? So we'll mark this exhibit as I for ID. And George, I just remind you that things that get a designation as a letter designation and for identification isn't evidence unless
generic bingo would be
I move
fun.
it in and I move it in. The numbered exhibits are the ones that you have evidence for doing back.
Lisa, we have an entire playlist of there's no way to summarize it. We've covered every hearing, every pleading, everything in that case. So you would just start back at the beginning in the playlist for Richard Allen. There's, I don't know, 80, 100 videos, something like that. It's a lot. It's a lot.
You want me to approach it?
Yes.
Oh, they're not calling
I'm
it?
showing you what's in marked I for ID. Can you tell us what this is?
Yes, it is a
being done
text message report created by me on Celebrite.
with the witness.
And can you tell us the two numbers that are associated with this?
Yes, the first number is ending in 8646.
Okay.
Right.
And the second number?
The second number is the number ending in 7966.
And who are the contacts designated for this?
The 8646 is Brian Walshe, and the 7966 is Ana New.
Thanks, Kim. We agree, Shannon.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Why isn't she telling him, dude, it's day called?
Understand that this has been marked for ID, Your Honor. Is it appropriate to publish it and ask questions about it?
No.
If not, I can move on.
Move on.
I'll move on. It's not a problem.
Fuck are you asking?
I've got something else to do.
Publish
keep
something that
busy.
hasn't been admitted?
The final report I want to ask you about, sir.
Jag off.
Can I show it to you, but I want you to announce it first.
Who's doing the editing? I don't have time to edit videos like that.
It's the last report I want to ask you about today, sir.
Love to have
Yes.
story videos.
What is this, sir?
This is the call log report from
Please, I interrupted you. Sorry.
that I exported from Celebrite from the iPhone 13 mini.
Okay. Now, the call log report, is that every call on the iPhone 13 mini?
No, this was only a certain date range.
Okay. And certain numbers as well?
Yes.
Okay. And so this call log report for the iPhone 13 mini, you created this?
I did.
Okay. And what was the date range you were looking to create this for?
This was December 25th, 2022 through January 3rd, 2023.
Okay. And I would seek to move this to the next agenda. Your Honor.
Okay, any objection?
Okay.
It's now in evidence as 168. That's the call-out report between
The hell did he mark
the
it
dates of
I
12/25/22,
Oh, this is a different thing.
1/3/23 for
Sorry.
the iPhone 13 mini.
Yes. 168. Now, Your Honor, may I publish 168?
You may.
Thank you. On 168, sir, I'd like to direct your attention to the columns. Under parties, what does that designate?
Who the call took place between the two calling parties.
And timestamp, I take it, is the same as it's been last. What's duration?
Ooh.
The length of the call.
And when you see source info and it's biome and knowledge C, what is the significance of biome?
Again, it was another in the iOS 16 when that came out. Biome was a newer database from Apple. So this data is going to be in two different places.
So at this point in time, I'd like to direct your attention to the bottom of page 12, item 143. What phone number is being called, sir?
This is an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of the phone call?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:52 a.m.
And what is the duration of the call?
33 seconds.
And if we could scroll up, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. And could we go up a little bit further to the next page, please? Continuing. All right. So, Ms. Gilman, can you please continue up to further up, please?
Oof.
There we are. On item number 129, what is the timestamp of that? 129.
December 25th, 2022 at 1:40 p.m.
And what number is being called?
It's an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the duration of that call?
1 hour, 22 minutes, and 33 seconds.
And could you continue up, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Directing your attention to item 123 on page 10. What number is making the phone call?
This is an incoming call from 7966.
And what is the duration of this call?
1 hour, 27 minutes, and 7 seconds.
And what is the timestamp on this call?
December 25th, 2022 at 4:11 p.m.
Now, if we could go to item number 13, I believe it's the top of page 2. Bless you. Sir, what number is being called?
It is an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the...
That's hard to reconcile, though, Farmer. Like, the police work was absolute shit. And if the police work is absolute shit, how can you trust the evidence? You know? It's like the big thing about Allen...
Like, what part of it's guilty, then?
Right. Where's it guilty? Is it the shitty unspent casing that has you convinced, or is it the
Well, I mean,
bridge
just
guy
saying, like,
video?
if the police work's no good, there's nothing left, like you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
You can't reconcile it. It's like,
Look, we are
I have
minutes
a
away
feeling
from finishing
Farmer
this
has
up, and
not-
then you can talk about all these
saying that,
comments.
but I don't.
The date and time of the call.
It seems like it's
December 31st, 2022 at 9:52 a.m.
No, I think
And what is the duration of the call?
4 minutes, 5 seconds.
Jump off the line.
And if we could continue up from there, Ms. Gilman?
I'm not going to torture you.
No, I'm not saying it. for
Going
that.
to item number,
I wanna
pause if I
pause
may.
and talk
Could we go to item number 9? What is the
Sorry.
number being, what is the number, what number is making that phone call?
Number 9, you said, sir?
Number 9?
Number 9. With incoming call from number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of that call?
December 31st, 2022, 7:27 p.m.
And what is the duration of that call?
We started
0
at
seconds.
12, dude.
Looking at the item above it, item number 8, what number is being called?
It is an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of that call?
January 3rd, 2023, 8:28 a.m.
And how long is that call?
15 seconds.
Does that mean that the phone's connected if it's 15 seconds?
No.
What can happen? What is an alternative explanation then?
Voicemail.
And do you see any, can we go up to 7 through 1? Do you see any incoming calls from the 7966 from entries 8 through 1?
No, I do not.
And do you see any calls longer than 17 seconds in entries 8 through 1?
No, I do not.
And Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
I mean, you've got the slider there. How long until it's done?
And Your Honor, may I approach in that sidebar?
Yes.
Thank you.
Because I know it's done for the day. I just checked.
I think this is it.
Okay.
I think they're done.
So, I mean, that's all I'm saying is we can have all these conversations as soon as we get through this guy.
I mean, to be honest with you, I need breaks from this guy.
Yeah. I mean, he is very organized, which is, you know, nice to see.
I mean, they're doing what they have to do.
Right. He's going
There's no
through
avoiding
everything
this shit in
quickly.
every trial we'll ever watch. They're going to have to put these kind of witnesses on. And it's painful.
Don't approach any social media or any news media. Don't do any research about the case. Talk to anyone about the case and continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in this case. I remind you tomorrow, 9 to 1. Have a good night, jurors.
All right, please. Close and open. Follow me.
I mean, she's lead counsel, right?
Who? The female attorney?
Yeah.
It's hard to know.
I mean, it seems like she does most of the talking, and then he did the opening, right?
She's far more authoritative than the male. I can't even remember what the male. Oh, Tipton. I think Tipton's the lead.
Oh, he did the opening. So he's doing the opening and the closing? Wow, what a narcissist. That is just an opinion.
So here, listen, I'm going to do all the important things, and then I'll leave you to the other things that aren't so important.
Going through the click, click, click.
Yeah,
in my
like
brain
the
to see if there's
female
anything that I need
connecting
to
with
read.
the jurors
And
that
if you
want to
wanna hold
connect
off
with the
on a few
female.
Things that are in my mind because I think they're a little bit premature. So, but I will start working on my main task in the next 24 hours. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow.
Yeah, see, she knocks it off right
Anything
at
that the
4.
Commonwealth needs to discuss before I get off the
She had like a
bench.
minute to
No, Your
spare.
Honor.
And anything that the defense needs to discuss before I get off the bench. Thanks for your work today, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, see, he's put up.
Yeah.
He's
I mean,
lead.
she seems to speak up on all like the actual substantive issues that aren't cross-examination. So
Yeah.
it's like she really knows everything, and he's just a figurehead.
Yeah. Yeah, I think T was on the fence early, and then she wasn't. Yeah, no, Farmer, you're definitely, when the appellate brief drops, you're definitely going to want to check it out.
He mentioned confessions. I must have missed those.
He did, and that's so.
I'm just kidding. Like, I missed it. There were no confessions.
Wait, who?
Farmer said something about the confessions and Richard Allen. And I was like, what confessions? I must have missed it.
Oh, yeah, no, they were definitely so-called confessions. So, just if you guys didn't see, because I think they really have shadow banned me over on Twitter. It's weird. Like when I posted because I got these before anybody else did, the 2 motions, and I posted them, even though it was kind of late at night. Got like, and I've got like a 27,000 follower Twitter account, which is pretty big for Twitter. And it was like it just wasn't. They weren't putting it out there. So, but for those of you that don't know, so this paragraph C, it gave us an idea of what the issues are going to be. So Uliana said that they've identified 10 issues, 10 possible issues for appeal, 9 of which involve federal and Indiana constitutional claims. These claims are broken into 5 different categories. 1, the right to present a defense, including alternative explanations of the crime scene. Yeah, you think? And other suspects, and impeachment of the quality of the investigation. 2,
Yes.
the right to present, the right to present a defense undermining the reliability of Allen's incriminating statements. Yes, that'll go to what you're talking about. I mean, they tortured him. They absolutely tortured him, Farmer. Like he was driven to madness.
And he wasn't even sure what he was saying, but go on.
He was eating his own shit, smashing his head against the cell walls. It was cruel. beyond cruel. It was one of the most horrific things I've ever seen happen to an American citizen who's presumed innocent. 3, the constitutionality of those statements made while Allen was gravely disabled in prolonged pretrial solitary confinement, which lasted 13 months.
And I think that second one includes the exclusion of the call before that says, hey, I'm fucking innocent. And anything I say after this point in time, don't even believe. That was excluded. The first call that the jury didn't get to hear.
Yeah. I mean,
hey, I'm innocent.
That was under the completeness doctrine.
Right. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Like, well, yeah, it was all those things. He's like,
Right.
you know, I'm on the verge of like where you can't trust anything that I'm going to say. You know, he's
what
like,
I
this
don't get is
feels
why
like
we
one
didn't
time a day.
on that, but as soon as we got it, that's what
It
should
would have been
happened.
like a 5-minute live. It was
So
like
what?
super. Yeah, that's true. 4, the constitutionality of the search of Allen's home, and then 5 other impactful, erroneous evidentiary rulings, which.
And I forgot they've got like a weird rule in Illinois, like you can't. I mean, Indiana, like you can't bring up ineffectiveness in an appeal, or you don't have to. I forget which it is. We'll have to get with.
I don't know. Andy hit me up. Andy's going to come on with us the day after when we're going over the brief.
Okay.
So, like he definitely wants to hang with us and go through that. So that'll be great.
Well, let's see if we can get.
No, I'm never mad at anybody, Farmer. Everybody, number one, everybody is always entitled to their own opinion. I don't get mad. That's not me. I don't play that fucking game. I don't disown people because they disagree with us on a case, or me on a case, or Allie on a case. Like, that's everybody's entitled to their own opinion. However, we will try to convince you otherwise based on the facts, based on, you know, because there's 2 things that can be true in Richard Allen's case. I happen to think that both are true, but he could have been denied a fair trial, which entitles him to a new trial, and he can be innocent. Now, I think both of those things are true. I think he was unequivocally denied a fair trial. So, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, that means if the appellate court agrees with us that he'll get a new trial, in which case all the mistakes that were made in terms of things that the defense wasn't allowed to do, they were barred from putting a defense forward other than trying to establish, you know, that there was reasonable doubt here in this case. And that was it, which is fucking bullshit, because the amount of third-party suspect and the fact that they were not allowed. I've never in my life seen a case where the defense was barred from being able to describe what the crime scene looked like in terms of what they believe that it shows.
Right.
It's fucking insane. Like, we cannot live in a country.
You don't even need a third-party suspect for that.
Yeah, you don't know.
You need nobody.
Nothing. It has nothing to do with it. It's just like, look, this fucking crime scine is insane
Speaks to
looking.
something else.
Yes. Right. You know, this isn't a one dude thing. So yeah, we're gonna definitely.
Right,
I'm super anxious for that shit to come.
Let's start here. Fluffy Space Lioness.
The pig farm didn't help Robert Picton. Yeah, that was
Iceman Cometh. So is that like referring to your quarterback?
No.
Oh, didn't they say they were calling him the Iceman?
Yeah, they started calling him Iceman because he had he's got 6 come from behind victories in the 4th quarter. Caleb,
he's got fucking veins of ice.
Yeah, he's got ice in
his veins.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Iceman.
Catherine, thank you so much. Gifted 1 DD podcast membership. We always appreciate you helping us build the fam. Lady, oh my God, you look like the 4th of July. I was asking her, I don't know if she answered. It makes me want a hot dog real bad. I was wondering if she was thinking about the new border, if those were little fireworks. That's clearly Christmas. It's like the red and the green, which I love. I think Mandy did a wonderful job with that.
Yes.
But thank you so much, lady. We appreciate it. Michael Taylor, is she required to start every question with "and"? It's making my brain bleed.
I know we highlighted that as it was happening. That's the female prosecutor's manner of questioning.
Thanks, MT. Appreciate you. Iceman came in hot with another
cometh again.
He cometh twice. That sounded kind of dirty.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Iceman. We appreciate you. Lorelei, thank you so much for becoming a new member. Family hug. Michael T16. Family hug for you too. Welcome. Lieutenant Detective Teletubby. Do what makes the most sense financially. I want you around for a long time. I'd rather watch an update on the Spencer case and just a recap of the Walshe case anyway.
Hey,
Yeah.
I have been preaching since Bob started this channel saying, babe, the dollars to time doesn't make sense to cover an entire trial all day. Just highlight that thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
once you reach a certain number of subs and viewers
to it. There's building the channel in terms of people, and there's also the making the money in the contemporaneous aspect of it. So there's two different things. But like if Emily's doing the same trial, like if you're looking at like Emily's number of subs in comparison to say Mel's got like 160. Emily's almost at 1 million.
What?
Oh yeah, Emily's at like 8.
Yeah, I just clicked on it. 851.
Yeah.
Subscribers.
So,
and she's got 14,000 watching right now.
Mel has 160 and she's got like 8,000 watching.
Yeah, so Mel's doing significantly better.
Right. If you're to math that out, I mean, Melanie per sub is doing way better than Emily is on that. But in terms of kind of building the channel, you got to kind of take all those things into consideration. But I personally enjoy doing the trials.
But at the end,
if we were able to go through like you did with Valo and kind of just pull out the interesting shit and do summaries, but who's doing that? Like, because that means that we have to watch the trial in order to do it. I mean, like, who else is going to pick what are the germane parts of testimony to pull for a summary without watching it? You know what I'm saying?
We'd have to do all the work.
Right, which seems fucking insane to me. Ashley paying dues. We appreciate you, girl, always. Scorpio, member for 4 months. Please cover the Laura Owens case. Maricopa County, AZ. What is Laura Owens?
We'll have to look into
Is that the one? Is Laura with the fucking Bachelor where she faked?
Oh, it sounds familiar. I bet you it is.
That case. Like, I looked at it. I've had a few people telling me to cover that. I'm like, man, like, do people only give a shit because a dude from the Bachelor is the victim in that?
No, there's a bunch of dudes. It's a crazy case. If that's
like,
it, I don't even
would it have gotten any publicity from anybody if a dude from the Bachelor, because I assure you Laura Owens isn't the first person to fake like she was pregnant. Sharon, thanks for all your hard work, guys. Love you back. Thank you. Farmer, y'all are great. So are you, Farmer. We appreciate you always. CW Sewell, it's my 47th birthday and I'm spending it with my DD fam and I couldn't be happier. Well, we love that. And
we gave you a pathetic happy birthday song earlier.
Pathetic. It was ridiculously bad. It was awful. We're both ashamed of ourselves.
Ashamed.
But notwithstanding that, we wish you the happiest of birthdays. Under Your Scars for the lives and Buried. Amazing job. Not financially great, but it's the cost of a movie night. Yes, it is. That's how I'm always.
We love your donation. It's financially amazing. Thank you.
It is indeed. And I've left many what turned to too much drama lately. Here since the summer went missing and it's gotten too crazy. Merry ho, guys. Thank you so much, Under Your Scars. Appreciate you. Iceman came in hot again. I appreciate the coverage and thanks for all that you do. And thank you for your.
Oh, I got to take this, but you're going to have to sing for Shaboogs.
Why? What's up with Shaboogs?
You'll see.
Okay. Defense Diary bingo cards. Need some. Yeah, you want to put them together? Let's go. We could just do generic like law terms instead of like specific, witnesses and evidence that we know of. We could do that. That would be fun. Thank you for that. TLA 1616. Love hearing Allie say jag off. I'm in Yinzerland. Thank you so much. I mean, who doesn't love hearing Allie say jag off? You guys don't forget ever that we have the jag off emoji just waiting to be used for all of our members. Mama X35446. Is that your robot name? $5 hollow. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mama. Spoogs. Oh my God, it's my anniversary. I love y'all. Is today your 12-month anniversary? Is that what you're saying? Today, member for 12 months. That's amazing. The 1-year anniversary.
Oh, I thought it was her real actual anniversary.
Wait, what? You're an
Like
anniversary?
with her husband. I see now. I see now.
Yeah, Farmer, I remember you saying that, and I was saying it yesterday. I know exactly who Cody Whitehair is. I'm a diehard Bears fan. Great lineman with the Bears. I think he was originally a guard and then moved him to center. And he played center like during the last few seasons with the Bears. No, Cody was great, man. Like that was back when our line was getting built up, and I thought that we were going to have a pretty good line for a fair amount of time. And then I don't know what happened. Typical Bears shit. But yeah, no, Cody was great. Tell him I said, what up? Tell him he did a great job with the Bears, the beloved. Appreciate that, Farmer. And then Nina, 5921. I have yet to see anything that is convincing me he's guilty. Interesting. I mean, how would you explain, so I guess, Nina, the question I'd have to ask, are you buying this concept that he just freaked out and decided he had to dismember his wife because he was afraid they were going to blame it on him? I mean, the autopsy, if it's natural causes, if he didn't do anything like poison her or obviously murder her with some kind of instrument, then how would they blame him? You know what I mean? It's like they would certainly do an autopsy in that type of case. So Scorpio, trust Laura Owens' case is wild. This is a pattern of behavior, multiple men, 10 years. I'm sure there's other fraud too. FYI, I've never watched The Bachelor. All right. I mean, so she's it's like a Scamanda type thing, huh? Except she uses fake pregnancies to fucking bilk guys. I mean, every single dude should be hauling her ass into court saying, I'm not paying a fucking thing until you show me, number one, I mean, how is she getting money out of these guys? Like prior to a baby being born? That's the part that I'm confused on. I'll have to look into it. I trust you though. I trust you. If it's fascinating, then I'll definitely peep it out. And then we did get a few Venmos. Want to give the shout outs there. And I always like to give the reminder, if you guys don't want me to use your first name, government name, you got to tell me what your screen name is. Obviously, I know some of your actual names for the long timers, but some of them I don't. But Lisa, $10, Bob and Allie Rule. Thank you very much for that $10 Venmo. And then Kim, for the second day in a row, threw us another $25. Thank you. No, thank you, Kim. We appreciate you. And then Kathy paid us $10 because I love DD. And we love you back, Kathy. Thank you so much. We appreciate. Oh, wait. And I think somebody said a PayPal. Let me check. Let me see if that is truth. We did. We got a $10 PayPal from Mark. Thank you, Mark. Mark from chat. And he says, where the hell's his? Oh, Mark from chat. Thanks for all you guys do. Love the no drama BS and how smart you both are. Thank you so much, Mark. We really appreciate the kind words even more than the money. So thank you for that. So much. We appreciate it. I'll check Cash App. I didn't get any kind of notification, so I don't think we got anything there. Yep. We're good there. So, all right, that's it. So thank you guys so much for your constant support. We love you guys so very much. Truly. Tomorrow I'm going to do, it's a short day, but we are going to do a wheel spin for a t-shirt. And if I'm lucky, Mandy's going to give me some updated designs that we can put on some tees that will get you guys excited about buying up some DD merch for the holidays. Because I mean, who doesn't want a Defense Diaries shirt for Christmas? Could you imagine giving it to one of the kids? They'll be like, oh my God, what the fuck is this? First of all, it's clothes. Second of all, he gave me some shit that I've never heard of. Thanks, Santa. I can only think of what Scarlett would be like. Well, she's now old enough to where she actually wants clothes. Gigi, Bob, we love you. I can see your future as a book narrator. That's what my podcast is. Not this, but my actual podcast. Gigi, have you listened to Buried? I mean, essentially, Gacy is an Audible book. It's 36 episodes. It's very lengthy, and it's pretty damn good. Except, of course, it's got the tapes in it, and then it's got all the interviews of all the people that I hunted down that were involved with the case, and victims that survived Gacy's evil clutches, and just all the stuff. All the stuff. All right, y'all. Mods, we adore you. We love you so much. Tracy and Mandy, you guys are the bee's knees. Couldn't do it without you, and that is the gospel. To all our ride or dies, we love you. To all the new fam, all the new members, we love you guys so much. You guys are long overdue for a members only. I'm going to plan one for next week. I'm going to figure out what to do. I kind of like doing some shit with like games. I want to figure out a game. I think one of them we did a couple of those kind of like mini mysteries, like minute mystery type deals, which are fun, but I'll figure something else out. And somebody sent me an updated, like a remix of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas that's for the kids. That's fucking hilarious. Like I wanted to send it to Scarlett, but I fully intend on doing like some kind of content where I'm reading it because it's just hilarious. It's so good. And it's got all the terms that the kids use. So I think that the kids will love it out there. The youngsters, if you will. All right, you guys. And then Alan, yes. What do you want me to do? What are you saying, Trace? What's up with Alan? She's screaming at me. Let's see. Let's see if she sent me something. What are you saying, Trace? Let me know. Tell me. Do I know how many hours I worked on what, Miss Jess? Are you talking about Buried? If you're talking about Buried, it took us just under 2 years to make that podcast. Because I wrote all the scripts. We went out and interviewed everybody. It was like took me forever to finish that. And it's an amazing podcast. Let me see. DD Mystery Bingo. Yes, members only. Yes, 1,000 times over. We just need to do those once a week. That'll drive up the memberships for sure. Trace, you're not answering me. Oh, that's late. Am I reading it like after the fact? I don't know. Yeah, it took a long time to do that. Okay, so oh, damn it. Brewberries. Is that like supposed to be a play on blueberries? Brewberries. She faked a twin pregnancy from a BJ, and it wasn't for money. It was for a date. What the fuck? Where's my shit keep going? It was for a dating contract. Her lawyer is crazy too. Tried to get a witness arrested at court for breaching an RO, restraining order, even though he was subpoenaed. Wow. So she faked a twin pregnancy are you meaning from a blowjob? So she gave a dude a blow and pretended like she got pregnant from it. Not only pregnant, but Twinkies. And it wasn't for money. It was for a dating contract. Wow. Like, I don't even understand what you're saying. And it sounds pretty fascinating. Really does. And thank you for that. Brewberries. That's like, did I say it right? Is that like Scooby-Doo saying Brewberries? Raggy? Brewberries? All right. Yeah, I mean, right. Same. Now I'm intrigued. It sounds like a pretty crazy fucking story. All right, y'all. You guys are the best. I love you. So I'm going to start on time tomorrow since it's only a half day. Yes, exactly. I mean, I give her credit for that. But as far as I know, you can't get pregnant there. I don't think it works like that. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I've been around for a minute. I haven't heard that actually works. So, but again, thank you all for being here with us. We do adore you so much. Thank you for listening to my whining. That always makes me feel warm and fuzzy as well. And we just absolutely adore you guys, because without you, truly, I would be an old man talking about all kinds of cases. See you tomorrow.
Hudson.